Body cultivation void layer, I've almost completely comprehended it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As long as he wished, he could now step into refined void in the body cultivation lineage, becoming the first body cultivation ancient saint in the central divine continent in hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Unlike returning to the 6th rank, the lineage of body cultivation was new to Lin Yuan. If he broke through to body cultivation refined void, it would be difficult to perfectly conceal his aura as he did when returning to the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's return to the 6th rank emphasized return, having already traversed it once in the main world. Therefore, when he stepped into the 6th rank again in this immortal Tao world, as easy as eating and drinking, even the founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao immortal mirror, which monitored all aura in divine continent, did not detect Lin Yuan stepping into the 6th rank. But if he were to break through in the body cultivation lineage to refine void, Lin Yuan wasn't confident he could control his own aura, considering he had never walked this path before. I can't break through in cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The Daoda immortal sect was nearby. This place was under the direct surveillance of the Taihao immortal mirror. Any slight anomaly in aura would attract the attention of the Taihao immortal mirror, consequently drawing the gaze of the immortal sect leader. For hundreds of thousands of years, why hadn't the Daoda immortal sect, Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Demon Saint's Nest dared to invade easily? It was because of the Taihao immortal mirror. This immortal founding artifact, when activated on its own, could cover central divine continent. If activated by an ancient saint, it could even form an immortal mirror incarnation and descend anywhere in this world. Of course, the farther the distance, the weaker the incarnation of the immortal mirror would be. Where to break through? In front of Lin Yuan, multiple screens of light appeared, showing a map of this world. Lin Yuan's gaze first fell on the area of the Eastern Sea Islands. After years of being presided over by Yang Spirit, White Jade Pavilion had already become the foremost among the 800 subsidiary sects and 3,000 left paths of the East Sea. No, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then gently shook his head. The East Sea was indeed under the influence of White Jade Pavilion, but it was also a key focus area for the Daoda immortal sect, Blood Demon Sea, and Ghost Palace of Netherworld. Especially as the influence of White Jade Pavilion had grown over the years, the Daoda immortal sect had particularly increased their scrutiny here. Choosing to break through in the East Sea was not a good idea, as the immortal mirror incarnation of the immortal sect master might descend at any time, making it unnecessary to take such a risk. Apart from the East Sea, Lin Yuan could only choose the north, south, or west. In fact, there was almost no difference between these three places. Although they were constantly ravaged and suppressed by the Daoda immortal sect, the greater the suppression, the safer it was, as it was darkest under the lamp. Let's choose the west. Lin Yuan made up his mind. To the west was the domain of the barbaric demon beasts. The demon saint's nest was the holy land of the barbaric demon beasts, guarded by a demon saint whose power paralleled the ancient saint of refined void layer. And the barbaric demon saint nest was under the purview of Jun Wuji's father, Jun Dongjin, who was responsible for the suppression and sweeping of the area. Over the years, Lin Yuan had roughly figured out the deployment and routine of the immortal sect disciples suppressing the barbaric demon beasts. With this knowledge, Lin Yuan could definitely achieve his breakthrough unnoticed and undisturbed by external forces. Even if some breakthrough anomalies occurred during the process, they would be hard to detect for a while, and by the time they attracted the attention of other powerhouses, Lin Yuan would have already left. Having determined the location for his breakthrough, Lin Yuan walked out of the cultivation chamber. "My lord." Chunhua and Choeui greeted him warmly. Lin Yuan nodded. Several days later, Lin Yuan instructed Chunhua and Choeui, "I plan to go into closed-door cultivation soon. Turn away anyone looking for me, including big brother, second sister, father, and mother." "Yes." Chunhua and Choeui immediately responded. This was not the first time such an event had occurred. Ever since Jun Wuji moved into Cloud Mist Blessed Land decades ago, he had begun to cultivate forensically, spending most of the time in closed-door cultivation. And during this period, no one could disturb him. After instructing Chunhua and Choeui, Lin Yuan once again entered the cultivation chamber. "Time to leave." Lin Yuan stood inside the chamber, leaving behind a trail of his own scent. This scent could replace him, being sensed by the outside world's Chunhua and Choeui. At the same time, if anyone broke into this cultivation chamber, no matter how far Lin Yuan was, as long as he was within this realm, he would be able to sense it. After completing all this, Lin Yuan silently left Cloud Mist Blessed Land. This was the second time Lin Yuan had left Cloud Mist Blessed Land since he moved in. The first time was during the grand ceremony of the immortal sect leader's grandfather in the Hollow Void, on the edge of Central Divine Continent, in an ordinary valley. At some point, a figure appeared. This place is quite good. Lin Yuan looked at the valley and nodded slightly. This valley was not within the jurisdiction of Central Divine Continent, nor was it in the domain of the barbaric demon beasts, but was in a buffer zone between the two. Here, the Taihao Immortal Mirror of the Daoda Immortal Sect could not monitor on its own unless the Immortal Sect leader actively stimulated it, specifically sensing this location. But it was very unlikely for the Immortal Sect leader to do so without any reason. The reason why the Immortal Sect leader had previously activated the Taihao Immortal Mirror and descended into the East Sea was because Lin Yuan had interfered with the Black Gauze Archipelago and disrupted the sect's arrangements. This is it. Lin Yuan arrived at the valley and sat cross-legged in a cave. Sigh. An ethereal figure walked out from inside Lin Yuan. It was the Yin spirit. This breakthrough was a physical one, so the Yin spirit and Yang spirit were free to protect Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had broken through to the 6th rank, the power of the Yin spirit and Yang spirit had also risen significantly. Even though they were slightly weaker than their original form, they still possessed the combat power of an ancient saint of refined void layer. With an ancient saint protecting his cultivation, Lin Yuan's breakthrough, especially in such a buffer zone, wouldn't matter. He would have ample time to handle any situation that arose. Even if we retreat 10,000 steps, during the breakthrough, the immortal sect leader holding the founding artifact of the sect might come to kill. The Yin spirit can also take Lin Yuan's true self away. It's merely a matter of failing the breakthrough. For Lin Yuan, there are plenty of ways to compensate. It's not considered a significant loss. Begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Inside his body, the vast vital blood slowly began to boil. East Sea. Bayou Island. At the moment Lin Yuan was breaking through, the Yang spirit opened his eyes, looking in the direction where Lin Yuan was. I hope nothing goes wrong, Lin Yuanyang thought to himself, yet he ceased his seclusion, constantly paying attention to any disturbance during Lin Yuan's breakthrough. If some extreme situation did occur, one where an ancient saint-level powerhouse came to kill, the Yang spirit avatar could rapidly disperse at a crucial moment, then reconvene within the Yin spirit's body. In other words, appearing beside Lin Yuan out of thin air, covering an infinite distance. The Yang god and Yin god are inherently two sides of the same entity. After the Yang god disperses, the Yin spirit, at great cost, can quickly give birth to the power of Taiyang, and in turn, form the Yang god. When the Yin spirit and Yang spirit merge, they transform into the Taiji primordial spirit, whose combat power is by no means weaker than Lin Yuan's true self. Of course, such a technique would cause certain wear and tear on the Yang spirit and Yin spirit, but as long as it ensures the smooth breakthrough of the true self, it is worth some sacrifice. On the other side of the tense buffer zone between Central Divine Continent and the barbaric demon beast forces, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan stood in the void, commanding a large number of immortal sect disciples, slaughtering the barbaric demon beasts. It was at this time, Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. He reached out for a disc-shaped magical artifact. At this moment, its needle was trembling incessantly. This disc artifact was named Demon Sensing Disc. It could sense the movements, numbers, and strengths of demonic beasts within tens of thousands of miles. And just at that moment, the demon sensing disc was vibrating continuously. It must be the esteemed firstborn prince from the demon saint's nest who has awakened, Jun Xiaoyao said solemnly. The firstborn prince? Jun Jilan's expression darkened. The demon saint's nest is a holy land for the barbaric demon beasts, where demon saints on par with ancient saints lie dormant. If not for the demon saint's nest, the barbaric demon beasts would have long been annihilated by the Daoda Immortal sect. How could they still exist until now? And the firstborn prince? is the premier progeny of that demon saint within the nest. The strength of the firstborn prince could be said to be the strongest below the ancient saints, and with his demon saint bloodline, could even burst forth with true ancient saint-level combat power for a short period. If that's the case, have all disciples temporarily retreat to the divine continent. Jun Jilon commanded. The barbaric demon beast's firstborn prince was too terrifying. The Daoda immortal sect indeed had the means to counter him, but there was no need. The firstborn prince had a special bloodline, spending most of his time in slumber, only occasionally waking up to wander around. It can be said that as long as the Daoda immortal sect avoids the time when the firstborn prince is awake, they need not face such a terrifying opponent. Very well. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He immediately issued the order. Countless Daoda immortal sect disciples, who were slaughtering demonic beasts, stopped promptly and headed back to the boundaries of Central Divine Continent. Meanwhile, deep in the barbarian wilderness, a terrifying presence was stirring back to life. Countless demonic beasts, whether great demons or demon kings, were all trembling in fear, lying prostrate on the ground, daring not to move. Boom boom boom. 1,000 tall figure could be seen slowly approaching, with each step causing the earth to quake and the old aura of the barbarian wilderness hitting one's face. Upon closer inspection, this 1,000 tall figure was, astonishingly, a giant ape. What exactly is the concept of 1,000 zhang? Converted into meters, that's 3 to 4,000 meters, majestic and towering. Finally awake again. Mother really insists on making me practice that kind of demonic technique. Out of 100 years, I have to sleep for 90. The 1,000 giant ape strode along, paying no mind to the countless demonic beasts it trampled to death. For it, those beasts were no different from ants who would care about stepping on a few ants. What fresh air! It's a pity I can only enjoy it for 10 years. The 1,000 giant ape sighed. In 10 years, it would have to continue its slumber, until it woke up again 100 years later. Boom boom boom. The 1,000 giant ape continued on its way. It quickly left the area of the barbarian wilderness and arrived at the border region facing the central divine continent. HMPH. Those disciples of the immortal sect are quite clever, all having run off without a trace. The 1,000 giant ape glanced in the direction of the central divine continent, not intending to invade. Although it had slept for nearly 100 years, the giant ape's mind was somewhat slow to react, but it wasn't dumb. Entering the central divine continent would be akin to exposing itself under the Taihao immortal mirror, constantly vulnerable to an attack from the immortal sect leader from afar. I'll just stroll around here. The 1,000 giant ape decided to limber up its limbs. Just then, the giant ape seemed to sense something and sniffed with its nose. This aura. The eyes of the 1,000 giant ape lit up. It faintly sensed a vast amount of nature's spiritual energy converging towards a certain location. Is it the appearance of a heaven and earth spirit root? Or is it the ripening of a great herb of this world? The giant ape's huge mouth cracked open. Mine, it's all mine. The 1,000 giant ape immediately strode towards the direction it had sensed. In a valley, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Virtual body refinement. Feeling the huge surge of vital energy within his body, Lin Yuan's spirits were lifted. Physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan could already feel that deep within his bloodlines, a certain aura had been nurtured to completion, ready to take form at any moment. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check exactly which physical body divine ability it was. Suddenly, a thunderous rumbling came from the earth. The next moment, Lin Yuan left the cave. He came up to the top of the valley. What's that? Lin Yuan looked off into the distance. A giant ape, 1,000 zhang tall, was madly rushing in this direction. The great prince of the demon saint's nest? Lin Yuan immediately recognized the other party. After all, this demon was extremely famous, known to be a match for the ancient saint of refinement Void, and when it burst forth, it even possessed combat power at the level of an ancient saint. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000 giant ape took huge strides forward. Where is my heaven and earth spirit root? Where is my great medicine of this world? The 1,000 giant ape stopped in its tracks, looking around. With its enormous size, it paid no attention to the valley beneath its feet. To the giant ape, what they called a valley was nothing but a small mound. Huh? Did you steal my heaven and earth spirit root and the great medicine of this world? The thousand-jong giant ape scrutinized carefully and soon spotted a figure as tiny as a speck of dust. In the distance, several demonic beasts cautiously observed the thousand-jong giant ape. "The great prince seems to be in a good mood," a wolf demon muttered under its breath. He too was a demon king of the Mahayana phase, but in front of the thousand-jong giant ape, he was no different from those great demons of the nascent soul stage. Some of the human race didn't leave? A demon king next to him seemed to have discovered something and looked towards the minute human figure on top of the valley beneath the giant ape's feet. He probably didn't notice. Too bad, he's going to die under the great prince's feet. The third demon king said quietly, his tone revealing schadenfreude. On his way here, the great prince had crushed countless demonic beasts. Now, stepping on a human, they only felt much more balanced. This human, facing the great prince, is still not running. He might have some strength, another demon king couldn't help but say. HMPH. What can a bit of strength do? In front of the great prince, if you're not an ancient saint, you're all just ants, the wolf demon that started the conversation sneered. The great prince of the demon saint's nest represented the strongest combat power just below the demon saint. That's true. The other demonic beasts nodded one after another. There is no spirit root or great medicine here. Lin Yuan stood at the top of the valley and said calmly. Liar. I clearly felt the aura of the spirit root in great medicine. Was it you who stole my spirit root in great medicine? The thousand-jong giant ape flew into a rage. Its voice buzzed, rolling like thunder, die. Following that, the thousand-jong giant ape lifted its right foot and stomped towards Lin Yuan and the valley, intent on crushing them into dust. In the distance, several demonic beasts, witnessing this, looked at Lin Yuan as if they were looking at a dead man. More accurately, none of the demonic beasts' gazes lingered on Lin Yuan, for in the next moment, he would die under the great prince's foot. The great prince's stomp leverages the power of heaven and earth, touches upon the mysteries of space, and even if one had the fastest speed, they couldn't dodge, only endure. Endure the stomp of the great prince? That's not something a human divinity transformation stage heaven lord could do. Only an ancient saint's intervention or life-saving measures of an ancient saint's level such as talismans or magical treasures could save one. Otherwise, death is certain, the demonic beasts quickly discussed. Their gazes were also observing the great prince's stomp, seeking to learn something from it. However, in the next moment, all the demonic beasts froze. They saw the towering thousand-jong giant ape suddenly stumble and, unable to help itself, retreat several steps, shaking the ground, opening several enormous fissures. In the next instant, the thousand-jong giant ape was stomped into the ground by someone. Under their incredulous gazes, Lin Yuan, who initially seemed as tiny as a speck of dust, now appeared as a towering giant, stomping the thousand-jong giant ape directly underfoot. Another stomp, pinning the trying to resist giant ape further into the ground. One more stomp, causing the giant ape to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood as the sound of its bones cracking echoed. It lay bloodied and on the brink of death. If it were before. But Lin Yuan looked down at the giant ape, as if looking at an insignificant ant, and said calmly, I have already been to the depths of the barbarian wilderness and have flattened the demon saint's nest. The thousand-yard giant ape was strong. This strength was not limited to its physical body. It was more about the mastery of space and other mysterious rules. If someone thought that the thousand-yard giant ape was just a dumb giant, they were greatly mistaken. He could clash head-on with an ancient saint, the great prince of the barbaric demon beast clan. How could it rely solely on brute force? Unfortunately, the thousand-yard giant ape encountered Lin Yuan. With the strength of the thousand-yard giant ape, even if it truly confronted an ancient saint, it had the ability to save its own life. After all, the demon saint's nest was not far away. If the thousand-yard giant ape could hold out for a while, the demon saint from the demon saint's nest would come to its aid. However, in front of Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the body cultivation void, the thousand-yard giant ape did not even last a breath before Lin Yuan trampled it to the brink of death with severe injuries. This was the power of the body cultivation void. In the central divine continent, this was an unprecedented power of the body cultivation line. After stepping into the body cultivation void, Lin Yuan faintly felt that with a single punch or kick, he could suppress the surroundings. One force overcomes all laws. This referred to the body cultivation. Since it's almost dead, might as well. Lin Yuan looked down at the 1,000-yard giant ape, spitting out blood, and suddenly made up his mind. In the distance, several demonic beasts watching in silence fell absolutely quiet, their gaze frozen. What did they see? Their great prince, in front of that seemingly insignificant member of the human race, had no power to fight back. That was the great prince, capable of contending with an ancient saint. How could he be in such a state in front of Lin Yuan? The demonic beasts looked at one another. They instinctively felt, was their great prince too weak? However, in an instant, these demonic beasts realized. How could the great prince be weak? Throughout his journey, the great prince was famously fierce. They knew it by heart. Since it was not the great prince that was weak, then it must be that the human was too strong enough that even the great prince had no ability to resist. Who exactly is this ancient saint? Aren't they afraid of causing chaos across the world? The hearts of these demonic beasts trembled. If this insignificant human could incapacitate the great prince with just a few kicks, then it meant this person was undoubtedly at the level of an ancient saint. Currently, Dowda Immortal Sect rules the Central Earth, Ghost Palace of Netherworld, Blood Demon Sea, and Demon Saint's Nest each occupy the south, north, and west of the Divine Continent, respectively. But these four major forces abide by an unwritten rule. That is, unless absolutely necessary, the ancient saints at the refined void level need not take action. Even over a decade ago, when Dowda Immortal Sect's arrangement in the East Sea's Black Gauze Archipelago was destroyed, only an incarnation of the mirror descended from the sect master of Dowda Immortal Sect, while the original body still sat in power on Mount Morality Immortal. Look, that person, what is he doing? The demonic beasts had scattered thoughts, their pupils suddenly constricting. Because they saw what that tiny human race being, heading towards the 1,000 feet tall ape, opened its mouth to inhale. In an instant, the previously gasping 1,000 feet tall ape saw its inner vitality and blood energy crazily draining away. In less than a moment, it turned into a skeleton. Not bad, not bad. Almost equivalent to several dozen near 6th-rank great medicines. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. He had just broken through to the body cultivation void, and although his combat power had surged, his body was weak due to the breakthrough. This 1,000 feet tall ape came at just the right time, directly serving as the nourishment for Lin Yuan to compensate for his weakness. Just then, accompanied by the complete fall of the 1,000 feet tall ape, deep within the barbarian wilderness, a tremendous aura began to awaken. That demon saint? Lin Yuan glanced over. It was no secret that a demon saint was stationed at the barbaric demon saint nest. However, this demon saint was mostly in a slumbering state. Let's go. Lin Yuan had no intention of engaging with that demon saint. It wasn't that Lin Yuan couldn't handle the demon saint, but it was simply pointless. Lin Yuan, not yet at the strength to dominate the world, saw retaining the demon saint to restrain the Dowda Immortal Sect as beneficial, with no need to devastate them entirely. A moment later, a terrifying divine sense descended, transforming into an even more majestic and towering giant ape phantom. Who exactly is it? The giant ape phantom let out a deep roar, looking at the corpse of the prince, raging intensely inside. It had held great expectations for the prince, and if everything had gone smoothly, the prince only needed another 5,000 years to reach the refining void ancient saint lair. At that time, the barbaric demon saint nest would possess 2 demon saints, possibly even tamper with the central divine continent. But now, the prince was dead. All its elaborate plans were shattered. In the short run, among the countless demonic beasts of the barbarian wilderness, not one possessed the potential to ascend to demon saint. The giant ape phantom's gaze shifted towards the distant, trembling demonic beasts. Immediately, it raised its right hand, and those few demonic beasts appeared before it. Soul Surge. The giant ape phantom's mind slightly stirred. The scenes the several demonic beasts had just witnessed became vividly clear before it. Such strength, seeing Lin Yuan effortlessly kill the prince with several stomps, the giant ape phantom's expression subtly changed. Involving no intricate rules, merely physical strength, such methods originate from the human race's body cultivation. Could this person possibly be a body cultivator in the refining void period? The giant ape phantom muttered to itself. Body cultivators are inherently proficient in physical combat. Their combat power in the same layer is considered extremely strong. However, for various reasons, they have only been a subsidiary to the immortal path. Dao immortal sect? They nurtured a body cultivator in the refining layer? The giant ape phantom looked displeased. No matter how one puts it, body cultivators are still a part of the immortal path. Now that a refined void body cultivator has emerged, it could only attribute it to the Dao immortal sect. Half a day later, a beam of mirror light crossed infinite distances. It descended upon the buffer zone between Central Divine Continent and the barbarian wilderness. The offspring of the demon saint is dead. Taoist immortal sect master Mu Qingliu frowned. Sect master, at that time. Zhen Xiaoyao immediately began to explain. Upon sensing that the great prince of the barbaric demon beasts was about to awaken, Zhen Xiaoyao had all the disciples of the numerous immortal sects retreat to the Central Divine Continent for the time being. In addition, Zhen Xiaoyao also spied on the movements of the Thousand Zhang giant ape from a distance through a secret technique. What he discovered was a terribly shocking scene. A great prince standing 1,000 zhang tall was actually trampled to death by the tiny figure after just a few stomps. Zhen Xiaoyao did not see the appearance of that tiny figure. For this person's vitality surged around him, repelling all spells and divine skills. Let me see. The Taoist immortal sect master Mu Qingliu arrived at the scene. And then, with the aid of the light of the Taihao immortal mirror, began to trace back. This was the capability of the Taihao immortal mirror, which could forcibly trace back to a specific period in a region's past. Of course, the traced back scenes could not involve levels of refined void. Ancient saints were already influencing the surrounding heaven and earth, the natural nemesis of such tracing back techniques. Buzz. The scene shifted. The next instant, the scene was filled with boundless vitality. Indeed, it is an ancient saint, and furthermore, a body cultivation ancient saint. Taoist immortal sect master Mu Qingliu stayed silent, although the scene did not specifically trace back to anything, but based on Zhen Xiaoyao's explanation and the residue aura at the scene, he was already able to deduce many things. A body cultivation ancient saint? Since when did my Central Divine Continent birth such a powerful being? Mu Qingliu thought, frowning. He was unaware whether this body cultivation ancient saint was a friend or a foe to his Dao immortal sect. But beyond doubt, a body cultivation ancient saint skilled in offensive capabilities could completely alter the balance of power among the current four major forces if he wished to. In the north of Divine Continent, Blood Demon Sea. The ruler of the Blood Demons sat cross-legged on a small island deep within the Blood Demon Sea. Although he was also an ancient saint of refinement void, he had merged with the Blood Demon Sea, thus possessing an ability close to immortality. However, he also gave up his freedom as his true body could not leave the Blood Demon Sea's range. Of course, if willing to pay the price, the ruler of the Blood Demons could also enter the Central Divine Continent. That would be by driving the Blood Demon Sea to start expanding. As long as the Blood Demon Sea was vast enough to cover the entire world, the restriction that the ruler of the Blood Demons could not leave the Blood Demon Sea would make no difference. Huh? News from the Demon Saint? The ruler of the Blood Demons raised his eyebrows. In order to jointly resist the Dao immortal sect, the Demon Saint's nest, the Blood Demon Sea, and the Ghost Palace of Netherworld had always shared intelligence. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. The Dao immortal sect was too powerful. If they did not join forces, they would only face defeat more quickly. A body cultivation ancient saint has appeared? The ruler of the Blood Demons appeared grave. The limit of the lineage of body cultivation was the divinity transformation stage, which is why it was a vassal to the immortal path, and many cultivators always treated body cultivation techniques as a means to strengthen the body and improve health. Even so, if not relying on external objects, at the same level, a body cultivator was seldom much weaker than a cultivator of the same level. In some aspects, they might even be stronger, especially from the divinity transformation stage of the body cultivation lineage. There was an extremely low chance to conceive physical body divine abilities. Body cultivators in the divinity transformation stage had a chance to master physical body divine abilities. Theoretically, body cultivators in the refining void period had an even higher chance of mastering physical body divine abilities. Where did this body cultivation ancient saint come from? Is he the backup of the Dao immortal sect? The ruler of the blood demons desperately wanted to know the identity of this body cultivation ancient saint. If this body cultivation ancient saint really came from the Dao immortal sect. In the next thousands of years, the blood demon sea, the demon saint's nest, and the ghost palace of Netherworld wouldn't be able to turn the tide and would only be able to hide in their own territories, barely clinging to survival. In the south of Divine Continent, ghost palace of Netherworld. A body cultivation ancient saint? The gaunt man sitting on the throne had a bit of a headache. Over the past few decades, too many changes had occurred in the world. First, a master Yuanyang from the East Sea emerged, possessing the strength of a half-step refinement void ancient saint. And now, another body cultivation ancient saint had appeared. As the king of ghost cultivators, how could the gaunt man not know how powerful a body cultivation ancient saint was? Where are all these people coming from? The gaunt man rubbed his brow. Let's not mention that Master Yuanyang from the East Sea for now, with half-step refined void strength, he might be some ascetic master hiding his prowess. But a body cultivation ancient saint? Has such a thing ever emerged throughout history? Shouldn't there be some sort of omen? Like the emergence of a group of body cultivators at the divinity transformation stage first? Then from this group, a body cultivation ancient saint would be born. Only then would it make sense as a gradual progression. Still, I need to investigate this, as to what stance this refinement void ancient saint truly holds. The gaunt man did not believe that this body cultivation ancient saint came from the Dao immortal sect. If the latter, known for its domineering style, had actually born a body cultivation ancient saint, they would have announced it impatiently by now. How could there be no news about it until now? Cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan appeared silently in the cultivation chamber. No one has noticed. Lin Yuan glanced at the situation in the cloud mist blessed land after leaving for over 10 days. Everything was normal. No one else had come to visit, and Chunhua and Choei had been dutifully standing guard outside. Physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan let out a light breath. He faintly felt the pulsation deep within his bloodline, almost fully formed, ready to break out of its shell at any moment. Exactly what kind of physical body divine ability is it? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation, quietly waiting. After half a day, the physical body divine ability completely took shape. In an instant, a deluge of information about physical body divine ability flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Physical body divine ability, a blood rebirth. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. This divine ability could be called omnipotent. Whether it was for saving his own life or for fighting, it had great utility, according to the introduction of this divine ability. As long as Lin Yuan's physical body had not completely turned into nothingness, and there was at least a drop of his blood remaining, he could quickly be reborn. That was truly terrifying. For someone like Lin Yuan, who possessed a martial Dao primordial spirit and was an evolver. Even if his physical body collapsed, the primordial spirit still had the power to fight. But for the vast majority of 6th rank evolvers, without a physical body, although it wouldn't mean death, their soul bodies and spirit bodies' strength would significantly diminish. First, I will comprehend the fundamental essence of this divine ability. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to study carefully, relying on his against heaven's understanding. The divine ability, blood rebirth, was indeed good, but it came from the bloodline power of Jun Wuji in this world. That is to say, once the time for Lin Yuan to stay was up and he returned to the main world, even if he became a refined void body cultivator again, the awakened physical body divine ability might not necessarily be blood rebirth. After all, the two bodies were different, and their bloodlines were also different. However, as long as he fully understood the essential principle of the blood rebirth divine ability, no matter where Lin Yuan was, he could use this divine ability. The so-called divine skills, the so-called talents, were nothing more than a complex law or Tao. Once its essence was understood, it could be easily deployed. That was the terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding. Study all things, and then utilize all things. Dao Immortal Sect. At the highest hall, Sect Master Mu Qingliu sat expressionless. I can't wait any longer. Mu Qingliu stood up and muttered to herself. In the buffer zone between Central Earth and the barbarian wilderness, traces of a body cultivation ancient saint had appeared. This made Mu Qingliu somewhat uneasy and also feel a hint of pressure. If this body cultivation ancient saint allied with the Nether Palace, Blood Demon Sea, and Demon Saint's Nest, even though they still wouldn't be able to shake the foundations of the Daoda Immortal sect, it would indeed cause great chaos across the land. The Daoda Immortal sect urgently needed a second refinement void ancient saint to preside over it now. Originally, Mu Qingliu wanted to observe for a while longer and choose the final successor between Jun Dongjin and Mu Menjing. But now, there was no more time for that. The resources and methods currently possessed by the Daoda Immortal sect were only enough to forcibly promote one person to the refining void period. As long as the Immortal sect has two ancient saints presiding, even if that body cultivation ancient saint joins forces with those three old fools, it won't make a difference. Mu Qingliu thought to herself. Having two ancient saints presiding over Mount Morality Immortal had an effect that wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Jun Dongjin, Mu Menjing. The names of these two individuals flickered through Mu Qingliu's mind, and she had already made her decision. Discussing aptitude, it was definitely Jun Dongjin who had the advantage. With a mutated heavenly spiritual root talent, he could easily make it into the top 50 in the history of the Daoda Immortal sect, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. And Jun Dongjin was a steady person, should he manage to step into the refining void period. Continuing to maintain the Daoda Immortal sect's dominant position in the central divine continent wouldn't be difficult. However, Jun Dongjin was, after all, an outsider. Even if he married a female cultivator from the Mu family, he was still an outsider. If Jun Dongjin became the future sect master of the Daoda Immortal sect, he certainly wouldn't allow the Mu family to continue holding sole power, no matter the reasoning. He would suppress the Mu family. That was the instinct of those in power. On the contrary, if Mu Menjing became the next sect master of the Daoda Immortal sect, such an event wouldn't occur. After all, Mu Menjing was a cultivator from the Mu family. Mu Qingliu's expression was calm. At his level, whoever became the next immortal sect leader wouldn't make much difference to him. The most important thing was how to maintain the interests of the Mu family. Moreover, Mu Menjing was only inferior to Jun Dongjin. When compared to other members of the Daoda Immortal sect, Mu Menjing was already at the peak. With the accumulated heritage of the Daoda Immortal sect over hundreds of thousands of years, there would be no problem for Mu Menjing to assume the position of sect master. Dongjin, don't blame me, blame it on the fact that you are not from the Mu family. Mu Qingliu thought to himself. In fact, if there were a few more decades or centuries, and if Jun Dongjin were to reach the refining void before Mu Menjing, Mu Qingliu would indeed consider cultivating Jun Dongjin as the immortal sect's next generation leader. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, with both of their progress being similar. Mu Qingliu naturally considered his own family first. Since he decided to cultivate Mu Menjing with all his effort, Mu Qingliu naturally began to suppress Jun Dongjin. Otherwise, if Jun Dongjin saw that Mu Menjing was trying to reach the refining void period with the full support of the sect, he would inevitably become mentally unstable. At that time, no matter what actions he took, it would be a loss for the sect. Thus, Mu Qingliu decided to transfer Jun Dongjin out of the Daoda Immortal sect ahead of time. With Dongjin's talent, even without the help of the sect, he is still expected to step into the semi-ancient saint level in the future. I'll be the villain and take the initiative to transfer Dongjin's family away. Later on, when Menjing becomes the sect master, we can bring Dongjin back and entrust him with important duties again to win his loyalty. Mu Qingliu thought in his heart. In the world of immortal Dao, individuals wield great power, but controlling a force is not just about having strength. Especially in the Daoda Immortal sect, with the looming threats of the Nether Palace, Demon Saint's Nest, and Blood Demon Sea, a sect master at the ancient saint level needs to be constantly stationed on Mount Morality Immortal. At such times, managing the entire central divine continent depends on whether the subordinates are up to the task. And in Mu Qingliu's view, Jun Dongjin was clearly a very qualified subordinate. Even if he couldn't become the immortal sect leader, serving as an elder in charge could save the sect master a lot of trouble. Mount Morality Immortal. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan, a family of 4, sat with furrowed brows. What does grandfather mean by sending our whole family to Vast Cliff Mountain? That place is remote, and it doesn't have any important resources. Is there a need for all 4 of us to go? Jun Jilan was somewhat dissatisfied. She had been living comfortably on Mount Morality Immortal, where the spiritual energy was abundant and the cultivation environment was suitable. As for Vast Cliff Mountain, although it was still within the central divine continent, it naturally fell short compared to Mount Morality Immortal. The sect master must have his considerations. Perhaps Vast Cliff Mountain has some important resource that we don't know about? Jun Xiaoyao always thought about issues from the sect master's perspective. I'll go ask father what exactly is going on. Mu Lianer stood up, planning to see Mu Qingliu. She couldn't understand why, out of the blue, her father suddenly issued such an order to their family. In recent years, Jun Dongjin had carried out the tasks assigned by the sect master quite well, without a single mistake, and there was no need for such orders. Lianer, Jun Dongjin hurriedly stopped Mu Lianer. Since the sect master has issued the sect order for this matter, it is already set in stone. If you go, you would make the sect master uncomfortable. Jun Dongjin shook his head and said, it's just as well. I've been busy with various sect affairs in recent decades. Now that I have some free time, it's a good opportunity to rest. I've heard that Vast Cliff Mountain is surrounded by a large number of mortal kingdoms. I'll take you all to have a good look around when we get there. Dad, you're really optimistica. Jun Jilan rolled her eyes. But there was something Jun Dongjin said that was correct. About their family's relocation, it was made via an official sect order by the sect master. There was no longer any room for changes or turning back. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow the order. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to betrayal of the immortal sect. Perhaps father just wants to temper your temperaments, and he will call you back soon, Mu Lianer consoled. Mount Morality Immortal. At the Mu family peak, Mu Menjing and a few trusted subordinates arrived at a secret chamber at the top of the mountain. This was one of the few places in the central divine continent unaffected by the surveillance of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. Menjing brother, have you heard? That Jun Dongjin is going to be transferred out, and his whole family is going to Vast Cliff Mountain to take charge. A round-faced man spoke in a low voice, his tone betraying a sense of pleasure. Over the years, Mu Menjing and Jun Dongjin had fought openly and covertly countless times for the position of sect master. With Jun Dongjin being a mutated heavenly spiritual root, he was quite well liked within the sect and valued by those supreme elders. Thus, even with the backing of the Mu family, Mu Menjing often found himself at a disadvantage. His subordinates felt the pinch even more than Mu Menjing himself did. Now, hearing that Jun Dongjin's family was about to be transferred, their pleasure was easy to imagine. If it hadn't been for the sect rules, they would probably have started celebrating outside already. Why does the sect master want to reassign the entire Jun Dongjin family? Mu Menjing was also in a good mood, yet he began to ponder. He didn't know that sect master Mu Qingliu had already planned to choose him as the future sect master, and reassigning Jun Dongjin was also for his sake. And it was for the layout of taking over Jun Dongjin in the future. I heard that recently, a major event occurred in the barbarian wilderness. The second subordinate spoke up. The big prince of the demon saint's nest died, apparently at the hands of an ancient saint. I have heard about that too, Mu Menjing nodded. However, exactly how it happened and which ancient saint had acted, no one knew. The sect master must know, but since he didn't say it himself, no one dared to ask. Menjing brother, whether it has anything to do with this incident or not. None of this is important. Now, there is an unprecedented opportunity. Though Jun Dongjin has been reassigned from the immortal sect, it doesn't mean he won't come back. The third subordinate lowered his voice. What do you mean? Mu Menjing's expression changed slightly, hee. In the past, Jun Dongjin always had a large number of subordinates with him. But this time, the reassignment order from the sect master specifically instructed only Jun Dongjin's family of 4 to go to Vast Cliff Mountain. If Jun Dongjin's family dies on the journey, it shouldn't be hard, right? This subordinate's tone was cold. The Taihao Immortal Realm envelops the entire central divine continent. Any action by us would be exposed. Mu Menjing shook his head as he said. The Taihao Immortal Mirror monitors foreign energies. If cultivators from the Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, or Ghost Palace of Netherworld dared to enter the central divine continent, the Immortal Mirror would certainly detect them. But if it's an energy exerted by a former sect master, even if the immortal mirror detects it, there won't be any reaction. The subordinate continued speaking. Are you suggesting I use the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage left by the predecessors of our immortal sect? Mu Menjing said. A talisman is created by using special methods to retain the power of one strike within the corresponding paper. If someone later activates the talisman, it's equivalent to unleashing the power stored inside it. Daoda Immortal Sect has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, with each sect master of the refining void period leaving behind some talismans, each preserving their full strike power. All previous refining void period sect masters had once been masters of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. Their exerted energies were not within the Dao Hao Immortal Mirror's alarm range. No, it may not be detected at the time. But if the sect master investigates afterward, exposure is inevitable. Mu Menjing still shook his head. If Jun Dongzhen were to die, the sect master would surely investigate, with the retrospective ability of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. His methods couldn't possibly remain hidden, yes. The sect master would certainly know. But by then, Jun Dongzhen would already be dead. In the Daoda Immortal Sect, only you, Brother Menjing, are capable of succeeding the position of sect master. The subordinate continued speaking. There are many disciples in the Daoda Immortal Sect, and not lacking in geniuses. Besides me, there are plenty of disciples who could be chosen for the sect master position. Mu Menjing remained somewhat hesitant. Menjing brother, you underestimate your standing within the sect too much. Unless the Immortal Sect can once again produce someone with a mutated heavenly spiritual root like Jun Dongzhen. Otherwise, within 1,000 years, you are the most suitable candidate for sect master, and there's something I don't know if I should say. Our Daoda Immortal Sect's sect masters have a tenure of at most 15,000 years, and now sect master Mu is already nearing 12,000 years. Menjing brother, you are also a member of the Mu family, a direct descendant of the sect master. Besides Jun Dongzhen, whom else would he cultivate if not you? But if Jun Dongzhen lives and comes back, it would be uncertain whose hands the future sect master position would fall into. Hearing his confidant subordinate's suggestion, Mu Menjing's expression fluctuated unpredictably. All right. After a long time, Mu Menjing suddenly stood up, his eyes cold as he spoke. Outside Cloud Mist Blessed Land, Jun Dongzhen, Mu Lianer, and their children Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan were saying goodbye to Lin Yuan. Little brother, just stay well in Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Jun Jilan said reluctantly. The sect's order only required Jun Dongzhen's family of 4 to go to Vast Cliff Mountain. As for Wuji, their perennially reclusive youngest son, he was not included. Perhaps in Mu Qingliu's eyes, Wuji didn't warrant attention. What significance does a golden core stage body cultivator have for the Daoda Immortal Sect? Moreover, since Wuji had joined the Cloud Mist Blessed Land, he had never taken the initiative to enter Mount Morality Immortal, making him an absolutely harmless entity. Be careful on your way. Lin Yuan looked towards Jun Dongzhen and Mu Lianer and said. What's there to be careful about? That vast cliff mountain is also under the protection of the Taihao Immortal Mirror's power within the Central Divine Continent. Those wastrels from the Ghost Palace, Demon Saint's Nest, and Blood Demon Sea, could they possibly dare to attack me? Jun Dongzhen said with a smile. Clearly, he was very confident in his sect's founding artifact. Regardless, it's always safe to be cautious, Lin Yuan said. External enemies are not to be feared. The real threat comes from enemies within. For example, there's Mu Menjing. Through years of understanding, Lin Yuan knew that Mu Menjing was the type to hold grudges. It's not that such a personality is bad in a cultivator. But one must always be on guard. Understood? Then we'll take our leave first. Jun Dongzhen waved his hand, and then left with Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan. Lin Yuan watched as Jun Dongzhen and the others disappeared. He then turned and returned to the Cloud Mist Blessed Land. In the cultivation chamber, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Go, follow them, Lin Yuan thought briefly. The Taiyuan primordial spirit emerged from his body and quickly disappeared from the spot. Vast Cliff Ancient Path. This is the essential path that leads to Vast Cliff Mountain. In the dense forest beside the ancient path, several figures were all stationed there. These figures with concealed auras were all Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords. They've arrived. That Jun Dongjin's family is almost here. The figures carefully observed, sensing the aura thousands of miles away. Soon, a jade chariot arrived swiftly, clearly a top-notch flying ship talisman. Later, we won't need to act personally, just jointly activate this talisman, said the leading figure, struggling to pull out a pale golden talisman from his storage bag. This pale golden talisman, even without being activated, emitted an immensely terrifying power. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage. The surrounding figures looked at the talisman with intense interest. This was a foundation of the Daoda Immortal sect. If it weren't for Mu Menjing bringing monks from the Mu family, let alone taking out a refined void stage talisman, they wouldn't even get to touch it. As soon as that jade chariot, the leading divinity transformation monarch began to make arrangements. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage, just to activate it, required all these divinity transformation monarchs to join forces. Suddenly, at that moment, under the watchful eyes of several divinity transformation monarchs, the pale golden symbol talisman of the refined void stage, as if stimulated, suddenly activated itself. Whoom! The symbol talisman of the refined void stage exploded. It formed an illusory defensive barrier, but the next moment, the defensive barrier shattered. From the talisman's self-activation to the explosion of the formed barrier, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even for divinity transformation monarchs, they were somewhat dumbfounded at that moment. What just happened? This? The leading divinity transformation stage cultivator, as if he realized something, his face showed a look of terror. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage. Generally, there are two ways to use it. One is active activation, which is offensive. The other is passive defense, which activates itself when facing an irresistible threat, forming a defensive barrier. This method, even when facing an attack from an ancient saint of the same level, could withstand for a moment. However, just now, the defensive barrier formed by the symbol talisman of the refined void stage lasted only a moment. The leading divinity transformation monarch trembled. He instinctively looked towards the sky. Between heaven and earth, an ancient and vast breath had emerged at some unknown time, overshadowing the sun and the sky. This divinity transformation monarch could vaguely see that above the vault of heaven, under that bright moon, a figure emitting yin energy almost merging with the moon appeared. This figure, though under the bright moon, seemed to encompass the entire moon. He had his left hand behind his back and his right hand stretched downward, as if to crush a few ants, but seemed to be momentarily halted by some obstruction. The bright moon hung high. The power of Taiyin permeated the air. Lin Yuan looked down, gazing at those Mahayana phase heaven lords with weak knees. Following behind Jun Dongjin and the others, the Taiyin primordial spirit's perception was vast. It detected an ambush from tens of thousands of miles away. Thus, he arrived ahead of time, planning to crush them with ease. It was just that the power of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage was still within Lin Yuan's expectations. Could it really block his attack for a moment? The immortal cultivation system does have its unique advantages. Thoughts churned through Lin Yuan's mind, such as the talismanic path that could preserve the power of an ancient saint of refinement void almost perfectly intact. The mysteries involved left Lin Yuan somewhat astounded. Boom! At that moment, in the center of the central divine continent, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A light that emitted immeasurable brightness and immeasurable catastrophes descended in an instant, and a mirror light incarnation condensed. Then it directly delivered a strike towards Lin Yuan. This strike subtly caused the surrounding space to stiffen, its fearsome power sweeping across every inch of air. A common divinity transformation stage heaven lord, or even the great prince of the barbaric demon saint nest if resurrected, would risk perishing directly if they dared to resist this attack outright, its might suggesting it was close to the pinnacle of hollow void realm of the ethereal refinement stage. Taihao immortal mirror? Troublesome? Lin Yuan's brows knitted slightly. He had been very careful just now to contain his power, yet he was still detected by the Taihao immortal mirror, which descended directly. However, it might not be the Taihao immortal mirror sensing Lin Yuan's intervention. Perhaps it was the shattering of that symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage that caused the Taihao immortal realm to sense something. Rustling. Lin Yuan retreated a step. With his sleeves fluttering, he He nonchalantly blocked the strike that almost reached the pinnacle of the hollow void realm of the ethereal refinement stage. Invisible shocks spread out in all directions, and had the clash of powers between these two ancient saints not been intentionally contained, thousands of miles of the land would already have begun to crack. Thousands of miles away, Jun Dongjin and the others, riding a jade chariot treasure, approached slightly and immediately detected the clash of ancient saint powers. Are two ancient saints fighting? One of them is the sect master, but who is the other? Jun Dongjin was greatly surprised. There were only a handful of refinement void ancient saints in the world, each with a distinguished reputation. Where is it? Jun Dongjin looked up at the sky and saw two figures confronting each other. The one on the left, surrounded by immortal light, was none other than the mirror incarnation of the immortal sect leader, Mu Qingliu. The figure on the right, with fluttering sleeves and blurred face, stood under the bright moon, their presence as vast as the moon itself. The power of Taiyan, could it be the ghost cultivator king from the Nether Palace? Jun Dongjin speculated in his heart. Of all ancient saints, only the ghost cultivator king's aura came closest to this figure. Father, what is that? Jun Jilan seemed to have discovered something and whispered while pointing in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Jun Dongjin saw several divinity transformation stage heaven lords trembling in a hidden corner. These heaven lords were pale-faced and lacked even the courage to flee. Who are they? Jun Dongjin observed carefully. In the central divine continent, including the East Sea, the Barbarian Wilderness, the Blood Demon Sea, and the Nether Palace, there were several known strong individuals who had reached the divinity transformation stage. The aura of a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. Jun Dongjin's expression turned solemn. He vaguely sensed the aura of a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage around these terror-stricken divinity transformation stage heaven lords. A symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. In today's world, only the Daoda immortal sect could make such a thing. It's not that having the strength of the refining void period allows you to leave behind a talisman of that stage. Creating one requires a specific level of talent and talismanic paths, and a certain core material of the talisman is unique to the Daoda immortal sect. That is to say, the faint aura of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage that Jun Dongjin sensed could only come from the Daoda immortal sect. This symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage must belong to the 21st generation sect master of the immortal sect, Mu Xiaozhou. Jun Dongjin thought silently to himself. Each ancient saint was unique, and a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage bears the full force strike of one such saint. Therefore, just by the aura of the talisman, one could distinguish which ancient saint it was from, especially with the Daoda immortal sect's heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Every sect leader who reached the level of an ancient saint of refinement void was enshrined and worshipped by countless disciples of the sect. The Mu family's symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. Jun Dongjin's feelings were mixed. The Mu family, as one of the three main veins of the immortal sect, had produced more than one sect leader of the ethereal refinement period. Mu Xiaozhou, the 21st generation sect master, and Mu Qingliu, the current, 30th generation sect master. Both came from the Mu family. Jun Dongjin was no fool. On the Vast Cliff ancient path, a necessary route to Vast Cliff Mountain, several divinity transformation stage heaven lords lay in ambush, holding symbol talismans of the ethereal refinement stage in hand. What do they intend to do? Sect master. Jun Dongjin sighed softly in his heart. He knew these people were definitely not arranged by the sect master. If the sect master wanted to kill him, there was no need for such trouble. Suppression with the Taihao immortal mirror would suffice. There was no point in wasting a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. But if it wasn't the sect master's doing, it was done by someone from the Mu family. And it would have been one of the Mu family's high-ranking members, as no one else could have taken a reflecting void symbol talisman that belonged to their ancestor. Does Mu Menjing want to eliminate me root and branch? Jun Dongjin felt somewhat disheartened for a moment. He admitted there was competition between him and Mu Menjing, the two frequently clashing. But that was all out in the open. It's normal for disciples of the immortal sect to have disagreements, but now, Mu Menjing was actually making a move to kill. Beneath the high sky, the immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu, with the aid of the Taihao immortal mirror, descended in a mirror incarnation and gazed solemnly at Lin Yuan. From the brief exchange they just had, Mu Qingliu inferred that the strength of the formidable individual before him was at least at the peak of the hollow void realm. Though his true self hadn't descended, the area was still within the bounds of the central divine continent, enveloped by the might of the Taihao immortal mirror. The avatar descended by the mirror's light would require, at the very least, a cultivator of the refinement void Dongshu layer to withstand. And the fact that Lin Yuan could so effortlessly block that strike indicated that he possessed, at a minimum, the combat power of someone at the peak of the hollow void realm. Who exactly are you? Mu Qingliu scrutinized Lin Yuan, noting the similarity between his aura and that of the ghost cultivator king from the ghost palace of Netherworld. Both were of the power of Taiyan. However, Mu Qingliu keenly sensed a difference. Compared to the ghost cultivator king, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan was much purer, almost as though he was an incarnation of the infinite power of Taiyan itself. Who I am is not important. What's interesting is the overt and covert struggles within your immortal sect. Lin Yuan glanced at the trembling Mahayana phase heaven lords below and the jade carriage artifact that had stopped in the distance. Overt and covert struggles? Mu Qingliu internally sighed. The moment he descended, after sensing the presence of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage, he had already figured out most of the situation. Mu Qingliu could never have imagined that Mu Menjing had such a small-mindedness. Even though he had sent Jun Dongjin's family to the remote vast cliff mountain, far from the immortal sect's power core, Mu Menjing still harbored such wariness toward Jun Dongjin, daring to strike en route. This is an internal matter of the immortal sect, which should be irrelevant to you. Mu Qingliu said with a composed expression. In truth, he had been keeping tabs on Jun Dongjin's whereabouts all along. Even if Lin Yuan hadn't intervened, the very instant those Mahayana heavenly monarchs activated the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage, he would have been alerted. For Mu Qingliu, his concern rested with the overall direction of the Daoda immortal sect. Jun Dongjin possessed a talent rarely seen, and even if he couldn't become the sect master, he was someone that could be of significant use and absolutely must not die. In fact, whether one becomes the sect master of the immortal sect is not of utmost importance. As long as one can step into the refined void stage and wield the founding artifact of the sect, one would be invincible in this world. As for the ultimate stages within the refining void perioda, entering void, hollow void, or refined void, there isn't any fundamental difference. This was also the reason why, despite knowing that Jun Dongjin had higher potential than Mu Menjing, the latter was still chosen. Mu Menjing was also born with a heavenly spiritual root, and with many foundations within the immortal sect like the 9 heavens glazed water and other treasures, there shouldn't be any problem breaking through to the refining void stage. To put it simply, the advantage of talent held by Jun Dongjin was not indispensable. But the advantage that Mu Menjing had, which stemmed from being part of the Mu family, was something Jun Dongjin lacked. If this generation of the Mu family did not have a talented disciple like Mu Menjing, Mu Qingliu, for the future of the immortal sect, would definitely choose to cultivate Jun Dongjin as the next sect master. Daring to meddle in the affairs of my immortal sect, I'd like to see on what grounds you do so. Mu Qingliu raised his right hand, and an illusory image of a mirror appeared. It was the projection of the Taihao immortal mirror, the founding artifact of the sect. Mu Qingliu's true body, together with the genuine Taihao immortal mirror, resided at Mount Morality Immortal and were not to emerge lightly. However, the avatar reflected by the mirror light in the mirror's projection could descend to any place in this world. Especially within the range of the central divine continent, it could retain the power of the refinement void stage. Boom! In an instant, Mu Qingliu struck once more, to the 9 heavens. Lin Yuan's form vanished, and when he reappeared, he had already traversed tens of thousands of meters to reach the high heavens. Ancient saints of this realm who engage in battle typically take the 9 heavens as their battleground. The space here is more vast, allowing ancient saints to unleash their full power. In the north of the divine continent, the blood demon sea stirred, its blood-red waters rippling gently. On a secluded island deep within, the master of the blood demon's expression subtly changed. Ancient saints clashing in the 9 heavens? The blood demon master looked up, gazing toward a certain direction. A casual blow from an ancient saint can shake the heavens and the earth, let alone a battle between two such beings? Such fluctuations in aura, while perhaps imperceptible to lower-level cultivators, would be unmistakably clear to anyone in the refining void stage, with no detail overlooked. Is it that old fellow Mu Qingliu? It should only be his mirror incarnation. But since the location is within the central divine continent, even if it's just a mirror incarnation, it still possesses the combat power of the peak of the hollow void realm. Which ancient saint would dare to make a move here against Mu Qingliu? The Blood Demon Master was somewhat in disbelief. Normally, no ancient saint would willingly engage Mu Qingliu within the bounds of the central divine continent. Because that wouldn't be a normal fight. Mu Qingliu, with the founding artifact of the sect in hand, is invincible in this world, and his combat and killing power surpass the limits of the refining void stage. As for the avatar created from the mirror's light, it might be weaker, but what would be the point in battling with an avatar? Having paid a huge price to win, Mu Qingliu only lost an avatar, which would recover in half an hour with the power of the founding artifact of the sect. If he had lost, then he would have been chased and beaten by the mirror avatar, devoid of any dignity befitting an ancient saint. This aura, the power of Taiyin, is it that old Yin god? Wasn't the Yin god quite cowardly before? How come he has such courage this time? The Blood Demon Prime God was surprised. Barbaric Demon Saint Nest. The colossal ape demon saint also felt the fluctuations of an ancient saint-level battle. Rare indeed. That old Yin god, he actually made a move this time? The ape demon saint clicked his tongue in amazement. For beings like them, there wasn't much entertainment, but they would definitely pay attention to a battle at their level. South of Divine Continent. Ghost Palace of Netherworld. A god-man sat on the throne. Feeling the fluctuations of an ancient saint-level fight, he fell into contemplation. The god-man's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. The aura of the ancient saint battling with Mu Qingliu did indeed somewhat resemble his. But it was just that, similar. Ghost cultivators wield the power of Taiyin, but they also encompass the Yuming Death Qi. However, that figure was entirely powered by the power of Taiyin, and its power of Taiyin was much purer, to the extent that even a refinement void layer ghost cultivator like the God-Man couldn't compare. Who exactly is it? The God-Man immediately contacted the Blood Demon Prime God and the Demon Saint of the Nest, clarifying that he hadn't battled with Mu Qingliu and inquiring about the identity of the battling ancient saint. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan lay lazily on the top floor of a mountain loft. At the same time, he was paying attention to the movements of the Daoda Immortal sect. Cloud Mist Blessed Land wasn't far from the Daoda Immortal sect, only tens of thousands of miles away, and Lin Yuan's current perceptive abilities could easily cover that distance. Lin Yuan faintly sensed the shifting qi in the Daoda Immortal sect. Mu Qingliu, holding the founding artifact of the sect, wanted to send the true body of the immortal artifact to the 9 heavens, to thoroughly detain that mysterious Taiyin ancient saint. The consciousness synchronized, in the 9 heavens above. Lin Yuan's Yin god glanced in the direction of the Daoda Immortal sect, repelled Mu Qingliu with one strike. His figure dispersed, turning into wisps of the power of Taiyin, vanishing between heaven and earth. Ran away? Mu Qingliu's expression was ugly. He had been thinking about joining with his true form to deliver a fatal blow to this mysterious ancient saint. The opponent had run away. Is it a coincidence or? Mu Qingqiu's expression was grave as he too disappeared from sight. The battle between Lin Yuan and Mu Qingliu had a significant impact on Central Divine Continent, as well as the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Barbarian East Sea. This was an ancient saint-level battle, which might not occur even once in many years. Refining void ancient saints, there were only a few in the entire world, and under the suppression of the Daoda Immortal sect, the ancient saints rarely took action. Not to mention that one of the participating ancient saints this time was Mu Qingliu, the sect master of the Daoda Immortal sect. East Sea. Baiyu Island. The numerous disciples of Baiyu Island were also discussing the matter of the ancient saints' battle. Have you heard? In the 9 heavens above Central Divine Continent, there was a battle between ancient saints not long ago. Ancient saints? Refining void ancient saints? Good heavens, even such beings would engage in combat? It's unclear, but one of the refining void ancient saints involved in the battle is the sect master of the Daoda Immortal sect, who has already stepped into the hollow void realm. I heard that the piece of 9 heavens where the 2 ancient saints fought, the gang winds tore apart, and the murderous intent belonging to the ancient saints hasn't dissipated even now. Ordinary Mahayana heavenly monarchs don't dare to get close. That's a refining void ancient saint. It's a good thing the battlefield was in the 9 heavens, if it were in central divine continent. Tisk tisk. Refining void ancient saints, I wonder when we'll get to see such powerhouses for ourselves. On Bayou Island, many disciples conversed in low voices during their rest, their tones filled with longing. At the core area of Bayou Island, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The conversations of the disciples on the island naturally couldn't escape his attention. Refining void ancient saints? Lin Yuan slowly stood up, walked outside, and casually sat on a huge rock, glancing in the direction of the Taoda immortal sect in central divine continent, and smiled faintly, merely so. It's just that founding artifact of the sect. Lin Yuan had a slightly grave expression. Up to now, Lin Yuan had encountered the Tai Hao immortal instruments twice. The first time was during the grand ceremony of the ethereal void, where Lin Yuan and his parents went to Mount Morality Immortal to congratulate Mu Qingliu. During that period, Lin Yuan's yang spirit had annihilated the forces of the Black Gauze Archipelago, causing the plans of the Taoda immortal sect to fail, which infuriated Mu Qingliu, who directly activated the Tai Hao immortal instrument and descended in incarnation upon the eastern sea islands. The second time was not long ago when Lin Yuan, using his yin god, battled with an incarnation of the mirror light for a while and felt the true power of the Tai Hao immortal mirror. Through these 2 encounters, Lin Yuan determined that the tier of Tai Hao immortal realm must surpass the refining void period. That is, above the refining void period, a treasure of the Unity Path stage. The Unity Path stage had already surpassed the limits of this world. Only in the legendary Spirit Realm did such mighty beings exist. Spirit Realm. Lin Yuan's expression sank into brief contemplation. There were rumors that the Taoda immortal sect holds the Ascension platform that leads from this world to the Spirit Realm. Successive immortal sect leaders, after managing the Taoda immortal sect for 10 to 20,000 years, would disappear without a trace, precisely through the Ascension platform, to the fabled Spirit Realm. Of course, such a claim had no basis and probably only the immortal sect leader of the Taoda immortal sect knew the truth. Perhaps the refinement void ghost king of the ghost palace of Netherworld, the lord of the blood demon of the blood demon sea, and the demon saint of the demon saint's nest also knew something. It's irrelevant. With just another 200 years to cultivate to the peak of the 6th rank, or even break through to the 7th rank, no secrets would be secrets before me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Now, he needed not pry into the secrets of the Spirit Realm, or Ascension. There was no significance in doing so, it was better to focus all his time on cultivation. First to become invincible under the heavens, then see. Taoda immortal sect. Sect Master Mu Qingliu sat aloft. Mu Menjing knelt below, his face pale and his expression filled with fear. He had never thought that after using the treasured symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage from the Mu family's collection, he still failed to kill Jun Dongjin. Not only had he failed to kill him, but the sect master noticed it immediately. Now, having expended an extremely precious symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage and Jun Dongjin not being dead meant that he, Mu Menjing, was not the sole candidate for the succession of the immortal sect. Mu Qingliu had other options, such as reusing Jun Dongjin. If that were the case, it would mean that Mu Menjing was completely out of favor with the sect master. Do you know where you went wrong? Mu Qingliu looked at Mu Menjing, his eyes showing disappointment. He had not expected Mu Menjing to lack such resolution and utterly devoid of tolerance. Sect master, I should not have acted against a fellow sect member. I shouldn't have acted against Jun Dongjin. Mu Menjing immediately admitted his mistake. Since Mu Qingliu had called him aside alone and personally mentioned the matter, Mu Menjing realized that his antics could not have gone undetected. If that was the case, it was better to openly admit his wrongdoing. Perhaps there was still a chance for things to turn around. After all, his relationship with Mu Qingliu was far from being as simple as that of a sect master and a disciple. Incorrect. You erred in that you acted too soon. And too hastily. Mu Qingliu looked at Mu Menjing and spoke indifferently. When he took over as the leader of the immortal sect, He too had used some tactics, so Mu Menjing's preemptive actions to eliminate competitors were not uncommon. It was what Mu Qingliu had left over from his own strategies. However, such actions required restraint. With Zhen Dongjin being transferred away from Mount Morality Immortal and distanced from the epicenter of power, his abilities being decent and his distinction between public and private affairs clear, it was far more useful to let him live than to have him dead. Mu Menjing looked baffled. He originally thought that the sect master would chastise his actions, but instead, it seemed that the sect master thought he had been too hasty. When you reach the refining void period, you will realize how laughable those former struggles were, be it Zhen Dongjin or anyone else. They are all pawns in your hands. Killing them is like weakening your own power, Mu Qingliu said calmly. This was also his greatest realization after stepping into the refining void period. From the perspective of an ancient saint, how ridiculous were some past actions. Having absolute power rendered everything subordinate. Mu Menjing's eyes widened. When Mu Qingliu mentioned, when you reach the refining void period, Mu Menjing trembled. What did the sect master mean? What was this about stepping into the refining void period? The order to transfer Dongjin to Vast Cliff Mountain. Could you not discern that I had already chosen you as the next sect master? Mu Qingliu said blandly. Sect master. Mu Qingliu was extremely agitated in his mind. Indeed, when Zhen Dongjin received the transfer order, he had indeed thought that Zhen Dongjin had been eliminated from the list of candidates for sect master. But Mu Menjing could only speculate, never sure whether his thoughts were true or false. What if Zhen Dongjin was only being sent away for a while and came back soon? Thus, for the sake of certainty, Mu Menjing decided to take a risky move. From his high seat, Mu Qingliu looked at Mu Menjing, whose emotions were overflowing, and sighed internally again. Mu Menjing really was not as good as Zhen Dongjin. But who could blame Mu Menjing for being his offspring? Actually, with the centuries-old foundation of the Daoda Immortal sect, it made little difference who became the sect master. Even if Zhen Dongjin became the sect master, he wouldn't be able to flatten the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, or Demon Saint's Nest. Even if Mu Menjing was somewhat inferior, becoming the sect master wouldn't mean a significant reduction in the Daoda Immortal sect's power. The strong foundation of the Daoda Immortal sect persisted. Even if a pig became the sect master, as long as he possessed the cultivation of the refining void period and held the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he could still slaughter widely. In this world, the Daoda Immortal sect is a major force. Do you still want to kill Zhen Dongjin? Mu Qingliu glanced at Mu Menjing and asked. No, sect master, I can swear that I will not lay a hand on Zhen Dongjin. Mu Menjing said without hesitation. As long as he could become an ancient saint of Refine Void and become the leader of the immortal sect. What would Zhen Dongjin count for then? At this moment, Mu Menjing had vaguely understood the mentality that Mu Qingliu had mentioned. Even Zhen Dongjin, whom he once regarded as a major threat, would eventually serve him and guard the great business of the immortal sect for him. In such a situation, Mu Menjing would rather see more talents like Zhen Dongjin emerge. Why kill them? Wuji is Zhen Dongjin's younger son, lacking the spirit root, and seldom leaves the cloud mist blessed land, posing no threat to you. Mu Qingliu once again spoke. Sect master, you underestimate me too much. How could I, Mu Menjing, lay a hand on Wuji? Mu Menjing said immediately with a serious expression. And that was indeed the truth. Over the years, Mu Menjing had regarded Zhen Dongjin, even Mu Lianer, Zhen Xiaoyao, and Zhen Jilan, as threats. He was wary even of the younger generation, but he had never regarded Wuji as a threat. A cripple without even a spirit root, what is there to be wary of? That's why Mu Menjing had never made any moves against Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Because it simply wasn't necessary. That's good then. Wuji is also pitiful. Mu Qingliu nodded. After all, he was Wuji's maternal grandfather. Knowing that Wuji had no spirit root since childhood, although no one dared to bully him, he was extremely sensitive inside. Otherwise, why would a normal person hide in the Cloud Mist Blessed Land and hardly ever come out in decades? As long as Wuji is there, the Cloud Mist Blessed Land is his, and no one can touch it. Upon hearing the implications from Mu Qingliu, Mu Menjing immediately assured. Since that is so, Mu Qingliu nodded slightly. Come with me. I will show you the biggest secret of our Daoda Immortal sect. The buffer zone between the barbarian wilderness and Central Earth, that mysterious refined void body cultivator. And recently, that mysterious ancient saint, who emanated the power of Taiyin and whose power was at the hollow void peak. These two seemingly out-of-nowhere ancient saints of refined void added another layer of pressure on Mu Qingliu's heart. The pressure here, it's not about the Tao Te Immortal sect facing the risk of collapse or anything of that sort. But rather, he was worried that these ancient saints, together with those three old fellows, might stir up another great war in the central divine continent. Indeed, no matter the scale of the great war, it would not affect the rule of the Tao Te Immortal sect. Relying on Mount Morality Immortal and the Taihao Immortal Mirror, the sect was as solid as a rock. But it was annoying. Just as if there were originally only 3 flies flying around, and now a few more appeared. And battles at the ancient saint level could easily fracture the central divine continent, which the Tao Te Immortal sect had long considered as their own dominion. Therefore, the Tao Te Immortal sect must soon have a second ancient saint of refined void. 2 ancient saints of refined void, one stationed in Mount Morality Immortal. One holding the Taihao Immortal Realm, stepping out of the Immortal Mountain, to sweep away any potential enemies. Vast Cliff Mountain. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan were gathered in a cave dwelling. We might not be able to return anytime soon, Jun Dongjin sighed. He had come to realize that the sect master's decision to transfer him away from Mount Morality Immortal was to pave the way for Mu Menjing. That is to say, the future leader of the Tao Te Immortal sect, the ancient saint, had already been decided. It would be Mu Menjing. The future of Jun Dongjin now needed to be determined by Mu Menjing. Father. Mu Lianer looked dejected. Mu Qingliu had ultimately chosen someone from the Mu family to be the sect master. This decision was somewhat expected, for even beings as elevated as the ancient saint of refined void cannot be utterly impartial, having human emotions. Abandoning Jun Dongjin to choose Mu Menjing, it was not a strange occurrence. It's good that Wuji did not come with us to endure these hardships. Jun Jilan spoke softly. Cloud Mist Blessed Land had the effect of extending life. Wuji did not possess a spirit root, and body cultivation did not substantially increase lifespan. So, staying in Cloud Mist Blessed Land, Wuji could easily live for a few hundred years. If he were to consume any life-extending elixirs, perhaps he could live for a millennium. But if he had left Cloud Mist Blessed Land and come to this vast cliff mountain with them, his lifespan would definitely be sharply reduced, dropping to that of an ordinary person. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Over these 100 years, the situation in Central Divine Continent gradually became unstable. Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, and Nether Palace conspired in secret, desiring to incite another great war in Central Divine Continent. The only disappointment for the Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, and Nether Palace was the 2 mysterious ancient saints who had once appeared. One was an ancient saint of body cultivation. The other was an ancient saint of the power of Taiyin. They had not shown themselves again. If they could ally with these 2 ancient saints, their chances of inciting a great war in Central Divine Continent would greatly increase. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Cultivation Chamber, finally. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged, a smile appearing on his face. Over 100 years, Lin Yuan, apart from routinely practicing enlightenment, had been attempting to thoroughly understand the essential nature of that physical body divine ability of blood rebirth. This physical body divine ability was extremely complex and involved many aspects, and even though Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding, it had taken him 100 years to barely grasp it. With this, even if I return to the main world, I can use this divine skill. Lin Yuan's mind was pleased. Blood rebirth had miraculous effects for preserving life, and naturally, the more such methods, the better. It's just a pity that this divine skill cannot be widely disseminated. It will operate differently according to each individual's body constitution. I spent 100 years using my main world physical body as a template, and the blood rebirth techniques that I've comprehended can only be applied to the physical bodies in the main world. Lin Yuan's expression held a tinge of regret. He had originally planned to sell this divine skill to the goddess of wisdom, but it now seemed unfeasible. Although Lin Yuan felt some disappointment, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The higher the level and the more powerful the divine gift, the greater its restrictions. In the main world universe starry sky, some special secret technique heritages possess uniqueness. That is to say, in the same era, only one life can master this kind of secret technique heritage. This is an ironclad rule of the main world. Even if you have fully comprehended the secret technique heritage, you still cannot use it. Blood Demon C. The Blood Demon Master sat on an island deep within. After more than 100,000 years, I can finally stir up a great war in the central divine continent again. The Blood Demon Master's expression was one of excitement. 120,000 years ago, he had instigated a great war in the central divine continent alongside the Demon Saint's Nest and Nether Palace. However, he was utterly defeated at the time and had only just recovered over the past few thousand years. Dauda Immortal Sect occupying the Ascension platform has forced us to remain in this realm. The Blood Demon Master muttered to himself, "Master." At this moment, a blood-colored figure condensed above the Blood Demon Sea and bowed towards the Blood Demon Master. The central divine continent is filled with formations laid by the Dauda Immortal Sect. If we want to enter the central divine continent with minimal losses, we need to ascertain the specific locations of these formations and other details. The blood-colored figure spoke softly. "What is your plan?" The Blood Demon Master went straight to the point. There are not many in the Dauda Immortal Sect who are privy to these formations, one of them being Jun Dongjin. The blood-colored figure implied meaningfully, "It has been no secret that Jun Dongjin was assigned to Vast Cliff Mountain over the last century." The next sect master of the Dauda Immortal Sect was almost certainly going to be Mu Menjing. Jun Dongjin had already become an expendable piece for the Dauda Immortal Sect. Subordinates believe that Jun Dongjin can be won over. If he can be made to service, invading the central divine continent would be much easier. The blood-colored figure continued. Indeed. The Blood Demon Master nodded slightly. He could guess that Jun Dongjin probably harbored deep resentment towards the Dauda Immortal Sect. Now was the right time to win him over, but one thing must be kept in mind. Jun Dongjin cannot be directly won over. Surely the Dauda Immortal Sect has laid plans near Vast Cliff Mountain. The Blood Demon Master spoke up, "So the Master wants to?" The blood-colored figure inquired softly. "Approach Jun Dongjin's young son, Jun Wuji. Then, through Jun Wuji, we can lure Jun Dongjin without fail and avoid the detection of any abnormalities by the Dauda Immortal Sect." The Blood Demon Master put forth, "Master is wise." The blood-colored figure, after pondering for a moment, was filled with admiration. Directly winning over Jun Dongjin indeed bore great risks. Jun Dongjin, having once been a high-ranking official of the Dauda Immortal Sect, would undoubtedly still be protected by many means, even though he was no longer in favor. By attempting to win over Jun Dongjin, they would essentially be informing the Dauda Immortal Sect of their intentions. On the contrary, Jun Dongjin's son, Wuji, held much less prominence. Moreover, Cloud Mist Blessed Land was located right next to the Dauda Immortal Sect. Hidden in plain sight, applied here. It was likely that the Dauda Immortal Sect would never suspect their interest in Wuji. Remember, when dealing with Jun Wuji, never use force. We must threaten or promise great wealth. The Blood Demon Master reminded. At the same time, he opened his palm and a blood-red crystal appeared. Carrying this object will allow you to temporarily evade the surveillance of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. The Blood Demon Master declared. After fighting with the Dauda Immortal Sect numerous times over hundreds of thousands of years, the Blood Demon Master had naturally accumulated some measures against the Dauda Immortal Sect. Especially that Taihao Immortal Mirror. However, the means of evading the Taihao Immortal Mirror's surveillance came at a great cost to the Blood Demon Master. And there were numerous limitations, it couldn't be widely disseminated. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. At the top of the mountain, within a pavilion. Lin Yuan lay in a chaise lounge, leisurely basking in the sun. "You may leave." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Yes." Chunhua and Choeui bowed and exited. Time passed unknowingly. In the shadow of the pavilion, a blood-colored figure appeared soundlessly. Jun Wuji. The blood-colored figure approached Lin Yuan, voice hoarse and deep. "I know your great secret." The blood-colored figure gazed at Jun Wuji intently. "Great secret?" Lin Yuan was momentarily startled. He had already detected the presence of the blood-colored figure. The ability to infiltrate central divine continent and cloud mist blessed land came from a special aura exuding from the figure's body. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to see if the blood-colored figure's intrusion was due to a specific matter. But hearing the figure openly claim to know his great secret, he couldn't help but be surprised. Great secret? Which great secret do you refer to? Lin Yuan asked solemnly. Which great secret? The blood-colored figure was somewhat confused. Could it be that this Jun Wuji had many secrets? And they had to ask about which great secret? Wuji, are you joking? What great secret are you talking about? The blood-colored figure let out a cold laugh, feeling that Wuji was being pretentious. He had been ordered by the master of the blood demon seed to cozy up to Wuji, aiming to win over Jun Dongjin, a former high-ranking member of the Daoda Immortal sect, through Wuji. Having been abandoned by the Daoda Immortal sect, Jun Dongjin must be harboring resentments. With a sufficiently attractive offer from the blood demon sea, the probability of success was high. To ensure Jun Dongjin's complete allegiance, there must be no coercion in winning over Wuji. Otherwise, how could Jun Dongjin not harbor mistrust when he sees the blood demon sea treating his youngest son in such a manner? Coercion was not an option. Therefore, they could only promise significant benefits, or engage in semi-threatening tactics. The blood-colored figure, prior to his infiltration into the central divine continent, had meticulously reviewed all the intelligence related to Wuji. He did in fact unearth a secret concerning Wuji. I really want to know what this great secret is, Lin Yuan said earnestly. His own secrets were far too numerous, and he wasn't certain which one the blood-colored figure was referring to at the moment. Was it from 100 or 200 years ago when he casually annihilated the hidden operatives of the Daoda Immortal sect in the Black Gauze archipelago, over a dozen Mahayana heavenly monarchs and more than 50 nascent soul true monarchs? Or was it his ascension to the realm of ancient saint in body cultivation, unheard of in the central divine continent for tens of thousands of years, and how he had crushed the great emperor of the demon saints' nest, who was said to rival ancient saints, underfoot several times? Or perhaps it was about him, in the guise of the Taiyin primordial spirit, battling the Taoist immortal sect master Mu Qingliu in the 9 heavens, escaping unscathed in the end. Additionally, there was the master Yuanyang from the East Sea, who was not the half-step ancient saint the world believed he was. Humph. The blood-colored figure saw that Lin Yuan seemed truly unaware. So, he decided to offer a hint. Wuji, I assume you're not at the golden core stage in body cultivation, the blood-colored figure whispered. Lin Yuan looked squarely at this blood-colored figure who he deemed less than an ant in his eyes. 20 years ago, among the cultivation resources you had your subordinates purchase from outside, there were ancient hidden flowers. Those are cultivation resources needed by body cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Your realm in body cultivation must have already reached the nascent soul stage, the blood-colored figure spoke confidently, holding a winning hand. This was his trump card for threatening Wuji. In just a short 100 to 200 years, Wuji had advanced from being a cripple to the nascent soul stage in body cultivation. Such body cultivation talent meant that stepping into the divinity transformation stage would pose no issues in the future. If this revelation had occurred over 100 years ago, it wouldn't have been a problem, but now, with Wuji's parents assigned to Vast Cliff Mountain, it was akin to losing their backing in the Daoda Immortal sect. Moreover, with Mu Menjing's rise to power, if he learned of a rival's son possessing such potential, wouldn't he harbor other thoughts? And this was the blood-colored figure's biggest bargaining chip. It was information sourced from within the Daoda Immortal sect, and it could also provoke Wuji's resentment towards Mu Menjing. Several gains in one fell swoop. Oh, Lin Yuan was expressionless. He had thought that the blood-colored figure really discovered some significant secret. Turned out, it was about this matter. Lin Yuan indeed had the habit of instructing his subordinates to periodically purchase cultivation resources from the outside. But that was for show, for outsiders. As for the ancient hidden flowers mentioned by the blood-colored figure, Choewi must have bought them casually. After speaking, the blood-colored figure, who had been full of anticipation and wanted to see Wuji's face contorted with fear, was expecting a panic at the revelation of his secret and possibly even the emergence of a thought to silence him with murder. All of these were within the blood-colored figure's expectations. He even had prepared a corresponding attitude to respond. But to his disappointment, he saw no change of expression on Wuji's face. How could that be? The blood-colored figure's thoughts were in disarray. Is there some other secret? Lin Yuan asked patiently. Isn't this secret significant enough? The blood-colored figure's tone rose a few notches as he spoke. Hiding the strength of a nascent soul-stage body cultivator, once exposed, would inevitably draw the attention of Mu Menjing. What would happen then, no one knew. The blood-colored figure's original plan was to leverage this secret to manipulate Wuji. Wuji, as long as you agree to work for us, Mu Menjing won't be able to harm you and my master will grant you a lifespan far exceeding those of cultivators. The blood-colored figure hurriedly continued when he sensed the situation unfolding unfavorably. To win over Wuji, threats alone weren't enough. Significant benefits must also be promised. The great reward the blood-colored figure could offer was longevity. As is well known, the lifespan of body cultivators is much shorter compared to that of cultivators. However, the master of the blood demon Sea Kid, through his own methods, transformed Wuji into a blood god child. Bound to the blood demon Sea, blood god child's lifespan would be terrifyingly extended. Moreover, the life and death of a blood god child would rest upon a single thought of the master of the blood demon Sea. If Wuji became a blood god child, he would be completely integrated into the blood demon Sea, unable even to betray it if he wanted. It seems I was overthinking. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had been aware of the blood-colored figure's affiliation with the blood demon Sea. While his aura might deceive others, it couldn't fool Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan initially thought that the blood demon Sea might actually know something. Now, it seemed he was the one overthinking. Even the nearby Daoda Immortal sect had not noticed his true identity. The blood demon Sea, far to the north of the divine continent, could actually do very little. Let's see what the master of the blood demon Sea is really up to. Lin Yuan's gaze rested on the blood-colored figure. The reason he had been conversing with the blood-colored figure was because he was worried that the figure might genuinely know something. Now that it was certain the other party understood nothing at all, he naturally planned to take direct action. The crimson figure felt puzzled upon hearing this. But the next moment, the crimson figure felt his consciousness rapidly descending. Bang! Streaks of blood light exploded on his body. These were clearly the crimson figure's life-preserving measures. Daring to infiltrate the central divine continent, infiltrating cloud mist blessed land. How could the crimson figure not have any trump cards? However, all the trump cards, all the life-preserving measures, even the crimson crystal bestowed by the blood demon lord, all rapidly collapsed. In the final moment where the crimson figure's consciousness completely sank. His gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with endless horror. Wrong. He was wrong. The blood demon lord was wrong too. Everyone in the world was mistaken. Jun Wuji, whom they regarded as easy prey, was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Even the crimson crystal bestowed by the blood demon lord could not withstand a moment. He, Jun Wuji, was at least at the level of an ancient saint. A few breaths later, Lin Yuan had finished browsing through the memories of the crimson figure. So he was planning to provoke a war in central divine continent. Lin Yuan roughly understood the blood demon lord's scheme. Blood demon Sea, demon saint's nest, nether palace. Why do these ancient refined void ancient saints repeatedly want to initiate a major battle in the world of immortal cultivation? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. With the Taihao immortal mirror stationed by Daoda immortal sect in central divine continent, no matter how great the battle, it couldn't harm its foundation. Blood demon Sea. The blood demon lord, sitting on a small island deep inside, suddenly opened his eyes. Dead? Died so quickly? The blood demon lord found it hard to believe. With the fallbacks he had placed in the crimson figure, even if truly discovered by the Daoda immortal sect, he should have been able to resist for a while. Could it be that Mu Qingliu took action with the Taihao immortal realm in hand? The blood demon lord could only think in this direction. Cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan was still lying on the lounge chair. After dealing with the crimson figure, Lin Yuan began pondering on one issue. My current strength. After 100 years of cultivation, aside from mastering the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. In the martial Dao, Lin Yuan also made significant progress, having advanced the martial Dao cultivation system to the 6th rank, 11th level. In the main world and immortal Dao world, The sixth rank corresponds to the refining void period. The refining void period further divides into entering void realm, hollow void realm, refining void realm. Entering void realm corresponds with 6th rank 1st to 3rd stage. Hollow void realm corresponds with 6th rank 4th to 6th stage. Void refinement realm corresponds with 6th rank 7th to 9th stage. Lin Yuan was already at the 6th rank 11th stage, and although he had not reached the 6th rank peak, his realm's strength had already surpassed the limits of the refining void period. Perhaps he was still not comparable to the Tao integration period above the refining void period, but the difference was not very large, at least much stronger than the peak of the refining void period's void refinement realm. 6th rank peak. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. 6th rank 12th stage was not difficult for him. In as few as 10 to 20 years, or as many as 50 to 60 years, he could step into it. Lin Yuan was thinking about how to step into the 7th rank. In both the main world and the immortal Tao world, the transition from 6th rank to 7th rank, as well as from refining void to Tao integration, represented a significant threshold. In the main world's chicken star domain, with 120,000 life planets, accumulating over thousands to tens of thousands of years, the number of 6th rank fallen star warriors exceeded 100,000. But for the 7th rank, even counting the 3 senior brothers of the chicken main star, the number of 7th rank evolvers would not exceed 100. Even on the so-called meat grinder of the battlefields of different races, a 7th rank evolver could lead one side, becoming a marquis or a king. Daoda Immortal Sect. In the deepest part of the Mount Morality secret realm, a sudden surge of vast aura flowed out, within the secret realm. A look of joy emerged on Mu Menjing's face. Refining void period. This is the refining void period, this is the ancient saint. Mu Menjing, feeling his mana completely transformed within, was brimming with ambitious dreams. He, Mu Menjing, also had this day. He also had the day to become an ancient saint. Sect Master. Mu Menjing took a deep breath. He calmed the excitement in his heart. Stepping out of the secret realm, he respectfully addressed Mu Qingliu. Although now he too was an ancient saint of refined void, Mu Menjing knew that he was still far behind Sect Master Mu Qingliu. This gap did not stem from strength, but from that founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao Immortal Mirror. Let alone the fact that Mu Menjing was just entering the refining void period, even if he stepped into the peak of the void refinement realm, deep in Mount Morality Immortal facing Mu Qingliu who was refining the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he would instantly be suppressed. The Taihao Immortal Mirror was not only a powerful immortal artifact, but it was also the hub of the entire Mount Morality Immortal. Whoever possessed the Taihao Immortal Mirror controlled the countless formation methods arranged over tens of thousands of years in Mount Morality Immortal. Rise. Mu Qingliu looked at Mu Menjing, a smile appearing on his face. Although he had long known that with Mu Menjing's talents, stepping into the refining void period with the resources of the Daoda Immortal Sect wasn't an issue. But at this moment Mu Qingliu still breathed a sigh of relief. The two settled down. Mu Qingliu then spoke to Mu Menjing about the next plans. With you presiding over the Immortal Sect, I plan to take the Taihao Immortal Mirror and go out for a while. It's been too long, and too many people have forgotten why my Daoda Immortal Sect can control the Central Divine Continent. Mu Qingliu's face showed a hint of coldness. Over the past century, he was not unaware of the movements of Nether Palace, Blood Demon Sea, and Demon Saint's Nest. He simply ignored them temporarily to protect Mu Menjing's path. Now that Mu Menjing had stepped into refining void, with him anchoring the Immortal Sect, Mu Qingliu could go out with peace of mind. Although the Daoda Immortal Sect had countless formations for protection. If there were no ancient saints presiding, being attacked by other refined void ancient saints would come at a great cost. This was also why, these past years, his own essence had always presided in Mount Morality Immortal. As long as he dared to leave Mount Morality Immortal with his true form. Whether he planned to confront the Blood Demon Sea or the Demon Saint's Nest of the Nether Palace. The other two sides would certainly strike against Mount Morality Immortal. But now that threat was no longer present, with Mu Menjing, an ancient saint, sitting in the Immortal Mountain. Even if 3 or 5 ancient saints besieged it, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Daoda Immortal Sect. Thus, Mu Qingliu could take action freely and restore the prestigious name of the Daoda immortal sect above all beings. Sect Master, which side do you plan to move against first? Mu Menjing asked in a low voice. Which side? Mu Qingliu pondered for a moment. Let's start with the East Sea. Over the past century, the development speed of Baiyu Island's White Jade Pavilion was extremely fast, almost having unified the Eastern Sea Islands. And that Master Yuanyang of Baiyu Island was only half an ancient saint. Over the years, even if he had made a breakthrough, it's impossible for him to have entered the refining void period. Given that, with Mu Qingliu's true form plus the Taihao immortal mirror, they would grasp a complete victory over the enemy. On the other hand, should Mu Qingliu choose to make a move against the Nether Palace, the Demon Saint's Nest, or the Blood Demon Sea first, Master Yuanyang would certainly hide upon hearing of it. In the end, the Daoda immortal sect, the Nether Palace, the Demon Saint's Nest, and the Blood Demon Sea were all old adversaries. The latter three had special trump cards, and although Mu Qingliu held the Taihao immortal mirror, he could only suppress them, not kill them. Therefore, taking action against the East Sea was most in line with Mu Qingliu's expectations. The East Sea. That Master Yuanyang of Baiyu Island deserves to die. Mu Menjing nodded and said. Initially, Master Yuanyang had destroyed his beloved Black Gauze archipelago that he had managed for many years. This was a grudge he still remembered to this day. I leave the sect in your hands. After saying these words, Mu Qingliu's figure vanished into the distance. The East Sea. Baiyu Island. Hundreds of thousands of White Jade Pavilion disciples gathered on the island. Moreover, a large number of mortals converged on Baiyu Island. Though called island, it was nearly 2 million li in size, equivalent to several Kanglan stars. If not for the vastness of the central divine continent, Baiyu Island should really be called Baiyu Continent. The core area of Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Below him, several disciples were raising cultivation queries, and Lin Yuan was answering them casually. Hundreds of years had passed, the foundation of the White Jade Pavilion had greatly increased. Cultivators at the martial Dao first rank exceeded 100,000, second rank surpassed 10,000, third rank was more than 2,000, and there were 322 individuals at the fourth stage martial Dao. There were 8 cultivators at martial Dao fifth stage. It could be said that, the White Jade Pavilion was undoubtedly the first in the Eastern Sea Islands today, and if Lin Yuan wished, uniting the Eastern Sea Islands would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something. He looked up toward the sky. On Baiyu Island, countless disciples were either gathering together or wandering alone, studying and cultivating martial Dao techniques. Suddenly above in the 9 heavens, a round immortal mirror radiating terrifying immortal light bobbed in and out of visibility. As the immortal mirror turned slightly, a beam of terrifying light descended from the 9 heavens. The terrifying nature of the mirror light brought even space itself to a near standstill. Wherever it passed, nature's spiritual energy dissolved into nothingness. It was foreseeable that, if this mirror light were to fall on Baiyu Island, the entire island would be pierced through, this holy land of cultivation completely destroyed. The fallout of the mirror light would lead to the death of all beings below the ancient saint level. What is that? This is bad, run quickly. It's too late, we're all going to die. Countless White Jade Pavilion disciples looked up at the sky, filled with despair. Beneath the terrifying light of the immortal mirror, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Death. No matter where they ran, it was death, just then. A figure appeared above Baiyu Island, instantly taking on a phenomenal size. He was so tall that his height was immeasurable, his force of Taiyang so intense it was like a second sun. The towering figure raised his hand lightly, and Baiyu Island, about the size of several Kanglan stars, was completely protected within the palm of his hand. In the 9 heavens above, Mu Qingliu stood with his hands behind his back. The Taihao immortal mirror hovered above his head. A terrifying beam of light from the mirror was already blasting towards Baiyu Island below. At this moment, Mu Qingliu himself had arrived, carrying the true body of the Taihao immortal mirror. In this realm, he, Mu Qingliu, was invincible. Erasing Baiyu Island would only require one strike. Master Yuanyang. The light in Mu Qingliu's eyes was indifferent. Master Yuanyang had been a half-step ancient saint over 100 years ago. By now, he must be very close to becoming an ancient saint, but what of it? If not yet an ancient saint, under the beam of the Taihao immortal mirror, he would surely die. Even if he were an ancient saint, unless he was one of those 3 veteran ancient saints from the Nether Palace, Demon Saint's Nest, or Blood Demon Sea, he too would be gravely injured or crushed to death. This was Mu Qingliu's confidence. This was the confidence of the Daoda immortal sect master, who had ruled over the central divine continent for tens of thousands of years. Those 3 old fellows must be quite frightened now, mustn't they? Mu Qingliu glanced in the directions of the other 3, planning to go and reminisce. In his eyes, the fate of Baiyu Island below him was already sealated to disappear into smoke and clouds under the mirror light. However, the next moment, Mu Qingliu's expression drastically changed. He suddenly lowered his head to look. A giant, of unknown size, towering from earth to sky, raised his hand and shielded Baiyu Island, spanning over 1,000,000 miles. The shocking beam emitted by the Taihao immortal mirror, upon touching the back of that majestic figure's hand, quickly dissipated, vanishing completely within a few breaths. What is that? Mu Qingliu's expression turned grave. Master Yuanyang. Mu Qingliu watched as the figure that had stopped the blow from the Taihao immortal mirror quickly returned to normal size, with hands behind his back, his face looking extremely troubled. Ancient Saint of Refinement Void. An ancient saint at the peak of the Void refinement realm. Even surpassing the limits of the Void refinement, beginning to explore the Dao integration stage. Mu Qingliu judged in his mind. The ability to manifest such a massive form surely belonged to a great divine skill. And to block a strike from the Taihao immortal mirror so effortlessly, his strength was unfathomably deep. Mu Qingliu had never anticipated that Master Yuanyang, whom he had considered easy prey, would possess such formidable strength. In the north of Divine Continent, on a small island deep within the Blood Demon Sea. Just as Mu Qingliu was utilizing the Taihao immortal mirror to release that terrifying beam of light, the Blood Demon Master suddenly opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Has Mu Qingliu left Mount Morality immortal? Has the Daoda immortal sect birthed a second ancient saint? The Blood Demon Master quickly surmised numerous things. Master Yuanyang is finished. The Blood Demon Master shook his head slightly. By stepping out from Mount Morality immortal, Mu Qingliu was making his first move against Baiyu Island, solely to utterly annihilate Master Yuanyang. I told you to join me, but you refused, and now, are you dead? The Blood Demon Master shook his head slightly. 100 years ago, when Master Yuanyang occupied Baiyu Island, the Lord of Blood Demon had sent his subordinates to persuade Master Yuanyang to join him. After all, there weren't many in the Blood Demon Sea with combat power close to that of an ancient saint. However, back then, Master Yuanyang had directly refused. And now, in the eyes of the current Lord of Blood Demon, Master Yuanyang's decision was a mistake. What a pity. The Lord of Blood Demon shook his head. Master Yuanyang did not come from the Daoda immortal sect and had no ties with the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, or Demon Saint's Nest. Relying solely on himself, he had cultivated to the brink of the ancient saint realm. If he had been willing to accept the gift from the Lord of Blood Demon and transform into a blood god child, he might have had a chance to reach the true level of an ancient saint. Something's not right. Just as the Lord of Blood Demon was planning to contact the other 3 ancient saints to discuss how to deal with Mu Qingliu, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly widened his eyes. A strike from Mu Qingliu was blocked. The Lord of Blood Demon's mouth fell open. Although he had not witnessed it in person, through the aura sensing, the earth-shattering mirror light unleashed by Mu Qingliu had not exploded forth but had dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, a terrifying force rivaling the sun, the power of Taiyang, converged. The Taiyang Ancient Saint. An ancient saint nearly surpassing the limit of void refinement? How could Master Yuanyang possibly possess such strength? The Lord of Blood Demon could hardly believe it. Even if Master Yuanyang had broken through to the void refinement realm, the Lord of Blood Demon would be at most shocked, not utterly dumbfounded as he was now. It was not impossible for Master Yuanyang to have broken his shackles and stepped into void refinement 100 years after being on the brink of ancient saint. But now, surpassing the limit of the void refinement period? That was a level touched only by the sect master, who held the Taihao immortal mirror. And Master Yuanyang reached it on his own. How could this be possible? We were wrong. We were all wrong. 100 years ago, Master Yuanyang wasn't just nearly an ancient saint. The thoughts of the Lord of Blood Demon surged fiercely. He suddenly realized that 100 years ago, Master Yuanyang had never claimed to be at the brink of the ancient saint realm. The label of being nearly an ancient saint had always been speculation from the outside world. Surpassing the limit of the void refinement period, could he be a great power from hundreds of thousands of years ago? The Lord of Blood Demon pondered rapidly. Initially, he thought Master Yuanyang was a strong figure born within the last few millennia. Yet, with the combat power and strength demonstrated, how could he have cultivated to this point in just a few thousand years? The Lord of Blood Demon conjectured that Master Yuanyang might hail from 100,000 years ago. Back then, the Daoda Immortal sect was not the undisputed master of the Central Divine Continent. 100,000 years ago, the Ascension platform had not yet emerged. There were many unfathomable strong figures in the world, some surpassing the limit of void refinement as well. It was not only the Lord of Blood Demon who was shocked. Almost at the same time, the ancient saints from the Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace sensed that Mu Qingliu's original self had taken action with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand. The island master, Master Yuanyang, easily blocked it. Master Yuanyang is so strong. Daoda Immortal sect. Mu Menjing was also paying attention to the East Sea. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Master Yuanyang would kneel and beg for mercy under the suppression of Mu Qingliu. However, what happened next made his scalp tingle. Mu Qingliu, holding the Taihao Immortal Mirror and deemed invincible, was actually blocked by Master Yuanyang? Above the 9 heavens, Mu Qingliu stood with the Taihao Immortal Mirror above his head. He was caught in a certain dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Initially, Mu Qingliu thought that subduing Master Yuanyang would not encounter any accidents. That was why he came to the East Sea at the first opportunity, taking action against Baiyu Island. Persimmons must be picked to squeeze the soft ones. Compared with the Blood Demon Sea, the Demon Saint's Nest, and the Nether Palace, Master Yuanyang naturally belonged to an undisputed soft persimmon. But to his surprise, this soft persimmon turned out to be the world's hardest stone. For Mu Qingliu, Master Yuanyang, whose combat power had reached the void refinement limit and was even surpassing the limit, was the one he least wanted to deal with. The Ghost Cultivator King of the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon of the Blood Demon Sea, and the Demon Saint from the Demon Saint's Nest had unique trump cards. And even with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand, Mu Qingliu could not totally annihilate them. But at least, he could dominate the fight. Yet facing Master Yuanyang, Mu Qingliu didn't even have the confidence to win, let alone dominate. What worried Mu Qingliu even more was if Master Yuanyang joined hands with the Ghost Cultivator King, the Blood Demon, and the Demon Saint, Daoda Immortal sect might face the worst situation in tens of thousands of years. Master Yuanyang, I think there has been some misunderstanding between us. Mu Qingliu was silent for a moment, put away the Taihao Immortal Mirror, and secretly transmitted his voice. Next, Mu Qingliu transmitted a few more words and then turned to leave. In the skies above Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan stood aloft, quietly watching Mu Qingliu leave, seeking to cooperate with me? Lin Yuan pondered the words Mu Qingliu had just privately transmitted. In summary, it meant one thing. The animosity between Daoda Immortal sect and him, Master Yuanyang, was not irresolvable. The two could cooperate. As for the specifics of this cooperation, the details could be discussed in Central Divine Continent. Above the 9 heavens, Mu Qingliu's gaze was contemplative. Upon reflection, there was not much irreconcilable hatred between Master Yuanyang and Daoda Immortal sect. It was just that Master Yuanyang had eradicated Daoda Immortal sect's foothold in the eastern sea islands of the Black Gauze Archipelago. But that, Mu Qingliu could choose to forgive. It was just the Black Gauze Archipelago, after all. As for his rash move against Baiyu Island earlier, Mu Qingliu could totally make up for it in other ways. If I could cooperate with Master Yuanyang, Mu Qingliu's heartbeat quickened. Master Yuanyang was an ancient saint from the Taiyang lineage, and moreover, an ancient saint who had surpassed the void refinement limit. Such an ancient saint was simply a natural nemesis to those wicked and evil powers. If he were to join forces with him, it would be entirely possible to completely eradicate Nether Palace and the Blood Demon Sea. Before today, Mu Qingliu had never thought about dealing with Nether Palace and Blood Demon Sea. Because it was very difficult to achieve. Even with the immortal artifact Taihao Immortal Mirror, it couldn't be done. This time, he held the Taihao Immortal Mirror in his hand as he left Mount Morality Immortal. With the intention of merely suppressing those three old fellows to teach them a lesson, so they wouldn't get any ideas. That was all. But now, Mu Qingliu saw hope. Cloud Mist Blessed Land? Mu Qingliu suddenly stopped. His gaze turned towards the Cloud Mist Blessed Land below. Just before leaving, he had sent a few messages to Master Yuanyang. Among them was the possibility of cooperation. As for how to cooperate, the two needed to find a place to discuss it in detail. In the end, Mu Qingliu chose Cloud Mist Blessed Land. As for why not Mount Morality Immortal? Mount Morality Immortal was the old den of the Immortal Sect, and it was unknown how many strategies had been laid out by past sect masters. Mu Qingliu figured that if they really chose Mount Morality Immortal, then Master Yuanyang would not come. The Cloud Mist Blessed Land was quite appropriate. Although the Cloud Mist Blessed Land was one of the 108 Blessed Lands. It hadn't been rigged with many schemes. With Master Yuanyang's strength, the entire Cloud Mist Blessed Land was as insubstantial as tissue paper in his eyes. Choosing Cloud Mist Blessed Land meant that he, Mu Qingliu, absolutely had no other schemes up his sleeve. And the Cloud Mist Blessed Land was very close to Mount Morality Immortal. If the discussion did not go well, Mu Qingliu also had an escape route. One final point, compared to other blessed lands of Central Divine Continent. The importance of Cloud Mist Blessed Land was not high, the only benefit being its ability to prolong life slightly. But the life-prolonging efficacy of Cloud Mist Blessed Land was negligible for cultivators. Swish! Mu Qingliu descended into the Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Greeting the sect master. Chunhua and Chuyu's faces were filled with panic, not knowing what matter brought the sect master to them. Where is Wuji? Mu Qingliu asked. The young master, he, is in seclusion. Choui spoke with a trembling voice. I'll go tell the young master right away. No need a Wujia. Images of Jun Wuji flashed through Mu Qingliu's mind. Moreover, the images of Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan all passed through his mind in succession. For some reason, Mu Qingliu felt somewhat sorrowful at this moment. For the benefit of the Mu family, he had ultimately given up on Jun Dongjin, and even his two grandchildren, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan, had been sent to the distant vast cliff mountain. Only Jun Wuji, the grandson who had been scarcely noticeable since childhood, had escaped disaster, but even so, he was separated from his own parents and brothers. Wuji, let him continue his cultivation, don't disturb him. Mu Qingliu sighed. Despite being somewhat cruel, he, Mu Qingliu, did not feel he had done anything wrong. Do not go up to the attic on the mountain top. I shall meet a Taoist friend there. Mu Qingliu ordered a few words, then his figure disappeared. Yunwu Mountain Summit. Outside the attic. Mu Qingliu sat cross-legged, facing the direction of the East Sea, quietly waiting for Master Yuanyang to arrive. I wonder what price must be paid to persuade Master Yuanyang to cooperate with me against the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace. Mu Qingliu thought to himself. He greatly valued Master Yuanyang, such a powerful figure, who would stand out in any era, even tens of thousands of years ago in that age when beings beyond the void refinement limit frequently appeared. We must have a good discussion later. Even if we fail to agree, we must resolve any grievances. I absolutely cannot let Master Yuanyang collaborate with those three old men. Mu Qingliu secretly pondered. He had already communicated with Master Yuanyang, proposing a cooperation discussion at Cloud Mist Blessed Land, and the latter would likely arrive soon. The foot of Yunwu Mountain. Chunhua and Chuyu's faces had just regained some color. The sect master's sudden visit had really startled them. That was the Taoist immortal sect master, a supremely great figure in the Central Divine Continent. For two lowly golden core stage female cultivators like them, meeting such a grand figure was something unlikely in their lifetimes. The sect master is here to meet some Tao companion, right? It must also be some grand figure, but to have the sect master personally wait, this Tao companion. Chunhua and Choui were puzzled. With the status of the immortal sect leader, who under the heavens would dare be late and let the sect master personally wait? Isn't that putting on airs a bit too much? Does the term Taoist in Taoist immortal sect carry the meaning of being moral? The reason it is called the Taoist immortal sect is that all enemies have been thoroughly defeated and subjugated. Only its own members are left, and that's why there's room for morality. As Chunhua and Choeui spoke softly, a figure emerged from a sealed cultivation chamber unknowingly. "Ah, young master. You've come out." Chunhua and Choeui turned around and saw Lin Yuan, immediately bowing to greet him. "Young master, the sect master was here just now. He's now at the summit of Yunwu Mountain, waiting for a Tao companion." Chunhua immediately shared everything she knew. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan looked up towards the summit of Yunwu Mountain. The mountain was enshrouded in clouds and mist, much like an immortal realm. "It's about time." Lin Yuan's expression was calm. He then followed the mountain path's stairway. Then, he climbed the stairs towards the summit. "Young master." Chunhua and Choeui, upon seeing this, hesitated but did not interfere. Although the Taoist immortal sect master had said not to let anyone go up. The young master was not an outsider, he was the immortal sect leader's grandson. He should be allowed to go up, right? Yunwu Mountain was not tall. Only a few hundred meters high. But the mountain paths and stairways were quite rugged. Lin Yuan's eyes were downcast as he ascended step by step. Lin Yuan did not use any divine skills and simply climbed steadily. About half an hour later, Lin Yuan reached the summit of Yunwu Mountain. He saw Mu Qingliu facing east, back towards him. Lin Yuan walked straight towards him. "Wuji." Mu Qingliu had already noticed Lin Yuan, but did not stop him. "I've already talked to Meng Tain. He will soon bring Jun Dongjin and your mother back, and your family will be reunited." Mu Qingliu assumed Jun Wuji wanted to plead for his parents and directly broached the subject. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not stop. He walked in front of Mu Qingliu and sat down eye level with the immortal sect leader who dominated the central divine continent. "Wuji." Mu Qingliu's brows slightly furrowed. The spot Lin Yuan chose was the one he had reserved for Master Yuanyang. Nonetheless, since Wuji was his grandson, even with such impudence, Mu Qingliu still did nothing. "Wuji, you go down first. In a moment, your grandfather and a Tao companion have important matters to discuss. Matters that relate to the overall situation in the central divine continent." Mu Qingliu's expression was amiable. He thought he was not wrong about the Jun Dongjin situation, but he still felt somewhat guilty towards his grandson. Lin Yuan remained silent, simply quietly observing Mu Qingliu. "Wuji." Mu Qingliu's smile faded. He was somewhat baffled about what his grandson was trying to do. Did he not understand the importance of the upcoming discussion for Taoist immortal sect, for the central divine continent? The two stared at each other. "Grandfather." Just then, Lin Yuan slowly began to speak. Mu Qingliu's expression softened, but Lin Yuan's next words made his pupils contract. "What do you want to cooperate with me on, Baiyu Island?" Lin Yuanyang's spirit floated down serenely. The disciples of the White Jade Pavilion were filled with fervor, having just thought themselves certainly doomed to death. The terrifying beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth had been effortlessly blocked by the sect master. Especially the sect master himself, who, in the end, transformed into a colossal giant tens of thousands of zhang tall, covering the entire Baiyu Island with a mere palm. Such divine skills and abilities, even the ancient saints of refined void might not be capable of them, right? That light beam, should it be the Taihao immortal mirror of the Taoist immortal sect? Our sect master blocked the strike from the Taihao immortal mirror? Doesn't that mean the sect master is already an ancient saint? Nonsense, merely an ancient saint. That Taihao immortal mirror is the founding artifact of the Taoist immortal sect, and under it, which of the three ancient saints from the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Demon Saint's Nest dared to resist? Our sect master's power is simply 100 years had made the White Jade Pavilion the most powerful force in the East Sea. Its disciples, worldly and wise, immediately deduced that the light descending from the 9 heavens probably came from the legendary immortal artifact, the Taihao immortal mirror. Lin Yuan glanced at the multitude of ecstatic disciples from the White Jade Pavilion, then returned directly to his cave dwelling in the core area. "Master." Li Qing and the other disciples accepted by Lin Yuan immediately greeted him with utmost respect. Under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance and the rich cultivation environment of Baiyu Island, disciples like Li Qing were either at the 4th stage martial Dao or 5th stage martial Dao. Matching the nascent souled true monarchs and Mahayana heavenly monarchs of the immortal cultivation system. The ordinary disciples outside had only seen Lin Yuan's incredible feat, blocking the strike from the immortal mirror that could have erased Baiyu Island from existence. But disciples like Li Qing, with their strong capabilities and high realm, were even more acutely aware of just how terrifying the colossal giant Lin Yuan had transformed into really was. And what it truly meant to be able to withstand a strike from the Taihao immortal mirror head-on. Master. How can Master be so powerful? Li Qing and the other disciples trembled in their spirits. They had been cultivating alongside Lin Yuan for over a century, under his tutelage. They had considered their master's power unfathomably deep, but at most felt it was close to an ancient saint of refined void level. As to blocking the strike from the world's strongest ancient saint of refined void just now, making the revered immortal sect leader retreat proactively. That was nothing short of a fanciful tale. Well, there's something I need to announce. Lin Yuan looked towards the 3 to 4 dozen disciples he had taken in over the years. These disciples were particularly suitable for cultivating the martial arts evolution system and were key to supporting the continuation of the martial arts evolution system once Lin Yuan left this realm. Master, please speak. Master, please speak. Li Qing and the other disciples immediately said respectfully. Go and unify the East Sea. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. For over a century, even though the White Jade Pavilion had become the most powerful force in the East Sea, it had not interfered with other, less orthodox paths. Not because it couldn't, but for fear of attracting the attention of the Daoda immortal sect. However, there was no need for such concerns now. Lin Yuan's power had already become invincible in this world. If not for that Taihao immortal mirror, merely with a yin spirit and yang spirit, he could have swept across this realm. Unify the islands of the East Sea. Li Qing and the other disciples were invigorated. Lin Yuan's gaze fell towards the direction of the central divine continent. This world is not limited to the immortal path. My martial Dao also needs to make its mark. Vast cliff mountain. Every corner was guarded by divinity transformation stage heaven lords. Jun Dongjin, as a former high-ranking member of the Daoda immortal sect and even a contender for the sect master position, was now abandoned and assigned to the remote vast cliff mountain, yet still protected by divinity transformation stage cultivators from the immortal sect. In fact, it was more surveillance than protection. Jun Dongjin knew too many secrets of the Daoda immortal sect, and should he escape or be swayed by the Nether Palace, Blood Demon Sea, or Demon Saint's Nest, it wouldn't bode well for the Daoda immortal sect. Within a cave several li away from vast cliff mountain, 2 divinity transformation stage heaven lords sat cross-legged. To think that we, as esteemed heaven lords, would be assigned to such a remote place. The thin man on the left side. A divinity transformation stage heaven lord, even within the Daoda immortal sect, is regarded as a mid to upper level cultivator, entitled to benefit from the spirit vein of Mount Morality Immortal, greatly aiding in cultivation. Yet now, situated around the vast cliff mountain, despite the presence of nature's spiritual energy, it surely pales in comparison to that of Immortal Mountain. Even Jun Dongjin himself is here. What complaints could you have? The round-faced heaven lord glanced at the thin man. I'm not complaining, just think the sect master is a bit unfeeling. Suppressing Jun Dongjin is one thing, but why reassign his daughter and grandson here as well? The sect master's decision must have its reasons. The round-faced heaven lord shook his head. Do you think Jun Dongjin will ever return to Mount Morality Immortal? The thin man couldn't help but ask. Not sure. It all depends on Mu Menjing's wishes. The round-faced heaven lord pondered then replied. The current situation within the Daoda immortal sect was clear. Mu Menjing was designated as the next sect master. Then it's over. The thin man suddenly felt a headache. Though not appropriate to discuss the future sect master Mu Menjing, her vengeful nature was no secret. Perhaps once Mu Menjing stepped into the refining void period and became an ancient saint, taking over as immortal sect leader, her outlook might change, but that was merely a possibility. It's really Jun Wuji, Jun Dongjin's youngest son, who is lucky. The whole family is reassigned here, yet he remains enjoying his life in the cloud mist blessed land. The thin man couldn't help but feel emotional. Sometimes, being weak is a blessing. Jun Wuji was still able to stay in cloud mist blessed land only because, in the eyes of Mu Qingliu and Mu Menjing, this man posed no threat. He didn't even have the slightest presence. That's why he was able to escape this calamity. Indeed, the round-faced celestial lord nodded in agreement. If Jun Wuji had been the least bit noticeable, he, along with his 2 elder brothers and elder sister, would have been transferred over as well. Hee. Just as the gaunt man was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. The round-faced celestial lord beside him experienced the same change. Within their sensory range, a presence appeared out of thin air. And it headed straight for Vast Cliff Mountain. How audacious! How reckless! Do you not know that this place is a forbidden land of the Taoda immortal sect? The other Mahayana heavenly monarchs also noticed it one after another. They all revealed themselves, shouting in an explosive manner. Who are you, son Jun Wuji? When the Mahayana phase heaven lords saw clearly the face of the newcomer, they were immediately stunned. The aura exuded by the figure in front of them was similar to that of Taiyin under the bright moon, but the face was that of Jun Wuji. Though Jun Wuji was exceedingly low profile within the Taoda immortal sect, his appearance was widely known, as he was once a 3rd-generation celestial with a heaven-reaching background. I've come to take my parents away. Lin Yuan spoke with a calm tone. Before confronting Mu Qingliu, Lin Yuan had already sent his Taiyin primordial spirit to Vast Cliff Mountain. Regardless of the final outcome of the negotiations, Lin Yuan planned to take his parents and elder siblings to the Eastern Sea Islands. At the very least, he wouldn't allow them to remain in the hands of the Taoda immortal sect. For this reason, this Taiyin primordial spirit of Lin Yuan had purposely transformed into the main body's appearance, so it would be easier for his parents to accept. Son Jun Wuji, may I ask if you have the sect master's decree? The round-faced celestial lord and the other celestial lords glanced at each other and tested the question. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Jun Dongjin was no longer part of the sect's high ranks, he was after all the son-in-law of the Mu family. Jun Wuji was even the immortal sect leader's grandson. Once all the celestial lords on scene recognized Jun Wuji's identity, none of them dared to speak out of turn. A sect decree? I don't have one. Lin Yuan shook his head as he replied. According to the rules, without a sect decree, Lord Jun Dongjin's family is not permitted to leave. The round-faced celestial lord reminded him, closely scrutinizing the Jun Wuji before him, sensing something very strange about his aura. No matter, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. The next moment, the expressions of the round-faced celestial lord and the others drastically changed. They all felt the space around them solidify, and found that they were unable to move their internal mana or divine sense. They were bound in place. Then, under the watchful eyes of numerous celestial lords, Lin Yuan walked directly towards Vast Cliff Mountain. Inside Vast Cliff Mountain, Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, and Jun Jilan, as well as Jun Xiaoyao, had long noticed the commotion outside. At this moment, they looked towards the approaching Jun Wuji in shock. Wuji, Mu Lianer tentatively called out. Although the appearance was the same, the aura was inconsistent. Mother, Lin Yuan nodded. At that word, Mu Lianer felt a sense of relief in her heart. Though it was just one word, it assured Mu Lianer that this was indeed her younger son, Jun Wuji. Long story short, I'm going to take you to the East Sea now. Where it is much safer than here. Lin Yuan looked towards his parents and elder siblings. Ah, Jun Jilan blinked. Everything that happened from the beginning until now left her in a state of confusion. How could her little brother be like this? And just now, that group of Mahayana heavenly monarchs watching over them, why did they suddenly become immobile? We'll explain after we reach the East Sea. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and swept his great sleeve. Space twisted as if compressed, and Jun Dongjin and the other 3 began to shrink steadily until they were all drawn into the sleeve. The Taoda Immortal Sect's supreme technique, a cosmos in the sleeve. The cloud mist blessed land. Taoda Immortal Sect leader Mu Qingliu, with his gaze fixed intently on the grandson sitting across from him at eye level. At this moment, Mu Qingliu's heart was overwhelmed by towering waves. That sentence, "What do you wish to cooperate with me on?" from Jun Wuji almost caused Mu Qingliu to lose his composure on the spot. As an ancient saint of refined void, with an exceptionally clear memory, Mu Qingliu was certain that the matter of cooperating with Master Yuanyang was only discussed with Master Yuanyang himself. To others, he had mentioned only that he was discussing important matters with a Taoist friend. Discussing important matters could mean many things, far beyond just cooperation. But now, Jun Wuji was asking him what to cooperate on. Wuji, you? Mu Qingliu's pupils faintly reflected the silhouette of a celestial mirror. In just an instant, Mu Qingliu activated dozens, if not hundreds, of secret techniques, trying to uncover the truth about his grandson. He had no choice. That phrase, what to cooperate on, had too great an impact on Mu Qingliu. Even if Jun Wuji had guessed it by chance, Mu Qingliu would still verify it repeatedly. With a jolt, Mu Qingliu closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to see torrents of blood qi and rolling scarlet clouds. Jun Wuji, within him, contained some sort of extremely terrifying power that blocked all of his probing secret techniques. Who are you really? Without a sound, above Mu Qingliu's head, a celestial mirror radiating with fairy light surfaced. The pressure from Jun Wuji was indeed too great, so great that he subconsciously activated the Tai Hao immortal mirror for protection. Grandfather. I am Jun Wuji, and also, Master Yuanyang. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Since he had decided to reveal his cards, Lin Yuan saw no need to hide his identity anymore, mainly because his current strength was already invincible, fearing nothing, not even the immortal sect leader wielding an immortal artifact. Mu Qingliu's face went through a myriad of changes. At this moment, he even suspected that his own grandson might have been possessed by the powerful Master Yuanyang. However, possession techniques come with many restrictions, and with his strength, he should have detected something amiss if Jun Wuji had genuinely been possessed. But there was nothing. The soul aura of his grandson had been unchanged from beginning to end. Master Yuanyang. Mu Qingliu raised his head, looking in the direction of the eastern sea, vaguely sensing an aura as imposing as the sun rising up and responding to the Jun Wuji in front of him. Impressive. After a long while, Mu Qingliu's expression gradually regained calmness. I never expected that my Dao immortal sect, after hundreds of thousands of years, would produce a genius like you. Now that the most unbelievable possibility had become the truth, Mu Qingliu's mind began to clarify the numerous doubts he had. For instance, when Master Yuanyang first appeared, it had been on the Black Gauze archipelago. At that time, his grandson was present to celebrate his own Hollow Void ceremony. Meng Ting was reporting to him about matters concerning the Black Gauze archipelago at the time. I want to work with you. To take down Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea. Looking at Jun Wuji, who had become a stranger before him, Mu Qingliu said in a low voice. By now, he had fully elevated his own grandson to the same level of authority as himself, and his tone was of negotiation. No problem. Lin Yuan said indifferently. He had no particular affection for the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea, or even the Demon Saint's Nest. Even if Mu Qingliu had not mentioned it now, Lin Yuan would have planned to flatten them later on. Then, Mu Qingliu let out a sigh of relief and continued, what are your conditions? As long as they could resolve a major concern that had plagued the Dao immortal sect for hundreds of thousands of years, Mu Qingliu was willing to pay a significant price. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan made a huge demand, Mu Qingliu would likely agree in the end. After all, Lin Yuan was his grandson. Even if he gained a lot more benefits from the Dao immortal sect, it would still be falling into the hands of his own people. Keeping the profit in the family has its reasoning too. 3 conditions, Lin Yuan began. First, I want the complete Taoist immortal scripture. The Taoist immortal scripture, a sect treasure-level cultivation method of the Dao immortal sect, encompasses the essence of progress after the refining void period, into the Dao integration stage. Within the entire Dao immortal sect, only the sect master is permitted to cultivate this scripture. Even the once Jun Dongjin had not learned it. As the 3rd generation of the immortal sect, Lin Yuan's older brother Jun Xiaoyao would often secretly bring out many of the immortal sect's secret techniques and methods for him. However, the Taoist immortal scripture was something he could not bring out. No one in the Dao immortal sect, except for the sect master, knew the location of this scripture, let alone have the chance to access or take it out. No problem, Mu Qingliu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. For the Dao immortal sect, The Taoist immortal scripture is of utmost importance, encompassing many secret techniques and methods of the sect. It even contains essential descriptions of the Tao integration stage. Therefore, within the Taoist immortal sect, only the sect master could cultivate the Taoist immortal scripture. Even though Mu Menjing had stepped into the refining void, he could not access the Taoist immortal scripture before becoming the sect master. This was a rule and ironclad law of the Taoist immortal sect, adhered to for hundreds of thousands of years. However, Mu Qingliu knew that rules were made by men. His own grandson, with such terrifying aptitude and fearsome power, could be trusted with the Taoist immortal scripture without significant risk. After all, whether it was given or not, Mu Qingliu had no confidence in defeating Lin Yuan. This must not be divulged, and all matters concerning the Taoist immortal scripture must not be taught to a second person. Mu Qingliu spoke. He could only tolerate Zhen Wuji being the sole person privy to the Taoist immortal scripture. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. The second condition. I want to know everything about the Ascension platform. Lin Yuan continued. The Ascension platform is of great significance. The Blood Demon Sea, the Nether Palace, and the Demon Saint's Nest have continuously stirred up wars in the Divine Continent in pursuit of the Ascension platform. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Taoist immortal sect's control over the Divine Continent was also due to the Ascension platform. It is said that the Ascension platform connects to the spirit realm. You need not mention this, I would have told you anyway. Mu Qingliu said, even if he did not inform Lin Yuan. Those three old fellows from the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea, and the Demon Saint's Nest would eagerly tell Master Yuanyang. The third. Lin Yuan paused. The third condition, also critically important, outweighed the previous two combined. I wish to spread martial Tao throughout the Divine Continent. Lin Yuan stated. Implicitly, the Taoist immortal sect must not suppress the spread of martial Tao. Martial Tao? Mu Qingliu's expression changed slightly. He knew that many disciples in the White Jade Pavilion of the Eastern Sea were cultivating a system called martial Tao. Mu Qingliu had even observed some techniques of the martial arts system. Martial Tao, being a cultivation system entirely different from the immortal path, showed potential that was not much weaker than the immortal path. The reason why this time the Taoist immortal sect cultivated the second ancient saint, with Mu Qingliu wielding the Taihao immortal mirror and intending to erase Baiyu Island, was not only because he saw Baiyu Island as an easy target, but because martial Tao posed a certain threat to Mu Qingliu. In the Eastern Sea Islands with 800 fringe sects and 3,000 left paths, the cultivation systems vary greatly, but they all have obvious flaws and almost never give rise to a being at the refining void ancient saint layer. This was also why the Eastern Sea Islands remained in perpetual chaos, lacking a sufficiently powerful cultivator, thus constantly fractured. But martial Tao. Mu Qingliu was almost certain that cultivating according to the martial Tao cultivation system and producing an ancient saint, or the equivalent of 6th stage martial Tao, was merely a matter of time. Choose another. That's impossible. Mu Qingliu shook his head. Other matters could be discussed. But allowing the spread of martial Tao? Absolutely impossible. In Mu Qingliu's eyes, his greatest concession could be allowing Zhen Wuji to become the next sect master of the immortal sect. After all, Zhen Wuji was a disciple of the Taoist immortal sect. With such strength and aptitude, far surpassing Mu Menjing whom he had nurtured. Allowing Zhen Wuji to be the next sect master was not a problem, but rather could fully align him with their cause. As for Mu Menjing, he could only be slightly disgraced, serving as the protector of the Taoist immortal sect. Impossible. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He internally sighed softly. He had anticipated this possibility, as martial Tao and the immortal path were fundamentally different. Simply put, what is the fundament of the Taoist immortal sect? Is it the successive sect masters, or the endless immortal methods and secret techniques? Neither. The fundament of the Taoist immortal sect is the immortal path. The immortal path, for the Taoist immortal sect, is as essential as the imperial bloodline in a vast empire. In the empire, anyone can become emperor, provided they possess the imperial lineage. Nowadays, Lin Yuan's attempt to have the Taoist immortal sect permit the spread of martial Tao is akin to undercutting the foundation and changing dynasties. If Mu Qingliu truly agreed to this, he would become the eternal sinner of the Tao Te Immortal sect. Martial Tao and the Immortal Path represent two fundamentally different great Tao. Contests between great Tao are exactly like this. As for why body cultivation does not conflict with the Immortal Path, it's because body cultivation is not a complete cultivation system. Any cultivation system, when developed deeply, enhances oneself all round: body, spirit, lifespan, etc. However, body cultivation only enhances the physical body, unable even to increase the most fundamental lifespan of a cultivator. This means that body cultivation is more akin to a type of secret technique. Not only the Immortal Path but also martial Tao, demonic Tao, and others could incorporate body cultivation into their domain. Then forget it. Lin Yuan remained calm. His appearance at the meeting with Mu Qingliu was merely a test to gauge the attitude of the Tao Te Immortal sect towards martial Tao. Lin Yuan had already prepared for failure before he ascended the summit of Yunwu Mountain, having the Taiyin primordial spirit move his parents and siblings to the Eastern Sea in advance. Forget it. Mu Qingliu remained silent. These words marked the failure of their cooperation. Wuji. Mu Qingliu's gaze suddenly intensified. The Taihao immortal mirror above his head emitted strands of immortal light. That Master Yuanyan, he must be one of your avatars? Mu Qingliu muttered to himself. The technique of creating avatars is not rare, and the Tao Te Immortal sect possesses the secret technique to forge avatars. However, to refine an avatar, one must pay a huge price, and in the end, one has to split off a portion of their own soul and infuse it into the avatar body. Losing a portion of one's soul means a decrease in the cultivation speed and perception among other aspects. Therefore, Mu Qingliu did not cultivate the avatar technique. He wielded the Taihao immortal mirror, and in today's world, no matter the distance, he could instantly form an incarnation with the mirror, which was not much different from an avatar. Today, I want to see, Wuji, just how strong you have become after all this time of restraint. Mu Qingliu suddenly stood up, and above his head, the Taihao immortal realm shone brightly. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, Chunhua and Choeui, two golden core female cultivators, were whispering to each other. The young master has been up there for so long, why hasn't he come down yet? Perhaps he is talking with the sect leader. After all, the young master has not gone out for a long time. Indeed, but the fact that the sect leader is willing to talk so much with the young master shows they must have feelings. While chatting, Chunhua and Choeui glanced toward the top of Yunwu Mountain. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation transmitted from the mountaintop. Instinctively, Chunhua and Choeui looked up. They were instantly so shocked that their jaws dropped. They saw two figures soaring into the sky from the top of Yunwu Mountain. The one on the left was the immortal sect leader, Mu Qingliu, with the founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao immortal mirror, radiating boundless light and boundless calamity, his presence overwhelming. The figure on the right seemed to possess supreme strength, with raging blood energy and rolling crimson clouds drowning the area within 100,000 miles. With the Taihao immortal mirror above his head, the immortal sect leader, Mu Qingliu, appeared like a ship that could capsize at any moment among the vast sea of blood and energy, swaying unsteadily. The key puzzlement for Chunhua and Choeui was that the figure overpowering the sect leader seemed to be their young master, Junwuji? Was the young master fighting the sect leader? It seems the sect leader couldn't defeat the young master? Chunhua and Choeui opened their mouths wide. The moment Mu Qingliu and Lin Yuan clashed, terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. West of Divine Continent. Demon Saint's Nest. The Demon Saint was pondering the strength of Master Yuanyan, who could block a strike from Mu Qingliu wielding the Taihao immortal mirror, when suddenly. What is that? The Demon Saint's expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt two powerful auras clashing in the center of Central Divine Continent. One aura, boundless light and boundless calamity, illuminating every corner of the world, should indeed be Mu Qingliu. As for the other aura, blood energy pervaded, shaking Central Divine Continent. Despite the infinite power of the Taihao immortal mirror surpassing the limits of the refining void period, it still seemed unstable amidst the terrifying blood energy. Who could it be? Who could be suppressing Mu Qingliu in Central Divine Continent? The Demon Saint was truly scared. That was Mu Qingliu wielding the Taihao immortal mirror, with divine might covering the world, unrivaled by anyone. When had he ever been so suppressed, especially at his own doorstep? Show yourself. The demon saint took a deep breath and reached out in front of him. He was activating some secret technique to project the scene of the great battle in the center of the divine continent here. Whoosh! A series of ethereal images slowly emerged. It was a battlefield located in the 9 heavens. The rolling crimson clouds, the pure red blood energy nearly drowning everything. But the demon saint vaguely noticed a mighty man standing at the center of this ocean of blood. He stood tall, swinging a certain type of fist technique, pressing down on the Taihao immortal mirror and Mu Qingliu agonizingly. Every punch the man threw created a faint fist imprint on the body of the Taihao immortal mirror, which would instantly heal, but this was the Taihao immortal mirror, a Dao integration period immortal artifact. It was supposed to be indestructible. Overwhelming blood energy? Is it the body cultivation lineage? No, it's not just that. The demon saint swallowed nervously. It had been a very long time since he felt such fear, but seeing that mighty man now, the demon saint's mind trembled. Who could it be? Who could it be? The demon saint continued to stimulate the secret technique, and the image gradually became clearer, revealing the mighty man's features. It's. The demon saint widened his eyes. As an ancient saint of refinement void, his memory was incredibly strong. Every time he awoke, he would recall the faces of all slightly notable cultivators from the Daoda immortal sect in central divine continent. And at this moment, the face of that mighty man was none other than that of Jun Wuji, regarded as a waste by the Daoda immortal sect due to his lack of spirit root qualifications? How is this possible? The demon saint was dumbfounded, unable to respond for a long time. Is it Jun Wuji? How is he so powerful? In the blood demon sea, the lord of the blood demons was also feeling waves of shock in his heart. He had tried before to win over Jun Wuji, through whom he could gain favor with Jun Dongjin. He was thus quite familiar with Jun Wuji, having paid close attention to him. But now, the lord of the blood demons trembled in fear. The lineage of the blood demons, most afraid of the utmost rigid and yang blood energy. Although the lord of the blood demons had extremely strong life-saving measures, claiming that as long as the blood demon sea exists, he could not die. Seeing that towering figure enveloped in towering blood energy, the lord of the blood demons felt that if he were in Mu Qingliu's position, even his vast blood demon sea would be evaporated by that boundless blood energy. Jun Wuji, I never expected you to have hidden so deeply. The blood demon lord steadied his mind. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the blood-red figure he had sent to win over Jun Wuji. The blood-red figure had died very quickly, and the blood demon lord had thought it was just bad luck, discovered by Mu Qingliu wielding the Taihao immortal mirror. But now, it seemed likely that the blood-red figure had died at the hands of Jun Wuji. Fortunately, the blood demon lord looked at the ongoing fight, or rather, it was Jun Wuji dominating Mu Qingliu, and for some reason, he felt relieved. Even though he didn't know why Jun Wuji was fighting with his grandfather Mu Qingliu. But this was a good thing, given the strength that Jun Wuji had displayed. If anyone teamed up with Mu Qingliu, no, even without teaming up. If Jun Wuji harbored killing intent towards them, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. The other ancient saints of refinement void could possibly hide in some corner and cling to life. But since he was merged with the blood demon sea, he couldn't escape, and was too obvious a target, practically a living target. Nether Palace. The emaciated man's forehead vaguely oozed cold sweat. He didn't have a physical body, existing only as a soul form, and shouldn't even be capable of cold sweat, but feeling the intensity of the fight between Lin Yuan and Mu Qingliu about blew his scalp off. Such vast and relentless vitality, if it came to suppress him. The emaciated man didn't dare to imagine the consequences. As the king of ghost cultivators, he possessed a certain immortality trait. But even immortality had its limits. Being swept with that boundless vitality once would strip him of a layer of skin. Swept a few more times and he probably would indeed die. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The emaciated man immediately controlled the Nether Palace to flee towards the utmost southern direction. He was truly afraid. Above the 9 heavens, Mu Qingliu, with the Taihao immortal mirror above his head, struggled to defend. Wuji. How is Wuji so strong? Mu Qingliu's expression was ugly. He had originally thought that much of Jun Wuji's strength resided in Master Yuanyang, His sudden attack, not to mention defeating the adversary, at least he expected to regain some face. Being inferior to his own grandson was not a good thing for a grandfather. But the reality was the opposite, in merely an instant of contact. He was suppressed by Lin Yuan, and he hadn't had a chance to counterattack since then. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, but that he simply couldn't. We can't drag this on, Mu Qingliu made up his mind. Although with the help of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he could still hold on. Continuing like this wasn't good. Let's return to the Daoda Immortal Sect. Mu Qingliu sighed. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the leader of the sect was forced to retreat to his own sect's gate by an outsider. Whoosh! The Taihao Immortal Mirror suddenly emitted boundless light. Breaking through layers of vitality, it shot towards Mount Morality Immortal. Seeing this, Lin Yuan followed closely. Mount Morality Immortal? Immortal Qi filled the air. But at this time, the entire sect was as if facing a great enemy. The sect master's terrifying battle in the sky above the cloud mist blessed land was naturally sensed early on by many disciples nearby Mount Morality Immortal. Many elders and the supreme elders all began to activate the sect protection array. A beam of mirror light fell from above. The Taihao Immortal Mirror, as the pivot of the sect's great formation of Mount Morality Immortal, could ignore many of the sect's formations and directly enter. Quickly activate the 9 Heavens Defense Array, the 10 Earths Thick Soil Array, the 5 Elements Rotation Array, the Yin-Yang Integration Array. Mu Qingliu, in a rush, activated the Taihao Immortal Realm, turning on all the countless arrays the Daoda Immortal Sect had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The next moment, whoosh! Like the dawn sky, boundless and unparalleled, the brilliant and startling torrents of vitality submerged Mount Morality Immortal. Mount Morality Immortal stood majestic and grand. It stood at the center of the central divine continent, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, the Daoda Immortal Sect had been situated upon this mountain, overlooking all beings from its lofty height. However, today, the pillar that countless cultivators of the central divine continent looked up to, was now submerged in surging vital energy. The sound of rushing water echoed. Brilliant and shocking vital energy, mighty and overwhelming, collided fiercely with the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal. At every instant, a vast amount of vital energy evaporated while also causing numerous sections of the sect protection array to collapse. Still, the submerging, vital energy engulfing Mount Morality Immortal did not show any signs of slowing, seeming endless and boundless. What's going on? Has someone dared to attack the Daoda Immortal Sect? This red vastness is the power of vital energy? How can there be such immense vital energy? Most of the Daoda Immortal Sect disciples had yet to react. Just moments ago, they were cultivating in their own caves, and the next, they felt terrifying fluctuations coming from the direction of the cloud mist blessed land. Then, this was the scene they were faced with now. The Grand Mount Morality Immortal had been submerged in surging vital energy, and at this moment, countless formations within the mountain were activated, resisting the erosion of the vital energy. Did it hold? Upon seeing this, sect leader Mu Qingliu, not knowing why, felt a sigh of relief deep inside. Jun Wuji. Mu Qingliu's expression was grave as he looked towards the depths of the Red Ocean. He could feel that Jun Wuji was there, silently watching Mount Morality Immortal. Sect leader, what exactly happened? At that moment, Mu Menjing rushed over, hurriedly asking. His face looked pale as he glanced at the red twilight enveloping Mount Morality Immortal, unable to suppress the trembling in his heart. If it weren't for the sect's great formations shielding them, with his early refined void stage strength, he probably would have been melted by the red twilight in no time. It's Jun Wuji. Mu Qingliu spoke tersely. At this moment, he did not want to say much. Daoda Immortal Sect was facing the greatest crisis in tens of thousands of years, and most of his attention was on maintaining the sect protection array. Jun Wuji, the youngest son of Jun Dongjin, wasn't he spiritless? Mu Menjing had already seen the person confronting Mu Qingliu and, with the abilities of an ancient saint of refinement void, identifying him wasn't difficult. But the greater this certainty, the more incredulous Mu Menjing became. Jun Wuji? The very Jun Wuji he had never even considered a threat? How could he be so strong, How could he be so strong? Mu Menjing couldn't accept it. It was as if an ant he had never bothered to glance at had suddenly become a god capable of reaching the heavens. This reversal nearly inducing a heart demon in Mu Menjing. How would I know? Mu Qingliu spared Mu Menjing a glance. That was indeed the case. The one now blocking the entrance to Dao De Immortal sect and almost suppressing Mount Morality Immortal with his singular might was none other than his former grandson, an individual who had always been inconspicuous and had never received much attention, a third-generation immortal. The rumble of thunder reverberated. Boundless vital energy spread out. Lin Yuan slowly emerged, overlooking the entirety of Mount Morality Immortal. At this moment, Mount Morality Immortal unleashed its formidable potential under his gaze, defensive formations sparking to life, intermingling and blending with one another, and connecting with the ley lines of the central divine continent. Jun Wuji? Mu Menjing looked up at the figure above, his thoughts turbulent. Jun Wuji? Is he Jun Wuji, the youngest son of Lord Jun Dongjin? Countless Dao De Immortal sect disciples also saw Lin Yuan, stunned and unprepared for the entity displaying such overwhelming combat power to be the third-generation immortal who had grown up on Mount Morality Immortal. Many of the disciples had interacted with Jun Wuji before. At that time, Jun Wuji, with his powerful background, was untouchable, yet he was incapable of cultivation and thus looked down upon by many of the sect's disciples. But now, looking up at Jun Wuji, who stood high above like a true immortal from the upper realms, many disciples felt as if they were dreaming. Let's see if we can break through. Lin Yuan observed Mount Morality Immortal closely below. Merely eroding it with vital energy was insufficient to handle Dao De Immortal sect. Lin Yuan needed to take action himself. Boom! Lin Yuan raised his hand. He shot his hand toward Mount Morality Immortal from afar. Hum! The red twilight rolled, endless vital energy concentrated, forming a 100-mile wide hand that smacked down toward Mount Morality Immortal. Inside the sleeve space, Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, along with Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan, a family, were anxious. Husband, what exactly is going on? Mu Lianer asked softly, her mind tense ever since she was taken into the sleeve space. Although Mu Lianer was sure that the one who took them away must be her younger son, Jun Wuji. It only led to more questions. Why could her younger son take them away? Why did the divinity transformation stage Heaven Lord guardians outside not stop him? And could such top-grade immortal techniques as Sleeve Universe, which only divinity transformation stage Heaven Lords can execute, be performed by him? One question after another deeply puzzled Mu Lianer. My little brother. When did he become so strong? Even Sleeve Universe has been executed by him? Jun Jilan couldn't help but speak out. In her eyes, her little brother Jun Wuji had always been someone she needed to protect. Now, he suddenly used Sleeve Universe, a technique exclusively for Heaven Lords. Jun Jilan herself was only at the nascent soul stage. Despite this, she was considered a genius within the sect. Could it be that my little brother has some hidden spirit root, has been secretly cultivating, and now that he's entered the divinity transformation phase, he has finally asked the sect master to take us away? Jun Xiaoyao speculated after a moment. So far, that is the most likely possibility. Hidden spirit roots. Such cases have occurred a few times in the central divine continent over tens of thousands of years, but the possibility is so small that everyone has not considered this. Divinity transformation stage? Do you think this is the space manipulation of the divinity transformation stage? At this moment, Jun Dongjin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Isn't space manipulation something that only cultivators in the divinity transformation stage can perform? Could it be that there are special methods that allow one to use space manipulation at the nascent soul stage or even the golden core stage? Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan asked. If that were indeed the case, it would be much more acceptable. Even if Wuji had hidden spirit roots, advancing to the divinity transformation stage in just over 100 years was still too frightening. The golden core stage or the nascent soul stage would be much more reasonable. At least that is the level at which Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan themselves are. So that's how it is. Mu Lianer suddenly realized in her heart. But even she, as the sect master's personal daughter, had never heard of any method that could lower the threshold for using such a high-grade divine skill as space manipulation. The essence of space manipulation is an understanding of space. without reaching the divinity transformation stage, who could clearly perceive space and utilize it. You misunderstand my meaning. Jun Dongjin glanced at the others, suppressing the shock in his heart. A Mahayana phase heaven lord, even when using space manipulation, can at most encompass 1 mile within. Jun Dongjin paused for a moment and took a deep breath before continuing. An ancient saint of refinement void, if performing space manipulation, could reach 100 miles within. After saying this, Jun Dongjin stood up and looked around. He looked at the space inside the sleeve where they found themselves. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan also looked around. As far as the eye could see, vast and endless. Is it not tens of thousands of miles? East Sea? At the core area of Baiyu Island, Lin Yuanyang stood with his hands behind his back. A figure appeared. It was the Taiyin primordial spirit. Whoosh! With a wave of the Taiyin primordial spirit's hand, Jun Dongjin and the other 3 appeared. Where is this? Jun Dongjin cautiously looked around. Mu Liener, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan were still immersed in the shock that the space inside an ancient saint of refinement void's sleeve could be only 100 miles. Dad, Mom, big brother, second sister, I have something urgent. I will leave first and explain when I come back, said the Taiyin primordial spirit with a faint smile. The Taiyin primordial spirit disappeared with the Taiyang divine spirit from Baiyu Island. After 100 years of preparation, Baiyu Island, even when besieged by several ancient saints of refinement void, could hold out for a considerable amount of time. It would be possible to penetrate Baiyu Island only if the Taoist immortal sect master holding the Taihao immortal mirror made a full-force strike. But now, the immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu and the Taihao immortal mirror were both blocked by Lin Yuan within the immortal sect. It can be said that Baiyu Island is currently one of the safest places in the world. Mount Morality Immortal. Life force surging endlessly, boundless and infinite. Lin Yuan looked down from above, striking repeatedly with dozens of slaps, yet still unable to shake Mount Morality Immortal. It really is like a turtle shell, remarked Lin Yuan calmly. Mount Morality Immortal is connected to the largest ley line of the central divine continent. Attacking the mountain is akin to attacking the entire continent, dispersing the force endlessly. Indeed, Lin Yuan had means to break through Mount Morality Immortal, namely by destroying the central divine continent inch by inch. Without the central divine continent, the defensive power of Mount Morality Immortal would plummet. However, this method was tantamount to achieving a Pyrrhic victory. Without the central divine continent, Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path would also be difficult to spread. Inside Mount Morality Immortal, Mu Qingliu, seeing Lin Yuan cease his attack, sighed with relief again. Even though he had great faith in the sect's defenses, believing that only a Dao integration stage powerhouse could potentially breach them with some effort, seeing the maneuvers displayed by Lin Yuan still filled him with dread. We held strong. Next to him, Mu Menjing finally let go of his hanging heart. At this moment, his thoughts were extremely complex. Wuji, once considered beneath his notice, had brought him an overwhelming sense of oppressiveness. Sect Master, what do we do now? Mu Menjing whispered. Although Mount Morality Immortal had blocked Lin Yuan's attack. But with Lin Yuan blocking the entrance outside, they couldn't leave either. What can we do? Mu Qinglu sighed. We can only continue to withstand it like this. Mu Qinglu said softly. With the attack Lin Yuan had unleashed, among the Taoist immortal sect, only he, with the Taihao immortal mirror in hand, might be able to hold out if he went outside. The other disciples, including Mu Menjing, the newly promoted ancient saint, would certainly die if they went outside. Our immortal sect has profound foundations. Just as Mu Qinglu was about to speak and boost the morale of the many immortal sect disciples. At that moment, from two other directions of Mount Morality Immortal, within the vast expanse of surging scarlet energy and blood, two figures emerged. One exuded the aura of the power of Taiyang akin to a great sun falling to the human world, precisely Master Yuanyang from Baiyu Island. The other, in every move, was wrapped in the endless yin energy of Taiyin, like the bright moon shining, their presence not the slightest inferior to that of Master Yuanyang beside them. Is that the mysterious ancient Saint Taiyin? No good, this ancient Saint Taiyin is also one of Jun Wuji's avatars. Mu Qinglu's expression drastically changed and immediately urged the Taihao Immortal Mirror to activate the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal to its ultimate extent. Boom! The Taiyin Primordial Spirit and the Taiyang Divine Spirit joined hands, merging the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang into the power of Taiji, and formed a black and white yin-yang great grinding disc that rolled toward the base of Mount Morality Immortal. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan himself made another move. With overwhelming and astonishing life force, he struck Mount Morality Immortal once again. Master Yuanyang and that ancient Saint Taiyin are both avatars of Jun Wuji. In the west of Divine Continent, the color drained from the demon saint of the demon saint's nest. The sequence of events that had unfolded today far surpassed the shocks he experienced over the past hundreds of thousands of years, even exceeding the arid tens of thousands of years ago when figures surpassing the void refinement limit were commonplace. First was Master Yuanyang, revealing a combat power that surpassed the void refinement limit and easily blocking a strike from Mu Qinglu with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand. Next was the man whom everyone saw as a waste, who inexplicably started a fight with his own grandfather. But what was unbelievable was that Jun Wuji was actually overpowering his grandfather in the fight. Overwhelming the Immortal Sect leader holding the Taihao Immortal Mirror? In the end, the Immortal Sect leader, left with no alternative, fled into Mount Morality Immortal and with the centuries-old foundation of the Daoda Immortal Sect, barely resisted the killing power of Jun Wuji. And then Master Yuanyang arrived. The mysterious ancient Saint Taiyin also arrived. The three stood in three respective directions around Mount Morality Immortal, and although they had different auras, they could easily merge into one. It was clear that the three were actually one person. At this moment, the demon saint was deeply shaken. He could never have dreamed that Jun Wuji had hidden so many trump cards. In the south of Central Earth, the emaciated man known as the Ghost Cultivator King felt numb all over. He had planned to flee towards the far south, but now, seeing Jun Wuji suppressing the entire Daoda Immortal Sect and that Master Yuanyang, as well as the ancient Saint Taiyin, were all closely related to Jun Wuji, the emaciated man suddenly lost all interest in fleeing. If it were only Master Yuanyang, a figure who surpassed the void refinement limit, he might have had some hope of escape if he desperately fled south. But three of them, especially since these three were likely the same person. The Ghost Cultivator King no longer felt like running, because it was pointless. No matter where he fled within this realm, it made no difference. With the combat power Jun Wuji had unleashed now, the ends of the earth were merely under his feet. How could such an aberration be born in this world? The Ghost Cultivator King sighed deeply, gazing distantly towards the direction of Mount Morality Immortal. Compared to his current situation, the predicament of the Daoda Immortal Sect was undoubtedly many times worse. In the Blood Demon Sea, the Blood Demon Lord was trembling with unease. How could it be so powerful? The Blood Demon Lord knew many things about the past hundreds of thousands of years ago, but even back then, while mighty beings that surpassed the void refinement limit weren't rare, someone with terrifying power like Lin Yuan was perhaps only one or two, right? Mount Morality Immortal. The dreadful immortal light formation was nearly capable of piercing through space, as Mu Qinglu personally urged the Taihao Immortal Mirror, seated at the central hub of the Immortal Mountain. The next moment, the Yin-Yang Taiji great grinding disc crushed downward. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. It was as if all things were destroyed. Lin Yuan gathered his two primordial spirits, and with all his might, he struck. He completely surpassed the 6th rank limit, and purely in terms of might, perhaps he was already close to the 7th rank. A moment later, the nature's spiritual energy gradually calmed. Lin Yuan looked down. It's a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. His full-strength attack had still not breached Mount Morality Immortal. Well then. Lin Yuan did not care much. The Daoda Immortal Sect, with its inheritance spanning hundreds of thousands of years, had profound secrets, and unless a Unity Realm true immortal or a 7th rank evolver intervened, it would be very difficult to completely break through their sect protection array. Lin Yuan's visit this time was not to permanently resolve the Daoda Immortal Sect. Instead, it was to test his own strength, using the entire Daoda Immortal Sect as a standard to measure against. Although I can't break it, I have almost done it. As long as I cultivate to the peak of the 6th rank, full force, my attack might touch upon the 7th rank. By then, I should be able to completely break through Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan looked down at Mount Morality Immortal, pondering to himself. Of course, the premise of Lin Yuan's prediction is that the legendary spirit realm does not intervene. The Daoda Immortal sect controls the Ascension platform, and its past ancient saints, after leading the sect for 10 or 20,000 years, ascend to the spirit realm via the platform. Tens of thousands of years ago, many powerful beings from that era, some surpassing the void refinement limit, have already ascended to a higher level of the spirit realm through the Ascension platform. In the spirit realm, it's almost certain that there resides a unity path stage true immortal. However, the Ascension platform is a one-way passage. The former members of the Daoda Immortal sect who ascended can't return from there. This is also why Lin Yuan dared to take action against the Daoda Immortal sect. With the two realms separated, even if they could intervene, the force they could exert would be very limited, and Lin Yuan, being undefeated in this realm, has nothing to fear from them. Let's go back. Lin Yuan glanced at the Daoda Immortal sect beneath him. And then he disappeared. Actually, Lin Yuan could have left behind a yang spirit or a yin god to continue suppressing the Daoda Immortal sect. But there was no need, with the combat power he had just displayed. Even without leaving a suppressive avatar, the disciples of the Daoda Immortal sect would probably not dare to venture out for a long time. Especially those nascent-souled true monarchs and Mahayana heavenly monarchs. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare step outside the bounds of Mount Morality Immortal. So, in that case, it might as well be that both of his primordial spirits return together, as training the primordial spirit could also improve Lin Yuan's efficiency in understanding Tao. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's departure, within Mount Morality Immortal, countless immortal sect disciples cried tears of relief. Just now, they really felt the threat of death, thinking the Daoda Immortal sect, with its heritage of hundreds of thousands of years, might actually not withstand the attack of that yin-yang great grinding disc. But now, Mount Morality Immortal had not been breached. And that figure, standing high in the sky, looking down on them like a true immortal, Wuji, had also disappeared, likely having left. We have survived. Ha ha ha, I knew my life wasn't supposed to end. We survived, we really survived. Countless immortal sect disciples couldn't help but celebrate wildly. From life to death, and from death back to life, such great fluctuations, even for cultivators, could inevitably affect their state of mind. Survived? Above in the sky, Jun Wuji watched the disciples' wild celebration and couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Since when had the lofty disciples of the Daoda Immortal sect expressed such sentiments? Go find the sect master. He composed himself and immediately flew towards the top of Mount Morality Immortal. For ordinary disciples, indeed, they had survived. But for the higher-ups of the Immortal sect, it was just the beginning. What the Immortal sect needs to do next is crucial. Wuji had only left, not died. It was far from a time for celebration. The Grand Hall at the top of Mount Morality Immortal. Sect Master Mu Qingliu sat in the main seat, his eyes closed, frowning in deep thought. Sect Master Mu Menjing appeared in the hall, bowing slightly to Mu Qingliu. Meng Ting, Mu Qingliu opened his eyes and looked at Mu Menjing. Observing the respectful demeanor of Mu Menjing, Mu Qingliu subconsciously compared him to Jun Dongjin. And found the two simply couldn't compare. Did I really choose wrong? Mu Qingliu thought silently to himself. If he had not chosen Mu Menjing to be the next immortal sect leader but had chosen Jun Dongjin instead, would they have avoided the disaster that had just befallen the Daoda Immortal sect? Although it's true that Lin Yuan wanted to spread martial Dao, a point on which he definitely won't compromise, and neither would the Daoda Immortal sect. If Jun Dongjin had been the leader of the Immortal sect, there would have been at least some room for easing the situation, instead of it escalating to direct conflict like just now. Sect Master, what should we do now? Mu Menjing asked cautiously. What should we do? Mu Qingliu focused his thoughts. Wuji's strength is beyond us now. We can only seek the advice of our ancestors. The ancestors' opinions? Mu Menjing's eyes lit up. The Daoda Immortal sect had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years and had no less than 30 generations of leaders. On average, each leader ruled the Immortal sect for only 10 to 20,000 years. Why is that? It must be known that an ancient saint of refinement Void's lifespan far exceeds 20,000 years, as the three ancient saints from the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Demon Saint's Nest have lived from that era until now. It's not difficult for an ancient saint of refinement void to live for several 100,000 years. But in reality, the Dowda Immortal sect has had many leaders, and the reason is the spirit realm. The Dowda Immortal sect controls the Ascension platform, a passage linking to the spirit realm, and its past leaders ascended to the spirit realm through it. It is said that the cultivation environment in the spirit realm far surpasses that of the central divine continent. In the spirit realm, the ancestors of the Dowda Immortal sect even included Unity Realm true immortals. You should not have too many expectations for the ancestors. The ancestors residing in the spirit realm find it difficult to intervene in the lower realms. Mu Qingliu shook his head. If the ancestors could intervene in Central Divine Continent, then the Demon Saint's Nest, Nether Palace, and Blood Demon Sea would have been flattened long ago. How could they still exist today? Bayou Island. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan. They were anxiously waiting, speculating uneasily. Is this Bayou Island the territory of Master Yuanyang? Does Wuji also have a connection with Master Yuanyang? The shock in Jun Dongjin's heart never ceased. Although he had vaguely guessed from Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit's display of universe in the sleeve that his youngest son, Jun Wuji, might be far stronger than they imagined. Yet until they received Jun Wuji's personal confirmation, they could not be sure. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared not far away. Wuji, younger brother, Mu Lianer, Jun Jilan, and Jun Xiaoyao ran over first. What exactly is going on? The person who met us earlier, why does he look like you? Jun Jilan couldn't help but ask. That was one of my, let's say, avatars. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and explained. The martial path evolutionary path's martial Dao primordial spirit indeed resembled an avatar, only it did not require the same price as cultivating an avatar. Next, Lin Yuan disclosed everything truthfully. Like his true strength, both the so-called Master Yuanyang and Ancient Saint Taiyin were his avatars. As for why he possessed such power, Lin Yuan explained that in his childhood, some memories suddenly emerged in his mind. Those memories contained some incomplete cultivation methods. Anyway, it was mostly true, with a bit of falsehood. I have read in some ancient scriptures that before the appearance of the Ascension platform, those capable of exceeding the void refinement limit faced the end of their lifespans and would attempt reincarnation. Wuji, you must be the reincarnation of some powerful being. However, the theory of reincarnation is elusive and includes grappling with the mystery in the womb. That powerful being's true self might have already dissipated, leaving only some memories for you, Wuji, to take in. Jun Dongjin pondered for a while and then spoke. Although the theory of reincarnation was elusive, it truly existed. In the history of the Dowda Immortal sect, it had taken in some exceptionally precocious disciples. These disciples were innately knowledgeable, and visions of another world would often flash through their minds. Young brother, are you saying that you just visited Mount Morality Immortal and almost breached it? Jun Jilan blinked her eyes. She understood every word Lin Yuan said, but when combined, why did it seem so alien? I took action against the Dowda Immortal sect with no ill intentions, only to prove my strength in preparation for spreading the martial Dao. Lin Yuan stated truthfully. If one wanted to spread the martial Dao, relying solely on kinship and words was futile. The Dowda Immortal sect had the backing of the spirit realm ancestors, so Lin Yuan never intended to eradicate Mount Morality Immortal. After all, Lin Yuan could only stay in this world for 500 years, and even if he did destroy the Dowda Immortal sect. 500 years later, after Lin Yuan left this world, the Dowda Immortal sect's spirit realm ancestors could easily make a comeback and re-establish the Dowda Immortal sect. Even for a Unity Realm true immortal, spanning two realms to break through world barriers and intervene in the lower realms is extremely challenging. At most, they could employ some minor tricks. Such tactics might be sufficient to deal with ordinary beings who had surpassed the void refinement limit, but against Lin Yuan, they were utterly ineffective. However, with Lin Yuan present for the next 500 years, there was no need to worry about the martial Dao. But what about after 500 years? Thus, the real purpose of Lin Yuan's actions was to force the hands of those ancestors from the Dowda Immortal sect in the spirit realm. As for why he did not use more peaceful methods, such as speaking frankly with Mu Qingliu, there really was no difference. If Lin Yuan lacked sufficient strength, even if he appeared in a peaceful demeanor, he would still face suppression from the Daoda Immortal sect. Conversely, if Lin Yuan demonstrated the ability to annihilate the Daoda Immortal sect in this realm, no matter what he did, as long as he did not cross a line, there would be room for negotiation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had another motive. That was to avenge his parents. It was the Daoda Immortal sect's mistake in choosing the wrong person. Wuji, you do as you see fit. Jun Dongjun looked at his son and said. Having experienced the peak and the potential of becoming the next sect master within the Daoda Immortal sect, as well as the lows, having spent a century at the remote vast cliff mountain, he had seen through many things. After explaining everything to his parents, elder brother, and elder sister, Lin Yuan personally arranged a residence for them on Baiyu Island. Baiyu Island brimmed with dense spiritual energy. Even though it was not Mount Morality Immortal, it was a match for any paradise in the central divine continent. It was much better than the remote vast cliff mountain. With his parents cultivating here, Lin Yuan felt very relieved. Several months later, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged inside his cave dwelling. Nearby, a man in a blood-red robe bowed respectfully. I have seen you, my lord. This man in the blood robe was indeed the master of the Blood Demon Sea. After spending several tense months in the Blood Demon Sea, he had decided to pay Lin Yuan a visit in person. Given the strength Lin Yuan had shown, flattening his Blood Demon Sea was not a difficult task. Faced with such a powerhouse, the Blood Demon Master naturally knew what to do. Is this one of your avatars? Lin Yuan looked at the Blood Demon Master with keen interest. He was not the first ancient saint to visit Lin Yuan. Before him, the Ghost Cultivator King of the Nether Palace and the Demon Saint of the Demon Saint's Nest had already visited. They each had offered their core secret techniques in hopes of gaining Lin Yuan's protection. But to say they sought protection was not quite accurate, they merely hoped Lin Yuan would not strike against them. Lin Yuan naturally accepted all of them with a smile. These old ancient saints of refinement void who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years had many valuable secret techniques and teachings. My lord, as my true body cannot leave the Blood Demon Sea, I had to send this incarnation. The Blood Demon Master suddenly grew anxious, thinking that Lin Yuan was blaming him for being rude. Not to worry. Lin Yuan waved his hand. My lord, this is the Immortal Blood Sea skill I've been practicing for a long time. The Blood Demon Master immediately presented a blood-colored jade slip. He then pledged his loyalty to Lin Yuan, saying that if Lin Yuan commanded, he would expand the Blood Demon Sea, invade the central divine continent, and battle the Daoda Immortal sect to the death. After sending the Blood Demon Master away, Lin Yuan began to study the Immortal Blood Sea skill in the Jade Slip. To merge with the Blood Sea, immortal and indestructible, no wonder the Daoda Immortal sect has been unable to suppress it for hundreds of thousands of years. This skill already involves some techniques of the Unity realm. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly solemn. The Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace were able to withstand suppression from the Daoda Immortal sect up to this day because the Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace were powerful artifacts left by those who surpassed the void refinement limit tens of thousands of years ago. However, the Master of the Blood Demon Sea did not have these, relying solely on merging with the Blood Demon Sea to remain at large until now. Such technique, if only it could be slightly modified. Lin Yuan was rather tempted. The flaw of the Immortal Blood Sea skill was that one could not leave the item to which one was merged. For example, the Blood Demon Master could not leave the range of the Blood Demon Sea because he was the Blood Demon Sea and the Blood Demon Sea was him. But with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, it was not impossible to eliminate this flaw, albeit at the expense of weakening the immortal characteristic slightly. Years passed leisurely. 100 years flew by quickly. Baiyu Island became increasingly prosperous, and the number of martial Dao cultivators also grew. In the Jun Dongjing territory, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan had a happy and stress-free life on Baiyu Island. And now, Baiyu Island's reputation had surpassed that of the Daoda Immortal sect, further elevating the status of Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan. Just then, a terrifying aura burst from the core area of Baiyu Island. The magnitude of this aura seemed capable of suppressing all things. Across the billion-mile region of the East Sea, Nature's spiritual energy began to tremble. The demon saint's nest. The demon saint looked toward the direction of the East Sea in shock. Has that lord broken through? The demon saint murmured to himself. 100 years ago, that lord had the ability to hang up the Tao Te Immortal sect and beat it. With another step forward, what level would he reach? The Nether Palace. The ghost cultivator king sighed. His gaze also turned toward the East Sea, pondering something. The Blood Demon Sea and the Blood Demon Master did the same. The Tao Te Immortal sect. Mu Qingliu and Mu Menjing felt the aura from the East Sea immediately, sprang from their seats, and looked toward the East Sea. As the breakthrough aura became more immense, suddenly, countless beings, as if sensing something, looked unconsciously toward the direction of the East Sea. It was as if all the world, as one in gaze, watched a single man. Name: Jun Wuji, Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills: blood rebirth. Current state: consciousness descent. Remaining residency time: 220 years. At the core cave dwelling on Bayou Island, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his terrifying aura spreading through the void, rippling out in all directions as if it were ripples formed by a stone thrown into a calm body of water. This world. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Tao Te Immortal sect in the central divine continent. With his current understanding of space, no matter how far the distance, he could sense that deep within the Tao Te Immortal sect, space seemed to be torn open, suggesting some kind of incompleteness. It was as if there was a black dot suddenly appearing on a piece of white paper, which would stand out as extraordinarily prominent in Lin Yuan's vision. Is that the Ascension platform controlled by the Tao Te Immortal sect? Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful, compared to the final spatial rift in the Divine Arms world. This Ascension platform's connected spatial passage seems much more stable and orderly. It was similar to the spatial passage formed by the crystal cube that the eldest senior brother brought out when Lin Yuan first broke through to the 6th rank, which allowed direct arrival at the Chicken Main Star. Lin Yuan sat at the East Sea, observed the Ascension platform at the Tao Te Immortal sect for a while, and then shifted his gaze away. The Ascension platform, as of now, held no secrets for Lin Yuan. It was simply a stable space passage leading to a certain world. Of course, stable as it might be, it was still filled with a kind of spatial pressure, and only those of at least the 6th rank or refining void ancient saint layer could pass through it. 280 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, having descended into this world almost 300 years ago, with just a fraction of the 500 years of residency time left. 60 years ago, I had already stepped into the 12th segment of the 6th rank. 50 years ago, I reached the peak of the 12th segment, and just now, I even managed to take a half step beyond the 12th segment. But the 7th rank, I still haven't figured it out. In 100 years, besides the Taoist immortal scripture from the Tao Te Immortal sect, Lin Yuan had comprehended all the techniques and secret arts of this world and used their essence as nutrients to feed into the martial path evolutionary path. However, Lin Yuan understood that to truly start the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, he still lacked something. Despite having many references for the 7th rank evolution pathway to ponder, the 7th rank chapter that Lin Yuan wanted to create for the martial path evolutionary path would certainly be unique and perfectly fit for himself. 7th rank. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. In this world, the immortal cultivation system's realm corresponding to the 7th rank was the Tao integration stage. What is the Tao integration stage? To become one with the Tao. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. The Tao integration stage is also known as true immortal, which is a level truly belonging to immortals. Tao integration? Perhaps observing the Taoist immortal scripture will help my 7th rank chapter? Lin Yuan thought to himself. It has to be said that the immortal cultivation system indeed has exceptional aspects, and the farther along one gets, the more terrifying the powers wielded by those true immortals become. Unfortunately, the end of this cultivation system seems to have been occupied by a certain existence. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The immortal path prevails in this world, and it just so happens that an ascension platform connecting to the spirit realm, suitable for the immortal cultivation system, appears? How can this be merely coincidence? In the Dragon Tiger world, there were supreme beings from the upper realms making arrangements, leaving behind the true martial sword and the primeval demon spirit. And in this world, Lin Yuan still sensed traces of the meddling of even higher powers. Even if separated by worlds, even the supreme beings cannot traverse the gap through nothingness and will be subject to severe restrictions. At most, they can only lower their methods. Lin Yuan grew increasingly aware of the terror of the door to the myriad realms, a means that defied both space and time constraints to forcefully project oneself into a particular world, and deemed it inconceivable. To know, the door to the myriad realms can not only perform consciousness descent but also allow physical traversal, and as long as there is enough world-breaking origin force, it can even precisely lock onto and traverse to a specific world. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan got up and walked out of the cave dwelling. His strength and realm had now reached a certain limit. Even if he continued to retreat, he might not gain anything in the next several decades or 100 years. This was not because heaven-defying comprehension was insufficient. Lin Yuan could open the 7th rank path now if he did not care about the potential. But there are differences between the 7th rank and the 7th rank. Some 7th rank evolution pathways have the potential to ascend to the 9th stage evolution path. Some 7th rank evolution pathways, however, have no chance of ascending even to the 8th rank. Spiritual energy swirled around Bayou Island, and layers of formation light shielded the entire island. Wuji, Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Jilan, and others, seeing Lin Yuan come out, greeted him promptly. The disturbance caused by Lin Yuan's recent breakthrough was not insignificant, as cultivators with a bit of strength everywhere in the world sensed it. Father, mother. Lin Yuan walked over. How are things on the island now? Lin Yuan asked casually. Spending most of his time in seclusion, Lin Yuan had left most of the affairs of the White Jade Pavilion to his disciples, as well as to his parents and elder brother and sister. However, Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer were not too keen on intervening in the affairs of the White Jade Pavilion, but Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan showed some interest. Master. Li Qing stepped forward. As Lin Yuan's disciple, she was primarily responsible for all affairs of the White Jade Pavilion. Even Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan were only helping her. Currently in the White Jade Pavilion, there are 16 million disciples at the 1st rank martial Dao, 890 million at the 2nd rank, 110,000 at the 3rd rank, 2,421 at the 4th rank stage martial Dao, and 24 at the 5th rank. Li Qing paused for a moment, then whispered, "No disciple has yet cultivated to the 6th stage martial Dao." Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The martial path evolutionary path had only been spreading for a little more than 200 years, yet it had already cultivated so many practitioners, which could be considered rapid development. In fact, the fastest development of the martial path evolutionary path occurred in the last 100 years. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan, with an absolutely overwhelming manner, approached the gates of Daoda Immortal Sect. Even though he ultimately did not breach Mount Morality Immortal, who didn't know of his invincible might. Hence, the martial path evolutionary path propagated by Lin Yuan naturally attracted countless people, especially the heterodox and left paths from the Eastern Sea Islands, who were particularly eager to join White Jade Pavilion. 6th stage martial Dao. Even with Lin Yuan's guidance, White Jade Pavilion has yet to produce a 6th stage martial Dao practitioner. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this fact. The 6th rank corresponded to the ancient saint of refinement void. Even in the main world, the leap from the 5th to 6th rank was a threshold. The essence of life for 6th rank evolvers transformed, enabling them to imprint their life seals onto the cosmic starry skies. In this world, the ancient saint of refinement void was undoubtedly the ceiling of combat power. Even a strong force like Daoda Immortal Sect was mostly guarded by a single ancient saint. Actually, had it not been for Lin Yuan's sudden enlightenment in the main world, breaking the limitations of the martial path evolutionary path to make it inclusive of everything. Otherwise, now not to mention 6th stage martial Dao, probably there would only be a few at the 4th or 5th stages. Not everyone possesses talent in the domain of Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. Next, I need to take a trip away. After chatting with his family and disciples for a while, Lin Yuan spoke up. Leaving? Mu Lianer had a guess in her heart and tentatively asked, "Wuji, are you thinking of going to Mount Morality Immortal?" 100 years ago, Lin Yuan did not force his way into Mount Morality Immortal. 100 years later, after several breakthroughs, the purpose of Lin Yuan leaving Baiyu Island is self-evident. Right. Lin Yuan nodded. Mount Morality Immortal was indeed one of his goals. Wuji. Mu Lianer sighed, wanting to say more but hesitating. Mother, rest assured, I have a sense of measure in what I do, Lin Yuan comforted. His trip to Daoda Immortal Sect was indeed with the intent of negotiating. Of course, those eligible to negotiate with Lin Yuan could only be the ancestral masters of the spirit realm from Daoda Immortal Sect. Outside Baiyu Island, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Daoda Immortal Sect. Lin Yuan glanced in the direction of the central divine continent. Before heading to Daoda Immortal Sect, Lin Yuan had another matter to attend to. That was the deep sea beneath the very Baiyu Island. More precisely, it was the deep sea bottom underneath Baiyu Island. The position of Baiyu Island was not fixed. It would sink to the bottom of the deep sea every 2,000 years, and then resurface after another 2,000 years. Now, Baiyu Island had already become the holy land for martial Dao cultivators. Even in the future, when the focal point of the martial arts system might shift to Central Divine Continent, the position of Baiyu Island would still be irreplaceable. Just as in the main world, it is the same as the ancestral star, the mother star of the Human Civilization Alliance. The territory of the Human Civilization Alliance is vast, encompassing countless life planets, but there is only one ancestral star, the mother star. Its symbolic significance exceeds all else. In this scenario, if Baiyu Island were to continue to follow the 2,000-year pattern of sinking and floating, it would naturally be somewhat inappropriate. The bottom of the deep sea, it was almost completely dark here. Terrible pressure from the sea bore down from all directions. Even nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage cultivators didn't dare to stay in such an environment for long periods of time. What's more, in the bottom of the deep sea, the most terrifying thing is not the extreme environment, but rather those ancient and ferocious demonic beasts that have existed for tens of thousands of years. Following below Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan came to the bottom of the deep sea? This place is a deep sea eye. Every 2,000 years, as seawater circulates, a tremendous suction force emerges, devouring vast amounts of seawater and conveying it to the other side of the East Sea, in an endless cycle, once every 2,000 years. Lin Yuan thought to himself. And Baiyu Island was right above the eye of the sea. Whenever a suction force emerged, the island would uncontrollably sink until it reached the bottom of the deep sea and blocked the eye of the sea, only then stopping. Once the suction force disappeared, Baiyu Island naturally floated back up. To resist this suction force isn't difficult, one just needs to seal this eye of the sea, he said. Not to mention an ancient saint of refinement void, even a Mahayana phase heaven lord could do it. Only. Lin Yuan glanced around. With his perception, he naturally noticed that many deep-sea behemoths with terrifying auras were nearby. Should he start sealing the eye of the sea, he would definitely alarm those deep-sea behemoths, with their enormous bodies and the fact they were in their home territory. Even an ancient saint of refinement void, if surrounded by a group of deep-sea behemoths, would probably only be able to flee in a sorry state. But for Lin Yuan, of course, this wasn't an issue. Seal. Lin Yuan looked towards the eye of the deep sea, his mind slightly stirring, releasing strands of essence that began to seal the massive eye of the sea. Far away, many deep-sea behemoths noticed the disturbance. They immediately started to approach. The next moment, these deep-sea behemoths seemed to realize something. They fled at speeds tens of times faster than when they had approached. Quite astute, he said. Lin Yuan glanced at those deep-sea behemoths frantically fleeing. He had intentionally let out a small trace of his aura, which nearly scared the behemoths out of their wits. While the behemoths of the deep sea had low spiritual wisdom, they weren't stupid. Feeling an aura far surpassing their own, who would dare to approach? An hour later, Lin Yuan completely sealed the eye of the deep sea. He then left the seabed and headed in the direction of the central divine continent. Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan's form appeared without a sound. 100 years had passed, yet Mount Morality Immortal had not changed. But the disciples of the sect had obviously become much more low-key. If they had no important business, they almost never left Mount Morality Immortal. You two stay outside, he said. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, his mind slightly moving, and Yin spirit and Yang spirit emerged, standing on each side of him. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, even if the Daoda Immortal sect really did summon the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, it would likely be useless, posing no threat to Lin Yuan. But it's always best to be cautious, just in case. For safety, Lin Yuan decided to keep Yin spirit and Yang spirit outside. Lin Yuan's original self and Yin spirit and Yang spirit were united three. As long as one still existed, the other two could be reborn, even if they were annihilated or fallen. Taiyin giving rise to Taiyang, or Taiyang giving rise to Taiyin. Finally, Taiji giving birth to all things, where all things referred to Lin Yuan's physical body. Leave a drop of essence blood outside, he said. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. A drop of crimson essence blood emerged, falling into the Yang spirit. Though Taiyin and Taiyang blended into Taiji, which in turn fostered the physical body, this method would take a considerable amount of time. And it would also consume some origin source. If he used essence blood instead, it would be much better. The physical body divine ability that Lin Yuan mastered a blood rebirth. Even with only a drop of fresh blood, he could quickly be reborn. Such was the power of divine skills. Now it's about time, he said. Lin Yuan looked at the preparations he made, a smile appearing on his face. With these precautions, even if the most unlikely situation occurred, he could recover as quickly as possible. Daoda Immortal Sect. Lin Yuan turned his head, looking toward the Immortal Mountain not far off. The many sect protection arrays passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. If it had been 100 years earlier, Lin Yuan would have had to forcefully break through these sect protection arrays. But after 100 years, besides cultivating, he also refined his against heaven's understanding, completely grasping all the sect protection arrays of the Daoda Immortal sect. 100 years ago, the combined strike of Lin Yuan's original Yang God and Yin God self was even aimed at observing the operation of the formation. Under the immense pressure caused by Lin Yuan's intervention, the Daoda Immortal sect's many sect protection arrays operated beyond their capacity, allowing Lin Yuan to witness some of their essence. Through against heaven's understanding of these formation essences, Lin Yuan now could definitely be called the top formation master in the central divine continent. Especially regarding the many sect protection arrays of the Daoda Immortal sect, he knew them like the back of his hand and could easily come and go as he pleased. Mount Morality Immortal. At the highest court, Mu Qingliu and Mu Menjing's expressions were grave. Not long ago, a presence from the East Sea had transmitted over, causing the two of them to feel restless. If before, Mu Qingliu had great confidence in the ancestral protective formation of the Immortal sect, believing that no one could break through and invade. The event 100 years ago, where Jun Wuji resembled a true immortal, splitting himself into 3 avatars and shaking Mount Morality Immortal to its core, changed that. Mu Qingliu then lost some of his confidence. At that time, he realized that Mount Morality Immortal could indeed be shaken by attack. And in the past 100 years, he sensed at least 3 times the breakthrough auras coming from the East Sea. Mu Qingliu's heart grew increasingly uneasy. 100 years ago, Jun Wuji nearly succeeded in breaching Mount Morality Immortal. Now another 100 years has passed, and if the enemy continued to act against the Daoda Immortal sect, would Mount Morality Immortal still be able to stand? Mu Qingliu's expression grew even more solemn. In his heart, he already had the answer. It would not hold. Even 100 years ago, if Jun Wuji had decided to stay and suppress Mount Morality Immortal. With the strength of his true body and the 2 avatars, he completely could have gradually eroded the sect protection array of the Daoda Immortal sect. A few hundred years of such, the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal might even break without attack. Sect Master. The ancestral masters of the spirit realm. What did they say? Mu Menjing was equally uneasy, and compared to Mu Qingliu, he felt even greater pressure. Who didn't know he was rivals with Jun Dongjin? He had even secretly sent someone with a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage to kill Jun Dongjin? Now that Jun Dongjin's son possessed such great capability, if Mount Morality Immortal were to be breached, could he possibly come to a good end? I have already spoken to the ancestral masters. The ancestors said, if Jun Wuji attacks the Immortal Mountain next time, we can contact him at any moment. Mu Qingliu said softly. Having witnessed Jun Wuji's capabilities threatening the Daoda Immortal sect 100 years ago, He had already reached out to the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. That was the response from the ancestors at that time. In the recent decades, whenever Lin Yuan broke through, he would contact the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, always receiving the same reply. That's good. Mu Menjing sighed slightly with relief. The only ones who could provide him with a sense of security now were the lofty ancestral masters of the spirit realm. Actually, Mu Menjing felt quite aggrieved. Ancient saints of refinement void in the history of the Daoda immortal secta, weren't they all lorded over everything, commanding heaven and earth? Even if the last generation's immortal sect leader were still alive, the newly born ancient saint would be showered in numerous honors and preside with authority. But his case was different. Just having broken through to the refining void period, becoming an ancient saint, he ushered in the darkest era for the Daoda immortal sect in tens of thousands of years. He nearly failed to protect his own immortal mountain's gates, causing all sect disciples to tremble with fear, and as an ancient saint of refinement void, he didn't even dare to leave the house, afraid that Jun Wuji might seize the opportunity to kill him. With the ancestral masters of the spirit realm present, that Jun Wuji, Mu Menjing was just about to spit out some harsh words. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over. "I'm what?" At that utterance, Mu Menjing froze for a moment, as if trying to figure out who had said those words. But the next instant, Mu Menjing started to tremble all over. For as he turned his head, he saw a figure appearing out of nowhere, seated on one side of the great hall. This figure had a calm countenance and did not emanate the slightest hint of a strong presence, but by merely standing there, it nearly suffocated Mu Menjing, the ancient saint of refinement void. Jun Wuji. It's Jun Wuji. How did he get in? How did he appear here? Countless thoughts flashed through Mu Menjing's mind. At this moment, he was utterly baffled. The sect protection array outside showed no sign of being alerted, nor had it been breached. How could Jun Wuji have entered? Jun Wuji? Mu Qingliu also saw Jun Wuji. His face turned slightly pale at this moment. However, no matter how frightened and uneasy Mu Qingliu and Mu Menjing felt inside, they never thought about running. What a joke. Run. Where could they run to? This was the safest place in the Daoda immortal sect. If Jun Wuji could enter here without a sound, it was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop Jun Wuji anymore. Alright. Let's get down to business. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingliu. Take me to the ascension platform. The spread of martial Dao in this realm didn't give the Taoist immortal sect master much of a say. The main decision rested with the immortal sect ancestors of the spirit realm. This time Lin Yuan came to the Daoda immortal sect to negotiate with the ancestral masters of the immortal sect in the spirit realm. Okay. Mu Qingliu fell silent for a moment and immediately agreed. With Lin Yuan's strength, had he come with the intention to kill the moment he appeared in the hall, none of them would have survived. Given that, Mu Qingliu knew what he had to do. Follow me. In the end, Mu Qingliu took a deep look at Lin Yuan. He looked at the man who was once his own grandson. Sect Master, the ascension platform is actually my. Mu Menjing, seeing this, immediately became anxious. The ascension platform was key to contacting the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, the Daoda immortal sect's last trump card, and now they were just going to bring Jun Wuji to it? Be quiet. Lin Yuan glanced at Mu Menjing. In an instant, Mu Menjing's gaze dimmed, his vitality slipping away. Dead. Maintain. Seeing this, Mu Qingliu inwardly sighed. Mu Menjing already had a vendetta with the Jun family and had even sent people to kill Jun Dongjin and his family before. In such circumstances, if Mu Menjing had kept a low profile, trying as much as possible not to attract attention, perhaps he could have lived. But unfortunately, Mu Qingliu didn't know what to say. Didn't he see that even I was being so cooperative, still thinking about preserving the ascension platform? At the deepest part of the Daoda immortal sect, within a secret realm, Mu Qingliu stopped walking. This is where the ascension platform is kept. Mu Qingliu looked at Lin Yuan and said softly. Open. Lin Yuan nodded. This indeed matched the location of the rift in space he had sensed. Mu Qingliu was quite tactful, not scheming on this matter. Very well. What Mu Qingliu did not know was, if he had harbored any other intentions, Lin Yuan would have seen right through him. At Lin Yuan's current realm, space was like paper before him. He could clearly feel every fluctuation. Whoosh! Under Mu Qingliu's manipulation, The entrance to the secret realm was gradually being opened. The space inside revealed itself. At the deepest part of the space, a portal only half a meter tall, made of stone, came into view. Is that the ascension platform? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted there. This stone portal faintly had spatial fluctuations swirling around it, and the portal itself displayed a silvery white color. The instant Lin Yuan gazed at this portal, a majestic and grand door to the myriad realms in the depths of his mind suddenly began to glow. Seemingly invisible fluctuations swept over the distant ascension platform. A moment later, a stream of information from the door to the myriad realms was transmitted to Lin Yuan's mind. Oh! Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He glanced at Mu Qingliu next to him. He noticed that Mu Qingliu had not perceived any of the recent changes. It was as if the power sweeping out from the door to the myriad realms existed in another dimension, unnoticed by anyone. Coordinates of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. The information transmitted from the door to the myriad realms was indeed the coordinates of the spirit realm. At this very moment, Lin Yuan partially immersed his consciousness into his mind. He gazed at that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. If one were to observe, they would find that near the threshold of the door to the myriad realms, there existed 5 seals. These 5 seals represented the coordinates of the martial world, dragon tiger world, divine arms world, 5 regions world, and the current immortal Tao world. These 5 worlds, all of which Lin Yuan had once traversed, were thus locked onto by the door to the myriad realms, capturing their coordinates. Because of this, armed with the world coordinates, Lin Yuan could spend 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to revisit these worlds. But now, following those 5 world coordinate seals, a 6th world coordinate seal formed anew. It was the spirit realm's world coordinates. Although Lin Yuan had not descended into the spirit realm, the ascension platform was connected to the spirit realm, and it naturally contained the spirit realm's coordinates inside. The force from the door to the myriad realms had just swept the ascension platform, copying its internal world coordinates. Spirit realm. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly odd. Theoretically, with the spirit realm's coordinates, Lin Yuan could return to the main world and spend 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to descend to the spirit realm once more. Seeing Lin Yuan intently looking at the ascension platform, Mu Qingliu did not dare to urge him and could only continue to wait. Let your immortal sect ancestors come down. Lin Yuan waited patiently for a while, confirming that there were no other world coordinates inside the ascension platform, then he spoke. Ah! At these words, Mu Qingliu was slightly shaken. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so forthright, giving him time to summon the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. Very well. Mu Qingliu hesitated for a moment, then agreed. After all, this was what Lin Yuan had asked him to do. Whatever happened later had nothing to do with him. Mu Qingliu entered the secret realm and approached the ascension platform, his demeanor respectful, employing a secret technique, his lips barely moving as if uttering some words. A moment later, the ascension platform began to glow. Spatial fluctuations started to intensify, as if a terrifying power was piercing through 2 worlds, descending along a fixed spatial passage. In front of the ascension platform, the figure of a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe slowly materialized. I am Kanqing Immortal. Are you the one who wishes to see me? The Taoist's figure was ethereal as he looked at Lin Yuan with a smile on his lips. A strand of projection from a unity realm true immortal? Lin Yuan was similarly observing the other party. The spirit realm and the central divine continent were separated by 2 realms. Even the most powerful beings from the upper realm could not descend to the lower realms in their true form. At most they could send down a projection. This projection could not stray too far from the ascension platform. Otherwise, it might lose connection with its main body in the upper realm and directly collapse. Kanqing Immortal looked at Lin Yuan. The more he observed, the more shocked he felt inside. Mu Qingliu had already informed him about the numerous pieces of intelligence regarding Lin Yuan, such as cultivating for hundreds of years, surpassing the peak of refined void, and simultaneously creating another cultivation system not inferior to the immortal path, and so on. Kanqing Immortal had also relayed this intelligence to the other ancestors of the Daoda Immortal sect. All the ancestors unanimously believed that Lin Yuan must have been seized by some powerful being from tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, in the central divine continent, progressing to this extent alone without the support of the Tao Te Immortal sect was nearly impossible. Especially the martial Tao cultivation system, with such a conception and potential not inferior to the immortal path cultivation system. How could it be created in just a few hundred years? It must be those powerful beings who reincarnated, those who lived through the long ages, experienced many eras, obtained this martial Tao cultivation system, and are now beginning to spread it, thus stirring up a series of movements within the central divine continent. This was the truth conjectured by the ancestral masters of the immortal sects from the spirit realm. The reason Kanching Immortal descended his projection to the lower realm this time was that among the ancestors of the Tao Te Immortal sect through the ages, Kanching Immortal had lived the longest and knew the most old monsters. Perhaps he could identify which powerful being had taken over Lin Yuan. As long as they understood Lin Yuan's origins, everything would be easy to handle. However, now, Kanching Immortal was somewhat dazed. Because from his observations, Lin Yuan's soul and body were in perfect harmony. He didn't seem to have been seized at all. It's known that even if a true immortal of the merged path performed a seizure, there would be a slight rejection due to the different origins of the soul and body. Based on this kind of rejection, it was very easy to identify the seizer's identity. But now, there was absolutely no such sense of rejection in Lin Yuan. There were two possibilities. One was that the projection he had descended was too weak, so much so that it could not detect that kind of rejection from the seizure. The second was that Lin Yuan had not been seized. Kanching Immortal felt that the first possibility was not likely. The projection he had descended, even if weak, was still that of a unity realm true immortal. With his insight, he naturally could see that Lin Yuan had not stepped into the unity realm. With such a difference in realms, Kanching Immortal did not believe he could miss the sense of rejection from a seizure. Since the first possibility was ruled out, that left the second possibility. Lin Yuan reaching today's status, growing in a few hundred years to be the strongest in this realm, and even pioneering a cultivation system not inferior to the immortal path, was all by himself. Who would have thought that such a monstrous talent would emerge from the barren lower realms? Kanching Immortal quietly watched Lin Yuan. Even in the spirit realm, such aptitude would only be found in the core disciples of the immortal king-level forces. And even pioneering a unique cultivation system distinct from the way of immortals, this potential. Kanching Immortal's thoughts were churning, without a doubt. Lin Yuan's potential was absolutely the most monstrous he had witnessed, even surpassing those immortal princes or even some immortal kings during their youth. After all, Lin Yuan had reached such achievements in the lower realms, while those immortal princes and young immortal kings grew up in the vast spirit realm. The two simply couldn't compare. So you wish to spread the martial Tao cultivation system in the central divine continent? Kanching Immortal looked at Lin Yuan and slowly said. Next to him, Mu Qingliu's mind tensed upon hearing his ancestor utter these words. He vividly remembered when he first relayed the intelligence and intentions about Lin Yuan to the ancestors. The enormity of the ancestors' reaction, such audacity. Dreaming of spreading other cultivation systems in my central divine continent. The central divine continent, bathed in the radiance of the immortal path, can only dignify the immortal path alone. Other cultivation systems might struggle to survive, but going against the mainstream is utterly impossible. The above encapsulated the attitudes of the ancestors. This time, the reason for Kanching Immortal's descent of power to the lower realm was not only because he had lived the longest, and was most likely to recognize Lin Yuan's background, but also because Kanching Immortal was the strongest. Even if just a projection, he could still exert combat power close to that of the Tao integration realm. Are we going to fight? I wonder if Wuji can match the ancestor. Mu Qingliu subconsciously took a few steps back, as if already foreseeing the tense situation that was about to unfold. But the next words from Kanching Immortal left Mu Qingliu stunned in his place. It's not necessarily impossible. Kanching Immortal pondered for a while and seriously said. Young friend wishes to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. It's not impossible. The Kanching Immortal quietly observed Lin Yuan for a while, and then spoke earnestly. With the vision of a late-stage Tao integration from the Kanching Immortal, it was natural to see the immense potential in Lin Yuan. It was fair to say it was beyond belief. Such a being, upon reaching the spirit realm, would easily step into the unity path stage. He might even hope to touch upon the realms above Tao integration, looking down upon the spirit realm's domain of the immortal kings. To suppress or kill such an immortal king seed would be the most foolish choice. Because it is pointless. If successful there would be no great benefit, and if failed, it would be a disaster. Therefore, befriending is the best choice. Even if one cannot become friends, one must never offend. Lin Yuan wanted to spread the martial Tao cultivation system in the central divine continent. This would inevitably have an impact on the immortal cultivation system, which is why Mu Qingliu dared not agree under any circumstance. If she agreed, how could she explain it to the ancestors upon ascending to the spirit realm through the ascension platform? However, as the strongest of the Daoda immortal sect in the spirit realm, Kanqing Immortal did have the authority to make this decision. To spread the martial Tao? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to hear what the Kanqing Immortal had said. Originally, he thought that he would at least have to fight, showcasing his strength, and then negotiate with the threat of extinguishing the lineage of the Daoda immortal sect in the central divine continent, ultimately reaching some agreement. What if the Daoda immortal sect reneged later? As long as Lin Yuan didn't ascend to the spirit realm, the Daoda immortal sect wouldn't dare go back on their word. The blood demon ruler could live for tens of thousands of years, so Lin Yuan, who far surpassed the blood demon ruler, could potentially live for millions or tens of millions of years, right? Of course, that's what the outside world thought. Actually, Lin Yuan had to return to the main world in just over 200 years. But only Lin Yuan knew this. The ancestors of the Daoda immortal sect and even those in the spirit realm were unaware. Even if Lin Yuan disappeared, they would only assume he was hiding in some corner, quietly watching the situation in the central divine continent. And Lin Yuan could always return after leaving this world. With the world coordinates of the door to the myriad realms, he could vaguely sense the general trends of this world. And as long as he expended some world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could also redescend to this world. Mu Qingliu was somewhat bewildered by the side. The Azure ancestor was compromising just like that? What about the grandiose words spoken earlier? Mu Qingliu could not understand, but he knew that every move the ancestor made had deep significance. Since the ancestor said so, he must have discovered something. That's right. The central divine continent is but one of the million lower realms of the spirit realm, nothing significant. For a genius like the young friend, the real stage is the spirit realm, spoke the Kanqing Immortal calmly. It was something Mu Qingliu found a bit difficult to get used to for a while. The spirit realm. Lin Yuan glanced at the coordinates of the spirit realm on the door of the realm. If he encountered any bottlenecks in the future that he could not overcome through regular travel, it might be worth visiting the spirit realm. What do I need to give in return? Lin Yuan asked directly. Even though the Kanqing Immortal seemed kind and approachable, Lin Yuan knew that the other party couldn't possibly be a saint. Quite simple. When the young friend ascends to the spirit realm, help the immortal sect once, if it's within your power, said the Kanqing Immortal. This was not an excessive demand. First and foremost were the words, if it's within your power, which allowed great flexibility, mainly depending on whether Lin Yuan wished to help or not. The Kanqing Immortal knew that when dealing with a genius like Lin Yuan, one should never set too stringent of a promise. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He had the faint feeling that the Kanqing Immortal was pleasing, investing in him. Without even the most basic restrictions, Lin Yuan was totally in the position of choosing to help or not. But regardless, his goal had been achieved. How do we ensure it? Lin Yuan asked the critical question. How to ensure that the Daoda Immortal sect would continuously allow the spread of the martial Tao cultivation system. I can make a vow on the Tao. The Kanqing Immortal replied without hesitation. A vow on the Tao? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Young friend might not understand. A vow on the Tao is a pledge made in the name of the great spirit realm. And even immortal kings dare not break it. The Kanqing Immortal explained smilingly. In a moment, I will make the vow and summon the attention of the spirit realm consciousness, and you will see, said the Kanqing Immortal. The atmosphere grew slightly solemn. I, Kanqing, under the witness of the great spirit realm consciousness, hereby swear. The Kanqing Immortal went over the promises related to the spread of martial Tao in detail. After listening, Lin Yuan found no issues, at least the Kanqing Immortal wasn't playing any word games. In fact, the other party couldn't possibly cheat on this matter. Since he wanted to befriend Lin Yuan and was optimistic about Lin Yuan's future potential, the least he could offer was sincerity. A vow on the Tao. As soon as the Kanqing immortal finished making the vow, Lin Yuan faintly felt a distant and magnificent fluctuation that came through. These fluctuations did not come through the ascension platform but descended from outside the world. The vibrations circled around the Kanqing immortal once, and Lin Yuan had the feeling that should the Kanqing immortal break the vow, this wisp of vibrations would appear again. The world consciousness of the spirit realm can actually be used like this? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Compared to the worlds Lin Yuan had previously traversed, the world consciousness of the spirit realm was in an exceedingly mature state, almost indistinguishable from the heavenly Tao. Young friend, do you feel reassured now? The Kanqing immortal, sensing the vibrations had dissipated, looked at Lin Yuan with a smiling face. I have another request. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and continued. Mu Qingliu's mouth twitched slightly, daring to negotiate terms with his own ancestor. Lin Yuan was indeed the first. Please speak, young friend, the Kanqing immortal said nonchalantly. A sacred oath was already established, any further requests were insignificant. I hope that if the martial Tao cultivation system can give birth to a sixth rank, they should also have the opportunity to ascend to the spirit realm via the ascension platform. Lin Yuan stated. The spirit realm, far surpassing the central divine continent, would allow cultivators of the martial arts evolution system to go there and settle, which would greatly benefit the spread of Lin Yuan's martial Tao. Of course, without Lin Yuan's protection, the spread of the martial arts evolution system in the spirit realm might not go smoothly. But this was just a casual move Lin Yuan had laid out. Success or failure did not matter much. Securing an opportunity for this world's cultivators to ascend to the spirit realm was already a worthy achievement. No problem. The Kanqing immortal nodded. Allowing the spread of the martial Tao cultivation system, ascending through the ascension platform was naturally not difficult. Subsequently, under Lin Yuan's gaze, the Kanqing immortal made another sacred oath. After Lin Yuan left, the smile on the Kanqing immortal's face faded. Ancestor, Mu Qingliu started to speak but hesitated. The conversation between the ancestor and Zhen Wuji had issues that even he could perceive. The Kanqing immortal was simply letting Zhen Wuji take advantage of him. You don't understand. The Kanqing immortal glanced at Mu Qingliu, shook his head and said, such a genius, even in the spirit realm, could shine brilliantly. If he can approach me with requests now, after 1,000 or 10,000 years, I wouldn't even be able to beg him for that. The gaze of the Kanqing immortal remained calm. After all, for him, there was no significant loss. Even if he let the martial Tao spread, the immortal path still existed. The next leader of the immortal sect will be chosen from the direct descendants of this young friend. The Kanqing immortal thought for a while, then added. Usually, he did not concern himself with the selection of the leader for the immortal sect of the central divine continent. Because such matters barely caught his interest, but now, involving Zhen Wuji, he had to intervene. Yes. Mu Qingliu responded respectfully. At this moment, he also felt the Kanqing ancestor's emphasis on Zhen Wuji. Having dispatched the Kanqing immortal, Mu Qingliu returned, with mixed feelings, to the highest hall on Immortal Mountain. Mu Qingliu immediately noticed Zhen Wuji standing outside the grand hall. I wish to peruse the Taoist immortal scripture. Lin Yuan stated his purpose. The Taoist immoral scripture contained crucial descriptions about the Tao integration stage, which Lin Yuan found quite interesting. Mu Qingliu was silent for a while, considering the attitude of the Kanqing immortal, and readily handed over the Taoist immortal scripture that only the successive leaders were qualified to cultivate. Atop the 9 heavens, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In his mind, numerous descriptions of the Taoist immortal scripture emerged continuously. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage. 7th rank. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Studying the Taoist immortal scripture indeed was helpful for opening the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path for Lin Yuan. Currently, the beginning of the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path has 12 directions. These 12 directions, possessing their own nature and advantages, yet I still find them somewhat lacking. Lin Yuan frowns slightly. After mastering the Taoist immortal scripture, Lin Yuan once again opened up 4 new directions for the 7th rank chapter, still seeing a discrepancy with what he envisioned for the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Should I wait a bit longer, or should I break into the 7th rank first and see? Lin Yuan pondered for a while and decided to choose the latter. If he were in the main world, he would have definitely planned to take things slow and continue to comprehend. After all, the body in the main world was his original, and after the 6th rank, once a wrong path was taken, it was hard to turn back, especially between the 6th and 7th ranks, which were crucial stages. But in world traversal, even if he took the wrong path, it would not affect Lin Yuan's original body. After the 6th rank, it is very hard to turn back because the evolutionary path being cultivated already affects the soul. In such a case, neither switching to a well-copied body nor consuming rare spiritual objects to cleanse the body could be of any use, because the influence on the soul would not disappear. As for cleansing the soul is extremely mysterious. Who would dare to cleanse their own soul lightly? Aren't they afraid of an irreversible doom? However, these limitations could not constrain the current Lin Yuan. Every time he traversed worlds, it was a descent of consciousness. What is consciousness? It is in essence even more core than the soul. Be it the 6th rank or the 7th rank, or even the 8th rank, they all involve the soul, but it's hard for them to affect consciousness. Lin Yuan was clearly dissatisfied with all 12 directions of the 7th rank chapter, yet he still chose one to forcefully break through. Not only because it wouldn't affect his original body, but also because there is a qualitative difference between the 6th and 7th ranks. Even a superficial 7th rank is still 7th rank, being in this realm. Everything he sees, thinks, knows, and contemplates surpasses that of the 6th rank. If Lin Yuan steps into the 7th rank, he can completely look down from a high place and recomprehend the progress from the 6th rank chapter to the 7th rank chapter in the martial path evolutionary path. In the main world, those evolution scholars who possess the power of the 8th or even 9th rank, given such a height, it isn't difficult to establish a tremendously potential 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank evolutionary path. Time slowly passed. 100 years flickered by. Since Lin Yuan and the Daoda Immortal sect's ancestral master of the spirit realm, Kanqing Immortal, reached an agreement. The White Jade Pavilion has seen unprecedented development and even began mutually beneficial cooperation with the Daoda Immortal sect. The Immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu even personally came to Baiyu Island to discuss many matters with Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer. Mu Qingliu expressed the intention to invite Jun Dongjin to become the next sect leader of the Immortal sect. As for this, Jun Dongjin had little interest. Since his century-long stay at Vast Cliff Mountain, Jun Dongjin had seen through the so-called struggle for power. He liked the environment of Baiyu Island, so he declined Mu Qingliu's invitation. Finally, through final discussions, Jun Xiaoyao was appointed the next sect leader of the Immortal sect. Jun Xiaoyao is Jun Wuji's older brother, closely related by blood, meeting the requirements that Kanqing Immortal had for the next generation's sect leader of the Immortal sect. In the far west, this place was more remote than the barbarian wilderness, with almost no spiritual energy, hence it was rarely visited by people, and even vitality-resilient demonic beasts rarely settled in this area. Now, on a large rock, a figure indeed lay there, 7th rank. Did not expect there to be world suppression? Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Decades ago, he had been very close to the 7th rank, but when he tried to break through, he could indeed feel the suppression from nature. No wonder hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were many great beings who surpassed the void refinement limit, but there wasn't a single one in the Tao integration stage. Until the ascension platform appeared, those great beings who ascended to the spirit realm gradually stepped into the Tao integration stage. Lin Yuan sighed. What to do? I don't want to enter the spirit realm through the ascension platform. Lin Yuan fell deep in thought. Not knowing what lay on the other side of the ascension platform, Lin Yuan did not want to take risks with his life. Besides, even if he wanted to enter the spirit realm. Lin Yuan would use the door to the myriad realms, entering the spirit realm through a descent of consciousness. This method would allow perfect integration into the spirit realm without being deliberately targeted. The so-called world suppression is not absolutely insurmountable to break through to the 7th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Over the past decades, he had been trying to figure out a method to evade world suppression, and now he had some clues. Take it slow, there's still more than 100 years left. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. As long as he broke through to the 7th rank within the time limit of his stay, it would be sufficient. Time slowly passed. 100 years went by once again. At the edge of the East Sea, the area was still an endless ocean. In theory, no one should come here. After all, there is little spiritual energy, and cultivators wouldn't even glance at it. And ordinary people? They couldn't even reach this place. Above the ocean, tsunamis, giant beasts, and many other threats are simply insurmountable for ordinary people. But at this moment a small boat was drifting on the calm sea surface. An inexplicable energy, from within the boat, began to spread to all directions. Daoda Immortal Sect. Sect Master Mu Qingliu stood at the highest point. The current Daoda Immortal Sect. Mu Qingliu silently gazed at the numerous disciples below him. Ever since martial Dao cultivators had been accepted, the sect's disciples had become visibly more relaxed. After all, the entity supporting the martial Dao cultivation system was terrifying. Many disciples were unaware of Lin Yuan's current strength. Just over 300 years ago, Lin Yuan split his being into 3 and together, had nearly brought Mount Morality Immortal to collapse. That horrific scene still haunted many of the sect's disciples. And now, the Immortal Path and Martial Dao were in a state of semi-fusion, and Wuji's older brother, Zhen Xiaoyao, was now being groomed as the future sect master. A silver lining in misfortune, Mu Qingliu sighed. In this moment and scene, it was far better than having enraged Wuji, with both sides standing completely opposed. At least, Mu Qingliu didn't dare imagine what that outcome would be like. But, why hasn't Wuji come over yet? The ascension platform is always ready. Mu Qingliu was puzzled. Logically speaking, 200 years ago, Wuji's strength had already reached the world's upper limit. According to the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, under the world's suppression in Central Divine Continent, one could only endlessly approach the Unity Path stage. As for stepping into the Unity Path stage, there was basically no chance. This had nothing to do with talent, but with the restrictions of heaven and earth. As Mu Qingliu puzzled over this, a deep, ancient aura emanated from the end of the East Sea. What is this? Mu Qingliu's pupils narrowed. This aura, while not comparable to that which Lin Yuan broke through 200 years ago triggering a response from even middling strength cultivators between heaven and earth yet, at this moment, Mu Qingliu felt his soul trembling. It was as though the source of this breath was an existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with the entire cosmos. Is it Wuji? Mu Qingliu steadied his spirit and immediately rushed to the deepest part of Immortal Mountain, inside the secret realm where the ascension platform was placed. Mu Qingliu unhesitatingly activated the ascension platform and contacted the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. What is the matter exactly? Does the old man need to pay a price just to come down here? A slightly irritable voice transmitted, clearly not that of the previous Kanqing immortal. As the strongest individual of the Daoda Immortal Sect in the spirit realm, with cultivation at the late stages of Dao integration, Kanqing Immortal mostly spent his time in secluded cultivation. Only when the continents of the Divine Continent were at a life or death juncture would he be informed. After settling the arrangement with Lin Yuan, the Daoda Immortal Sect essentially had no worries of destruction, which is why Kanqing Immortal no longer continued his supervision. According to Kanqing Immortal's instructions, the next time he was to be contacted would be when Wuji ascended to the spirit realm. Its Zhenyan ancestor. Mu Qingliu's heart trembled again. Among the many immortal ancestors in the Daoda Immortal Sect, Zhenyan ancestor was known for his fiery temperament, and historically, sect leaders feared dealing with him. After all, a careless mistake could result in punishment from Zhenyan ancestor. Though the punishments wouldn't harm the foundation, since they were all descendants of the sect, it would definitely be a bitter experience. Ancestor, it's concerning Wuji, Mu Qingliu immediately said. Wuji? Zhenyan ancestor frowned. The junior that Kanqing favors? Although not as powerful as Kanqing, Zhenyan ancestor was very close, and 200 years ago, Kanqing Immortal had gathered them together to discuss Wuji and even proclaimed his own Tao oath. Zhenyan ancestor was somewhat in disagreement. He didn't believe that a mere junior from the lower realms of Central Divine Continent could potentially ascend to Immortal King. That was an Immortal King. Zhenyan ancestor wasn't questioning Kanqing Immortal's judgment. He just felt that perhaps Kanqing Immortal might have overlooked something. That Wuji was not the kind of talent he imagined, who could simply step into the Unity Path stage as easily as eating or drinking water once he ascended to the spirit realm. And possibly reach the realm of an Immortal King. Forget the Immortal King, even in the spirit realm, which was the dominion of giants, how easy could it be to step into the Unity Path stage, also known as the Immortal Realm? Zhenyan ancestor was skeptical. Zhenyan ancestor was about to speak, questioning precisely what was happening with Wuji, when he too sensed that ancient aura emanating from the end of the East Sea. Is this God merging with the cosmos, someone stepping into the Unity Path stage? Zhenyan ancestor's eyes widened. Unity Path stage immortals are considered powerful even in the spirit realm, belonging to the ruling class. Zhenyan ancestor had sensed many refined void cultivators' auras when they stepped into the Unity Path stage. Thus he was very familiar with such an aura. If it were in the spirit realm, Zhenyan ancestor wouldn't find anything unusual. The spirit realm is vast, with a higher world limit, making it perfectly normal for a new Unity Path stage immortal to emerge. But what place is this? It's the lower realms, it's Central Divine Continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, those of them who had surpassed the void refinement limit had already determined that no Unity Path stage could be born in this realm. One could only endlessly approach it. Is that Wuji? Zhenyan ancestor turned his head, staring at Mu Qingliu. It should be, Mu Qingliu nodded. This deep and ancient aura had traces of Wuji's aura from before. And within this realm, who else but Wuji could unleash such an aura? Monster, Zhenyan ancestor swallowed hard. This was stepping into the Unity Path stage? He had himself ascended to the spirit realm in his time, expending countless heart forces, just to advance to the Unity Path stage, yet a junior from later generations had achieved this so effortlessly? And moreover, in Central Divine Continent, where theoretically it was impossible to give birth to a Unity Path stage in this lower realm. Such talent, could it be that old guy, Kanqing, underestimated him? Zhenyan ancestor's thoughts surged. Below the spirit realm, there are a million lower realms, just like the Central Divine China world. But since ancient times, no lower realm had ever produced a cultivator who ascended during the Tao integration period. This was too inconceivable. Ancestor, what should we do now? Mu Qingliu asked in a low voice. What should we do? Zhenyan ancestor glanced at Mu Qingliu. What else can we do? If it had been before Lin Yuan had broken through to the Tao integration period, Zhenyan ancestor still had confidence that, with this projection, he could manage wrist to wrist with him. But now, the opponent's strength almost caught up to his own true self in the spirit realm. What wrist was there to manage? Wasn't that just humiliating oneself? However, breaking through to the Tao integration period enables one to survive in the chaotic void flows. Central Divine China world, being a lower realm under the spirit realm, merely requires breaking through this realm. With the strength of the Tao integration period, one can completely follow the chaotic void flows and enter the spirit realm. Zhenyan ancestor quietly thought to himself. Ancient saints of the nether refinement period don't have the ability to survive in the chaotic void flows, so if they desire to enter the spirit realm, they must pass through the ascension platform and ascend via a stable spatial channel. But for those at the Tao integration stage, this isn't really necessary. With the strength of a Tao integration stage immortal, one can actively travel to the spirit realm. The spirit realm is situated above the world of Central Divine China, and Tao integration stage immortals can easily sense the aura of the spirit realm. This is the 7th rank. At the ends of the East Sea, on the tranquil surface of the sea, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At this moment, his aura was subdued, but he could easily tear open spatial rifts. The suppression of heaven and earth, it's just like that. Lin Yuan's mind was delighted. This world suppressed the breakthrough from refined void to Tao integration. That is, from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. Even the strongest individuals could only come infinitely close to the Tao integration stage. But with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he soon thought of a method to step into the Tao integration stage. That was to separate his true self from the yin spirit and yang spirit. True self, yin spirit, and yang spirit all cultivate to infinitesimally close to the Tao integration period. Then the three recombine, and their powers merge and stack. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, ultimately forcing a breakthrough into the 7th rank. Such a wonderful feeling. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, sinking into some deep immersion. After stepping into the 7th rank, Lin Yuan's realm rose higher, and his perception of everything far surpassed that of the 6th rank. The same leaf, viewed while at the 6th rank and the 7th rank, brings very different experiences, not to mention all things under heaven and earth. Against heaven's understanding is also like this, depending on the height of Lin Yuan's standing. Had Lin Yuan been just a common person, the most he could have devised would have been martial Tao skills of the 1st or 2nd rank. But now, Lin Yuan was equivalent to an immortal of the spirit realm, and the essence of all things in the world was slowly unfolding before him. Continuing to immerse for a moment, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. This time I chose to break through to the 7th rank, leaning towards a mortal path. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Taoist immortal scripture had been of great help to him, providing 4 additional 7th rank directions, all affected by the immortal cultivation system. Indeed, it's not the 7th rank I desired. After stepping into the 7th rank and sensing many fine details, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If it were other path-opening powerhouses, they would now only be able to grit their teeth and continue cultivating forward. Even if dissatisfied, what could they do? Once truly stepping into this realm, both physical body and soul would transform towards this direction, with no way back. But for Lin Yuan, he had the means to return to the main world, able to abandon everything about traversing worlds and return to his own body, bringing back only memories and realm. In the past, this approach was more disadvantages than advantages. After all, laboriously cultivating in traversing worlds for decades or even centuries, only to not bring back any strength? But now, this was Lin Yuan's biggest confidence in exploring the paths of the 7th rank. As long as the path is right, the direction is right, what is power? The main world isn't lacking in treasures that accumulate power. After all, having more power also requires the ability to wield it. Temporarily not continuing the cultivation beyond the 7th rank, fully comprehend the paths from the 6th to the 7th rank. Lin Yuan stopped perceiving, the direction he now stood on wasn't one he was satisfied with, continuing to cultivate and explore was meaningless. However, Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, raised his right hand, and lightly swiped at the air in front of him. Crack! A tear was ripped open, revealing the gray and turbid chaotic void flows inside. Breaking the void, a hint of unusual color appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With my current strength, I could actually survive in the chaotic void flows. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then stretched his hand into the spatial rift. Soon he pulled it back and found that there weren't any injuries on his arm. The aura of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan continued to sense the spatial rift he had torn open. At immeasurable heights, a vast world like a grand sun released boundless aura. Lin Yuan, having seen the ascension platform through the spirit realm, confirmed that this aura matched that of the ascension platform. Still 40 years of residency time. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal font displayed below. Bayou Island. 200 years had passed. Most of the White Jade Pavilion had already relocated to the central Divine Continent, where the cultivation environment was much more superior, including the 72 heavenly caves and 108 blessed lands. Now, the number of White Jade Pavilion disciples remaining on Bayou Island wasn't large. In the core area of Bayou Island, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Wuji, how have you come back? Mu Lianer was sitting there chatting with Jun Dongjin when she suddenly saw Lin Yuan and immediately stood up. Wuji. Jun Dongjin also stood up, looking at Lin Yuan, his tone somewhat emotional. He had never expected that his youngest son would achieve such great feats, even making the ancestral masters of the spirit realm from the Daoda immortal sect yield. I just came back to see. Lin Yuan nodded. This would probably be his last visit to Bayou Island. With only 40 years left to stay, his plan for the first 10 years was to continue traveling the world, and afterwards, he planned to attempt leaving this realm to explore the chaotic void beyond the realms. During his time in the Divine Arms world, Lin Yuan had faced spatial rifts, and even with his against heaven's understanding, his comprehension was not very good. But now being at the 7th rank, his perspective on the chaotic void within the spatial rifts had many flashes of spiritual light. This was the difference brought about by varying strengths and the heights from which they stood. Afterward, Lin Yuan chatted with his parents for a while. Wuji. Mu Lianer felt vaguely sad, sensing that the number of times she would see Wuji may not be many. These are 2 sets of resources for breakthrough to the refined void period. With a thought from Lin Yuan, 2 storage rings appeared in front of him. Over the years, Lin Yuan had traveled the world, reaching the heavens and plumbing the depths, naturally finding quite a few treasures. Those treasures and resources were of no use to Lin Yuan anymore but had been collected, and now was the perfect time to give them to his parents. With these resources, breaking through to the refined void period should be no problem. Then, Mom and Dad, you can use the ascension platform of the Daoda Immortal sect to enter the spirit realm. Lin Yuan spoke. His eldest brother, Jun Xiaoyao, was already being groomed as the next sect master of the Daoda Immortal sect, and his breakthrough to the refined void period should be no problem. And for his second sister, Lin Yuan had also left a set of resources for her to break through to the refined void period. This was the last thing Lin Yuan could do. Wuji. Jun Dongjin wanted to say something but hesitated. He always felt that his youngest son was preparing for his later affairs, but with Wuji's strength, who could make him prepare for such matters? Wuji, are you preparing to ascend to the spirit realm? Jun Dongjin tentatively asked. Somewhat, Lin Yuan nodded. His ascension was not meant for the spirit realm but rather for the even vaster main world. Time passed. Another decade went by, the northernmost peak. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. I've wandered around a few more times. There's nothing left to see. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand and gently swept through the air in front of him. Slit. A several-meter-long spatial rift appeared. Lin Yuan gazed into the spatial rift. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, deepening your comprehension of the essence of space. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, deepening your comprehension of the essence of space. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, continuing to refine the martial arts evolution system. Outside the central divine China world, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Whir! The terrifying chaotic void streams, upon reaching within several meters of Lin Yuan, all dissipated. So this is space? Violent, sharp, destroying everything? Lin Yuan felt somewhat shocked. Within the world, space is stable, orderly, and capable of nurturing abundant life. But outside of the world, space is filled with extreme destructive power. This contrast between what was before and after deepened Lin Yuan's understanding of the power of space. Just like that, Lin Yuan drifted alone within the chaotic void outside of the world. Until 30 years later. Deep within his mind, the door to the myriad realms shone brightly. Chicken main star. Deep within the 13 peaks in the palace. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, finally back. Looking around at the familiar scene, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 500 years in the central Earth world had a significant impact on Lin Yuan. Especially the last step into the 7th rank realm, even if it wasn't the 7th rank that Lin Yuan desired. But it let Lin Yuan witness scenes he had never been able to access before. The higher one stands, the farther and wider one sees. I hope this backup plan will never be needed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before leaving, Lin Yuan had made a special trip back to the central divine continent, and had carefully placed his physical body in a secret location. Only then did his consciousness return. The purpose of this action was to ensure that if he ever returned to the central Earth world one day, he could directly take over the body he had left behind and grasp the world's strongest power at the fastest speed. After breaking through to the 6th rank, more functions of the door to the myriad realms appeared, including the ability to return to worlds he had previously traversed. But even if he were to return, Lin Yuan would choose consciousness descent. Because to move the physical body is both risky and consumes more world-breaking origin force. With consciousness descent, one can only start from the beginning of cultivation. Regardless of how high one's realm is, it will require time to progress step by step. But with his body left behind, everything becomes simple. One merely needs to detach the consciousness, enter the body, and then regain the strongest power in the central Earth world. Of course, although he had left this backup plan, Lin Yuan did not wish for it to be used. Because that would mean something unpredictable had happened in the central Earth world, posing a danger that could overturn the martial Tao cultivation system. Descending again into the central Earth world requires the expenditure of 10 strands of world-breaking origin force. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan wouldn't choose to do this. The spirit realm. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. In the last 30 years of his stay, Lin Yuan roamed alone in the space-time chaos outside the world, and had also gazed at the enormous spirit realm located above from a distance. It was an entity far surpassing the central Earth world, and the myriad auras it emitted fell like radiation, firmly locking down millions of lower realms including the central Earth world. It's a pity, ascending directly to the spirit realm is still too risky, there's no need to do that. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The spirit realm's world hierarchy is very high, this is unquestionable. Where there are beings comparable to the 8th layer of the main world, immortal king-level powerhouses, and even existences beyond the immortal king level. If Lin Yuan were to enter the spirit realm as a Tao integration stage ascender, he would certainly attract a lot of attention. In such a situation, even if Lin Yuan were only a consciousness descent, unafraid of death, he could not guarantee absolute safety. In front of those true powerhouses, even if Lin Yuan wanted to die, it wouldn't necessarily be possible. He could be subjected to soul search and risk exposing information about the main world. Furthermore, the reason Lin Yuan hadn't entered the spirit realm through the ascension platform was virtually the same. The Azure ancestor from the Daoda immortal sect, although bound by a Tao oath in front of him, would still be a cause for concern should Lin Yuan truly ascend to the spirit realm and fall into the hands of those Tao integration immortals. Unforeseen incidents could occur. Lin Yuan has never allowed himself to be in a passive position. Besides, with the coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could enter unnoticeably without having to take risks. At least, as long as he has not entered the spirit realm through the ascension platform. The martial Tao cultivation system of the central Earth world is unlikely to be suppressed. At least the immortal sect's ancestors from the upper worlds will be warrior. Of the possibility of Lin Yuan suddenly appearing. Forget about these things. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and no longer focused on the affairs of the central divine China world. Now that he had left, it was pointless to think too much. Regarding the gains from this transference, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In 500 years in the central Earth world, not only had Lin Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank, but he had also fully explored a path to the 7th rank. One must know. Evolvers in the main world striving to step into the 7th rank often paid an unknown price, evolving their own paths, achieving flesh-soul perfection, and so on. Members of the Red Kun lineage, the 4th, 5th, 6th, to the 12th disciples of the Chicken Star Lord, were all true evolution geniuses, plus they had the guidance of the Star Lord, but were still stuck at the 6th rank. Is it because these brothers are not capable? Not at all, but the difficulty of stepping from the 6th rank into the 7th rank is immense. This transition is a metamorphosis of the essence of life, which is even more challenging than the leap from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Lin Yuan deeply understood this. After forcibly stepping into the 7th rank, he too felt the gap between realms. Space. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In the last few decades of the 5th transference, Lin Yuan's insight into space soared like a rocket. In the space-time chaos, Lin Yuan saw another side of space, one filled with destruction, and compared it with the calm, stable, and orderly space of the main world. Under the contemplation of against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan reached directly to the essence of space. It can be said that this transference brought Lin Yuan greater gains in the aspect of space rules than stepping into the 7th rank. I can feel that the 7th rank martial Tao I desire relates to space rules, but I still haven't devised a satisfactory 7th rank chapter because my understanding of space rules is not deep enough. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Space rules are vast and are the underlying rules supporting the world. The more Lin Yuan comprehends, the more he feels his insignificance in the realm of space rules. If before, Lin Yuan was looking at the sky through the opening of a well, that was space rules. Then now, Lin Yuan had climbed out of the well to see an even more boundless expanse of the sky. Ponder slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said. Although I have not comprehended the perfect 7th stage martial Tao chapter, the 6th stage chapter is almost ready. I might as well organize it and upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. The 6th stage martial Tao chapter incorporated the deep excavation of the physical body by the body cultivation lineage. Theoretically, an evolver who cultivated to the 6th stage martial Tao had the potential to give birth to a physical body divine ability. Of course, which physical body divine ability would emerge depended entirely on the fragments of divine skills deep within one's own bloodline. But no matter what, even if it was just an auxiliary physical body divine ability, it would be very useful to an evolver. Unlike secret techniques, invoking divine skills didn't require any specific conditions. One could activate them with just a thought. Blood rebirth. The breath within Lin Yuan's body began to change, as streams of blood interwove and clashed, vaguely forming a mysterious pattern. It was the blood divine skill that Lin Yuan had comprehended in the Central Earth world after paying a huge price, and then deduced according to the physical body of the main world. This technique was only applicable to Lin Yuan. Even if someone else acquired it, they wouldn't be able to form the technique imprint. Strictly speaking, can this physical body of mine also condense a new physical body divine ability? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. After all, the primordial spirit of his current body was just at the beginning of the 6th rank. If he completed the 6th rank chapter he had developed, it would naturally give birth to a new physical body divine ability. I'll try it later. First, I'll organize the 6th rank chapter and upload it. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. A day or two later, Lin Yuan had mostly organized the 6th stage martial Tao chapter, making it more suitable for the human race of the main world. He then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I want to upload the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Having said that, Lin Yuan began uploading the content of the 6th rank chapter. Citizen Lin Yuan, please wait, the Goddess of Wisdom is making a full assessment. The Goddess of Wisdom received the 6th stage martial Tao chapter and immediately began the assessment. Actually, the immortal cultivation system has never appeared in the main world before. Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He could definitely upload the immortal cultivation system to the Goddess of Wisdom in exchange for rewards. But Lin Yuan thought for a while and gave up that idea. The immortal cultivation system was surely established by some other entity, if he were to spread it in the main world. Wouldn't he be assisting the entity that created the immortal path system? Spreading one's own evolutionary path or cultivation system was related to the ultimate leap. In this regard, Lin Yuan naturally didn't want to labor in vain. Besides, the immortal cultivation system might have a high ceiling, reaching the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even the 9th rank. But it came with great limitations, such as the need for spiritual energy or a spirit root. In the main world's cosmic starry sky, many forms of energy were diffused, but those similar to spiritual energy were not plentiful. The most crucial point was still the spirit root. At least according to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the human race in the main world did not possess such a concept. If Lin Yuan were to upload the immortal cultivation system, the first thing he would need to do would be to adapt the immortal cultivation system to fit the human race of the main world. That meant he would have to deduce an alternative to the spirit root. The cost of this was too great. With the time and effort, Lin Yuan would rather continue to comprehend the martial arts evolution system, elevating it to the next level, which was far more worthwhile than the former. While waiting for the final assessment from the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan began to check other information. While 500 years had passed in the Central Earth world, only just under 4 months had gone by in the main world. Lin Yuan pulled up the record of events, and gave it a cursory look. Wanyang Holy Sun. Lin Yuan noted that Wanyang Holy Sun sent him a message a month ago. The general idea was, he had already broken through to the 6th rank, and hoped to spar with Lin Yuan again. Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare owner of the 9-yang divine meridian, and who had spent a century sleeping in the depths of a star, had very profound foundations that could only truly manifest at the 6th rank. At the peak of the 5th rank, Lin Yuan had fought with Wanyang Holy Sun and ultimately crushed him. Wanyang Holy Sun still remembered this incident to this day. He was aware that Lin Yuan's path of evolution was special, with perfect soul fusion, which greatly enhanced his combat power. However, at the 6th rank, it wasn't just the evolutionary path that mattered, but also one's physical constitution and foundations. After his breakthrough to the 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun felt a qualitative change in his strength, regained confidence, and wanted to find Lin Yuan for a rematch to wash away his past shame. He had never defeated Lin Yuan, but at least he shouldn't be overwhelmed like before, allowing Lin Yuan to make him admit defeat with just a few slaps. "To spar with me." Lin Yuan suddenly fell silent. In Wanyang Holy Sun's eyes, Lin Yuan had just stepped into the 6th stage martial Dao, so he felt confident in challenging him. But in reality, Lin Yuan, at this moment, had already reached the pinnacle of 6th stage martial Dao, and even embarked on a path towards the 7th stage. The gap between him and Wanyang Holy Sun was far greater than when they were both at the pinnacle of the 5th stage martial Dao, by countless times. At the pinnacle of the 5th stage martial Dao, Wanyang Holy Sun could still withstand a few slaps from Lin Yuan. But now, forget it, there's no need to waste time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, sparring with Wanyang Holy Sun was simply bullying. He had sparred with Wanyang Holy Sun before because he could gain insights during the process of sparring from the other party. Now the gap between them was too great, and there was no comparability. After replying to Wanyang Holy Sun with, "I don't have time recently," Lin Yuan continued browsing through the subsequent messages. The Heiyu family. Lin Yuan saw several messages his senior brothers had sent him. Because he had instructed them to enter seclusion before shuttling through space, his senior brothers just left him messages. The Heiyu family colluded with different species? Lin Yuan's expression became strange. Before revealing his identity as Peak Master Shisan, Lin Yuan had some conflicts with Heiyu Ao of the Heiyu family. Subsequently, Heiyu Ao had used the influence of the Heiyu family to suppress Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan broke through to the 6th stage and revealed his identity, the Heiyu family became fearful, with Heiyu Mo bringing Heiyu Ao personally to the Chicken Main Star to see him, hoping to apologize. But at the time, Lin Yuan was busy embedding his life mark into the cosmic starry skies and did not bother with them. Later, when his senior brothers asked for Lin Yuan's opinion, Lin Yuan stated that he did not intend to make amends with the Heiyu family. With Lin Yuan's word, his senior brothers had a plan in mind, intending to oppress the Heiyu family through various means and completely cause their downfall. This was the fate of offending a peak master of the Chicken lineage. Even the Chicken Star Domain's top 5 forces were essentially dogs raised by the Chicken lineage, and while other matters can be discussed, if they dared to bite their master, they wouldn't have a reason to exist. Originally, according to the second senior brother's intention, it was to harass the Heiyu family and conduct a thorough investigation. After all, a force like the Heiyu family that had been established for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't withstand close scrutiny. They could find an excuse anytime. Out of respect for Lin Yuan, the second senior brother personally took charge of the investigation into the Heiyu family. However, upon investigation, the second senior brother discovered an issue. The Heiyu family was suspected of having had contacts with a different species. The second brother had not found concrete evidence of the Heiyu family's contacts with different species. But some things don't require evidence. Once the second brother discovered this, he immediately planned to take control of Heiyu Mo. In any case, he planned to take away Heiyu Mo, the highest authority of the Heiyu family, first. To be cautious, the second brother secretly contacted the Chicken Star Lord. Under the watchful eyes of the Chicken Star Lord, Heiyu Mo had no room to resist. After being taken away, he was subjected to a soul search by the Human Alliance's specialized 8th layer evolver in soul abilities. For a strong individual like Heiyu Mo, who could control his own memories, ordinary soul searches were useless. But an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities could construct a vast, illusory world where all memories from Heiyu Mo's life would unfold within that phony realm. Such a method could only be performed by an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities, and such powerful beings were extremely rare. The Heiyu family is finished. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If they had only offended him, the Heiyu family would be merely declining, and could gracefully exit the stage. After all, the laws of the Human Alliance still stood, and it wasn't possible to let such a large family succumb to mishap. Lin Yuan's senior brothers, in dealing with the Heiyu family, only took actions that were investigative and adhered to the alliance's legal provisions. But colluding with a different species, that was tantamount to betraying the human alliance. Regardless of whether the other clansmen of the Heiyu family knew or not, they were finished. While Lin Yuan was reflecting on this, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected 6th rank citizen Lin Yuan, the 6th rank chapter you uploaded has been judged as complete. The voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. Judgment complete? A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Each time he returned, he immediately uploaded the subsequent chapters of the newly pioneered martial Dao evolution path to the goddess of wisdom. Aside from receiving a bounty of merit points and better dissemination of the martial Dao evolution path, it was to take advantage of the goddess of wisdom's immense computational power to see the potential of the submitted chapters. The potential of an evolution path involves various aspects and is very difficult to estimate. Even the goddess of wisdom and the other two goddesses can only deduce it approximately. But that was enough. Among the vast ocean of evolution paths collected by the Cosmic Human Alliance, the final judgments made by the goddess of wisdom and the other two goddesses still carry significant reference value. In simple terms, if the goddess of wisdom judges the potential of an evolution path to be low, it might not be accurate. But if the goddess of wisdom determines the potential of an evolution path to be high, it is certainly not far off. Respected 6th level citizen Lin Yuan, based on the final judgment, the martial Dao evolution path 6th tier chapter you uploaded is valued at 400,000 merit points. 400,000 merit points? Lin Yuan was quite satisfied in his heart. The last update of the martial Dao evolution path, which involved a comprehensive re-upload after perfecting the 2nd layer chapter, 3rd tier chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th stage section, had garnered a reward of only 500,000 merit points. This time, just for uploading the 6th tier chapter, the value reached 400,000 merit points, which was already very high. One must know, 400,000 merit points were equivalent to the value of slaying almost half an 8th layer alien strong one. On the battlefields of different races, killing an 8th rank alien strong ones usually yielded a merit point reward of only 1,000,000. And were 8th layer alien strong ones so easy to kill? Defeating one might be possible, but slaying one was as difficult as ascending to heaven. 8th rank alien strong ones are the foundation of the various races, and most have life-saving cards. The Chicken Star Lord, who is as strong as they come, struggles to kill an 8th rank alien on the alien race battlefield. And those 8th rank alien strong ones are not fools, they will definitely flee if they find themselves unable to win. To go from a 6th level citizen to a 7th level citizen requires 2 million merit points. Lin Yuan glanced at the merit point requirement for the next citizen level upgrade and shook his head. 2 million merit points. It was an astronomical figure. Not just for other evolvers, even Lin Yuan felt a tingling in his scalp. A typical 7th rank evolver might sit on the battlefield of different races for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years without being able to accumulate such a massive amount of merit points. The battlefield of different species is extremely dangerous, with human race evolvers fighting alien strong ones, constantly at risk of losing their lives. Although evolvers of the 6th rank and above have the right to resurrection, if you don't have potential, who would resurrect you? Most 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, once dead, are truly dead. Forget it. Lin Yuan had no plans on becoming a 7th level citizen in the short term. Probably not until he could create the martial Dao evolution path 7th stage before he could meet the requirement of becoming a 7th level citizen. Let's see the latest evaluation of the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan began to flip through the information related to the martial Dao evolution path. Every time the goddess of wisdom reassessed the martial Dao evolution path, she would update Lin Yuan's data first. As for other citizens or evolvers, they had to wait until the rankings update at dawn to see any updated changes to the martial Dao evolution path. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 60%. The probability of advancing to the 9th rank evolution path is 20%. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Before uploading the 6th rank chapter, the probability of the martial Dao evolution path advancing to the 7th rank was only 30%. The probability of reaching the 9th rank was only 10%. Now, both have doubled. Especially the fact that there is a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. One must know whether a new 8th rank evolution path is opened is a key judgment for the cosmic alliance of human civilizations in determining if one can become a great scholar of evolution. Now, the Marshall Dow evolution path has a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. Its potential is extremely tremendous. The 9th stage evolution path. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. So far, the Marshall Dow evolution path had no chance of advancing to the 9th rank. Now, where would the Marshall Dow evolution path rank on the chicken evolution rankings? Lin Yuan continued to view the updated Marshall Dow evolution path, opening the rankings section. Ranked 1st on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Ranked 6th on the chicken evolution rankings? 6th. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. After the last perfection of the Marshall Dow evolution path, once it was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, it broke into the 12th spot on the chicken evolution rankings. Now the uploaded 6th tier chapter has directly broken into the 6th place. One must know that the evolution paths in the top 10 of the chicken evolution rankings are all 7th rank evolution paths with hopes of ascending to the 8th rank. And the top 3 evolution paths of the chicken evolution rankings are all 8th rank evolution paths. Over the hundreds of thousands to millions of years of chicken star domain's history, only 3 great scholars of evolution have been born. And these 3 8th rank evolution paths have all come from the hands of these great scholars. The number of great scholars is far rarer than that of 8th rank evolvers. Having seen the ranking of the Marshall Dow evolution path, Lin Yuan glanced at the approximate number of evolvers currently practicing the Marshall Dow evolution path. First tier chapter, 97,323 people. Second layer chapter, 32,600 people. Third rank chapter, 136 people. Fourth rank chapter, 0 people, not bad. In just over a year, the number of evolvers in the first tier and second layer chapters has grown 2 to 3 times. And more than 100 evolvers have started practicing the third rank chapter. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In the central divine China world, after hundreds of years of development, and with his personal guidance, there were only that many Marshall Dow cultivators. However, in the main world, in just a few years, the number of martial arts evolutionaries had reached such a scale. In terms of growth speed, the main world far exceeded the central divine China world. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this, as the external conditions for cultivating were definitely better in the main world than in the central Earth world. After all kinds of high technology and the existence of high-rank evolvers made the act of cultivating quite simple. In addition, Lin Yuan's perfection of the Marshall Path evolutionary path and the chicken evolution rankings reaching the 12th place were also significant factors in the explosive growth in the number of martial arts evolutionaries. It's still too few. Need to speed it up a bit. After considering for a while, Lin Yuan decided to record a video to specifically discuss issues regarding Marshall Dow cultivation. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but had never had the time. Now that he had finished his journey through the worlds, he could start on this task. As the founder of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Marshall Dow was unquestionably the best in the main world. His cultivation analysis videos would have an effect on other martial arts evolutionaries similar to an enlightenment. In the Chicken Prime virtual world, Central Plaza area, numerous evolvers gathered here, and within the Human Alliance, most evolvers as well as higher-level citizens lived leisurely. The strength of human civilization and victory in wars against outsiders benefited all of the human race. The 12th place in the chicken evolution rankings. Just a 5th rank evolution path is enough to reach 12th place. If it were to advance to the 6th rank evolution path, what then? Ever since the Marshall Path evolutionary path appeared in the chicken evolution rankings, the topics discussed in the Central Plaza area mostly revolved around the Marshall Path evolutionary path. It couldn't be helped. Compared to other evolution paths that hadn't budged in hundreds of years, the Marshall Path evolutionary path was extravagantly exaggerated. It was hard not to pay attention. A 6th rank evolutionary path? That can't be so easy, can it? Even for Scholar Yuan, developing the 6th rank chapter of the current Marshall Path evolutionary path would take some deep contemplation, wouldn't it? An evolver couldn't help but speak out. The potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was now too high, and correspondingly, the difficulty of developing the 6th rank chapter was extraordinarily tough. The higher one went, the more difficult it became to advance further. For Scholar Yuan, Developing the 6th rank chapter of an evolution path was not a difficult task. But that referred to ordinary 5th rank evolution paths. Was the current Marshall Path evolutionary path still considered an ordinary 5th rank evolution path? To develop the 6th rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path without compromising standards likely was more difficult than developing the 7th rank chapter of other evolution paths. That's not necessarily true. Another evolver joined the conversation. He had watched the ranking rise of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, and it had all been in plain sight. Every time before the Marshall Path evolutionary path's ranking improved, there was a whole bunch of people shouting that it was absolutely impossible. But in the end, didn't they all get a slap in the face? So now, many evolvers had become wise and would not prematurely state their opinions. To avoid getting a slap in the face, however, to be fair, developing the 6th rank chapter is not an easy task. The starting point of the Marshall Tao is now too high. A few evolvers, after observing for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Just then, the time had reached the early morning. The rankings in the chicken evolution rankings began to update. The names of 100 evolution paths blurred for a moment. Then quickly became clear. Holy shit! An evolver lost control of his emotions. Other evolvers looked up, their expressions extremely complicated, with shock, with inevitability, with disbelief, with how could it be? Because the Marshall Path evolutionary path, formerly ranked 12th, had disappeared. In its place was the evolution path that had been ranked 11th. As for the Marshall Path evolutionary path, it had moved into the top 10, to be precise, the 6th place. Breaking into the top 10? And it's the 6th? That's too quick. Has the 6th rank chapter been updated? The numerous evolvers started discussing in low voices. Most of the evolvers, having experienced the previous leaps of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, had already become somewhat immune. But there were still some newcomers among the evolvers, their faces full of shock, as this was a change in the top 10 rankings of the chicken evolution rankings. Let me see what qualitative changes Scholar Yuan's 6th rank chapter involves. An evolver immediately purchased the contents of the 6th rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Before posting the 6th rank chapter, Lin Yuan priced this chapter at 50 billion. However, to many powerful evolvers, 50 billion was trivial. The potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was so great that spending 50 billion to purchase the 6th rank chapter was completely worth it. Perhaps through this 6th rank chapter, they could have a breakthrough in their own cultivated evolution path, something that no amount of civilization currency could buy. The 6th rank chapter, in addition to the life metamorphosis and significant enhancements to the physical body, primordial spirit, and soul, also explores the physical body to a deeper extent and holds the promise of giving birth to physical body divine skills? Physical body divine skills? Can we, the human race, also have such talents like those different species? So that's how it is. Deep within human bloodlines, there are many pieces of information and abilities. These informational abilities are extremely rare, and theoretically, they should never manifest. But the 6th rank chapter of Marshall Tao actually uses some special method to amplify the information abilities deep within the bloodline. This is too incredible. I remember that there were several evolutionary scholars who specialized in studying the power inherited deep within the human bloodline. The conclusion at the time was that it was only possible to stimulate this power using a bloodline concentration potion. But it carries significant risks and is highly valuable, so it cannot be popularized. But the 6th rank Marshall Tao chapter. Many evolvers were abuzz with discussion. They were clearly very interested in the physical body divine ability. This power comes from deep within the bloodline of the physical body. Everyone's physical body divine ability is different and has a high degree of randomness. I've decided. I'm going to switch to the Marshall Tao cultivation system. Not for anything else, but for this physical body divine ability. A 5th rank evolver stood up and said earnestly, as long as one is not yet 6th rank, they can switch to another evolution path at a certain cost. Of course. The cost here is substantial. Perhaps it's the accumulation of hundreds or thousands of years of wealth by 4th or 5th rank evolvers. Still, many evolvers decided to switch to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. After all, following the potential shown by the current Marshall Path evolutionary path, joining in couldn't be a mistake. Lin Yuan had recently emerged from seclusion. After briefly acclimating, he went to apply for red spirit fluid to recover his strength. Although Lin Yuan still had his doubts about reaching 7th rank, first recovering to the 6th rank limit and seeing which physical body divine ability he would manifest was still possible. 13 Peaks Master. The red spirit fluid will be delivered to you in 1 hour. Good disciple, after 4 months of seclusion, you should have stabilized your 6th rank realm by now. Come here now. Tell me the problems you've encountered during your cultivation period, and your teacher can still provide some answers. Just then, Chicken Star Lord sent a message to Lin Yuan. Throughout Lin Yuan's traversal period, he had remained deep within the 13 Peaks Palace, claiming to be in seclusion. This was not a secret, and Chicken Star Lord naturally knew about it. Now that Lin Yuan had emerged from seclusion, and even chatted with some of his senior brothers, Chicken Star Lord also knew. Yes, Lin Yuan immediately replied. Lin Yuan had a great deal of respect for Chicken Star Lord. Not only because of the Star Lord's strength but also because the Star Lord truly treated Lin Yuan well. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the Crimson Palace where Chicken Star Lord resided. Chicken Star Lord sat high on his throne, looking at Lin Yuan with an approving gaze. Since Lin Yuan arrived at Chicken Main Star, he had done nothing but enter a half-year's seclusion first. This act of eagerly cultivating was very much to Chicken Star Lord's liking. Teacher. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards Chicken Star Lord. Get up, Chicken Star Lord hurriedly said. Have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Chicken Star Lord eagerly said. Problems in cultivation. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He truly had hit a bottleneck in his comprehension of the space rules. In this regard, he could indeed seek advice from Chicken Star Lord. The true form of Chicken Star Lord was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kun could devour everything and were favored by the space rules of the universe. Every Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's comprehension of the space rules was extremely high, a talent they possessed. Chicken Star Lord must have a profound understanding of the space rules. Teacher. I indeed have issues in my cultivation. Lin Yuan said immediately. Good, disciple, speak. Chicken Star Lord said with great joy upon hearing this. Lin Yuan's talents were so extraordinary that since he became a disciple, Chicken Star Lord had hardly ever given him serious guidance. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. It's like this. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Recently, I've been contemplating the 965 models of the space rules. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand. His mind moved slightly, streams of space power converged at his fingertips like kittens, forming various model patterns. There were cube shapes, two-dimensional space shapes, bizarre black hole shapes, paper-thin shapes. Streams of space power interwove in front of Lin Yuan and stopped as they formed the 876th model. Teacher, the 876th model of the space rules, I am still somewhat confused. Lin Yuan looked up at Chicken Star Lord who was sitting high on the throne. 965 models of the space rules? Chicken Star Lord's lips twitched slightly. Weren't those what 7th rank evolvers started to contemplate? Had Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 6th rank, already begun to contemplate them? And he had also completed most of them. Many 7th rank evolvers couldn't even reach the level of understanding the first 800 models. Chicken Star Lord carefully observed the interweaving space power in front of Lin Yuan, then looked at Lin Yuan, back at the constantly intertwining space power, and once more at Lin Yuan. Good disciple, this confusion of yours. Chicken Star Lord thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. Chicken Star Lord's gaze swept across the model in Lin Yuan's hand, made up of various forces of space. Space rules, vast and endless, have no concrete shape. It's very difficult for ordinary evolvers to comprehend space. Space is not like flame, which can emit heat and be felt, nor like earth, which can be touched. Therefore, in the 600,000th year of the Starry Sea era, a powerful evolver from the Human Civilization Alliance, skilled in the Tao of space, based on his understanding, substituted the superficial essence of space rules with 965 models. These 965 models, far from expressing the true space rules, could nevertheless point other evolvers in the right direction. They had an effect similar to formulas. Normally, to fully understand these 965 space models was basically equivalent to an introduction to the space rules. And to achieve this, one basically needed to be 7th rank. After all, only 7th rank evolvers could start to comprehend the space rules, and even then, to fully understand the 965 space models required at least the 7th rank Marquis level or even King level. But Lin Yuan? Chicken Star-Lord could not understand. In his long life, he had seen many freaks and monsters, but these were mostly with strong bloodlines or strong physiques, and so on. Someone like Lin Yuan, who had just joined the 6th rank for less than half a year, yet had achieved what usually only those at the 7th rank Marquis or King level could achieve, was simply too incredible. Could it be that my disciple's talent for space is also strong? Chicken Star-Lord thought distractedly. For the past 5 or 6,000 years, the most talented in space that Chicken Star-Lord had seen was Yin Ling, the silver-haired woman from the last 7 Stars cave trial. Chicken Star-Lord had even specially awarded her the Red Mark status and opened the 7 Stars cave trial world for her. However, Yin Ling's talent for space, compared to Lin Yuan, was simply like dog shit. Teacher? Lin Yuan saw Chicken Star-Lord staring at the space model in front of him and spoke softly. I was just reminded of something else. Chicken Star-Lord immediately reacted and said gravely. With Chicken Star-Lord's strength, expounding on the superficial 900+ models of the space rules was something he had long since comprehended. But when Chicken Star-Lord had comprehended these 900+ models back in the day, he too was about to step into the 7th rank, and this was under the circumstance where his original form was a starry sky wanderer coon, inherently aligned with the space rules. If not for confirming that Lin Yuan was indeed of the human race, Chicken Star-Lord would feel that the other resembled a starry sky wanderer coon even more than himself. The 876th space model. Chicken Star-Lord also raised his hand, manipulating the power of space, and formed a strangely shaped model in front of him. The model was not fixed, but was slowly changing with the space fluctuations. The 876th space model. Lin Yuan immediately observed intently. Within the Red Coon lineage's cultivation treasury, there was a detailed explanation on the 965 space models. There were even specific space class evolvers who voluntarily demonstrated the models. However, space is changing every moment, always fluctuating, and past space models might not be applicable to current space fluctuations. Thus, the space model Chicken Star-Lord currently condensed belonged to the model most attuned to the present universal space rules, naturally providing greater inspiration to Lin Yuan. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Lin Yuan's mind was bursting with spiritual light, countless insights about the power of space, which he had accumulated during the decades of wandering outside the central Earth world. Watching the chaos of the void, all erupted forth. In front of Lin Yuan, hundreds of space models simultaneously collapsed. Threads of space power rapidly intertwined and collided. They actually formed a new space model. This space model, slowly changing with the space fluctuations, turned out to be consistent with the space model in front of Chicken Star-Lord. So that's how it is. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This kind of space model had puzzled Lin Yuan for nearly a month. Now, with Chicken Star-Lord's guidance, he finally comprehended it thoroughly. You figured it out just like that? Above the high seat, Chicken Star-Lord was dumbfounded. He had only demonstrated once, and Lin Yuan had learned it. Chicken Star-Lord had just been about to explain a few things, such as reminders for Lin Yuan about how to begin comprehending this type of model. But the resulta, it was as if a teacher was explaining a problem in class. He had just written out the answer, ready to explain the process and thinking behind it. However, the students below had already learned it, even extrapolating from it. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan was in a good mood and immediately thanked Chicken Star-Lord. If not for Chicken Star-Lord, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan would have ultimately comprehended it, but it definitely would have taken much more time. It's no trouble at all. Chicken Star-Lord waved his hand. Logically, the gratitude from a genius like Lin Yuan should have made him feel quite accomplished. But Chicken Star-Lord didn't know why he felt somewhat off. He always felt that something was wrong. Teacher, could you demonstrate the remaining 100 space models? Lin Yuan seemed to have remembered something and asked a bit sheepishly. Demonstrate them all together? Chicken Star-Lord was silent for a while, unable to help asking. The 965 space models, involving the essence of space rules, each model required evolvers to expend great costs and effort to comprehend. Lin Yuan now made him demonstrate all the subsequent models in one go. That was equivalent to a grade school student telling his teacher to bring out the middle school, high school, and university curriculums. No problem. The Chicken Star-Lord nodded. If it were any other disciple, the Chicken Star-Lord would definitely have rebuked them for their arrogance and told them to focus on the task at hand before anything else. But Lin Yuan. Thinking of how quickly Lin Yuan had grasped the spatial model just now, the Chicken Star-Lord felt it was best just to follow along and do as asked. One spatial model after another continuously condensed in front of the Chicken Star-Lord. Lin Yuan carefully observed each spatial model. Although he couldn't grasp them instantly, having the Chicken Star-Lord's demonstrations meant that Lin Yuan's future comprehension speed would definitely exceed his previous one. About half a day later, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Chicken Star-Lord, on the other hand, stopped the demonstration of spatial models with a complex look on his face. Thank you, teacher. The disciple has now grasped the subsequent spatial models. Lin Yuan sincerely thanked him. The Chicken Star-Lord nodded. In fact, during this half-day, he hadn't spoken a word, just demonstrated various spatial models one by one. He was completely acting like a tool. Seeing Lin Yuan's fully content expression, the Chicken Star-Lord felt a sense of unreality. Was teaching a disciple really this easy? He was already adept at instructing disciples and knew full well that teaching them properly was a very strenuous task. Teacher, regarding the next 7,782 spatial models. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, planning to fully utilize this opportunity of being instructed. The 965 spatial models that Lin Yuan had currently comprehended were just scratching the surface essence of the space rules. Understanding these 965 spatial models meant just entering the space rules. But beyond the beginner level, one still needed to comprehend more of the space's essential rules. Therefore, after the 965 spatial models, there were still 7,782 spatial models. The subsequent models, it's hard for outsiders to instruct, and one must rely on self-comprehension. The Chicken Star-Lord spoke evenly, feeling extremely helpless inside. Even he hadn't fully comprehended the 7,782 spatial models, and the Chicken Star-Lord vaguely felt drained by Lin Yuan. Besides, even if he had comprehended those 7,782 spatial models, he would not be able to demonstrate. When it came to space rules, the superficial essence could be shown, but the deeper rule essences, even for the same spatial model. The focus differed for different evolvers who had comprehended it. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. He was becoming somewhat impatient. As space rules were foundational laws of the main world, vast and endless, the aspects of space rules comprehended by others might not necessarily suit Lin Yuan. If you truly want to comprehend the complete space rules, you could visit the battlefields of different races. The Chicken Star-Lord suggested, battlefields of different races? Lin Yuan was aware of such places, where the human race engaged in combat with deep space other species. In the battlefields of different races, numerous strong ones fight, and even supreme beings intervene, rendering the space unstable, and there even exist permanent spatial rifts. The Chicken Star-Lord spoke with a sigh. Supreme beings? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there were 9 supreme beings. Each supreme being guarded one evolution tower, illuminating the timeless cosmic starry skies. Even across the vast cosmic starry skies, supreme beings were the ceiling of combat power, unparalleled. Only conflicts between supreme beings could create permanent spatial rifts, otherwise, given the self-healing ability of the main world universe starry sky, even large spatial rifts would gradually heal. Over more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had expanded rapidly, severely beating different species, primarily because of the numerical superiority of supreme beings. Even the peak clans like the War Machine insect race, with only 6 supreme beings, held the advantage on middle and lower tier battlefields. However, they found themselves at a disadvantage when it came to clashes between supreme beings. Our universe, where we reside, has stable spaces and subdued rule fluctuations, which makes comprehending space rules very difficult. However, in the battlefields of different races, space isn't that stable, especially those that are torn with permanent spatial rifts, where endless space powers permeate, which is quite beneficial for comprehending space rules. Chicken Star-Lord said. The battlefields of different races are like a meat grinder for countless clans of the universe, filled with dangers, but also numerous opportunities. It's easier to sense the space rules, but that's just one aspect. There are others. For example, certain heritages, many treasures. Many strong ones of different species fight to the death, leaving treasures scattered in hidden locations, their corpses even buried underground. The corpses of the strong ones from different species also hold great value. Furthermore, the permanent spatial rifts on the battlefield of different species sometimes welcome guests from beyond the realm. If you can seize the opportunity, you can gain quite a few benefits. However, if you, my disciple, wish to go to the battlefield of different species, you must not go in person. Send an avatar there instead. Chicken Star-Lord instructed. For a talent like Lin Yuan, going in person to the battlefield of different species is like a feast for those different species. If Lin Yuan hides within human territories, within Chicken Main Stara. If the different species want to assassinate Lin Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price, and afterwards, Lin Yuan would be resurrected. But on the battlefield of different species? The moment the information of Lin Yuan appearing there is leaked, believe it or not, there will be a bunch of 7th rank, 8th rank strong ones from different species lying in wait. After all, on the battlefield, killing Lin Yuan would not require any consequences. Even if he were to be resurrected later, it wouldn't matter. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Even traveling to other worlds through the door to the myriad realms, he did it through the ensured method of consciousness descent. Not to mention going to the perilous battlefield of different species. There are over 10 doppelganger skills in the treasury, you can choose one when the time comes. You are now 6th rank, and can withstand the soul division involved in creating an avatar. Chicken Star-Lord said. In the main world, crafting an avatar involves much less cost than in the immortal Tao world. Still, it requires a portion of the soul's power to be split and infused into the avatar. Without a soul, an avatar is no different from a puppet. Just splitting a part of the soul. Those below the 6th rank of evolvers simply cannot do it, and even if they could, it would result in a great loss of origin source and potential. My martial Tao primordial spirit, Yin spirit and Yang spirit. Lin Yuan subconsciously compared his Yin spirit and Yang spirit with the traditional avatar techniques of the main world. In the end, he concluded, the martial Tao primordial spirit should be superior to most avatar techniques. At the very least, it does not require Lin Yuan to actively split his soul. Yin spirit and Yang spirit share one consciousness with Lin Yuan's true self, a trinity. It's said that deep in the cosmic starry skies, some rare special life forms naturally possess the doppelganger talent. Most of the avatar techniques of human civilization are derived from those naturally gifted with doppelganger. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Those doppelganger talents were indeed similar to his martial Tao primordial spirit, sharing consciousness without the need for soul splitting. Next, Chicken Star-Lord gave Lin Yuan a few more words of advice. Essentially, even if you craft an avatar to go to the battlefield of different species, it's best not to reveal your identity. And don't try to kill those from different species. There's no need. If the avatar were to fall on the battlefield, it would also affect Lin Yuan's true body. The Crimson Palace. Chicken Star-Lord watched Lin Yuan leave. In terms of understanding space rules, except for the eldest disciple, no one else should be able to surpass him now, should they? Chicken Star-Lord quietly thought to himself. Having grasped over 800 kinds of spatial models, only his eldest disciple could barely outdo him. As for the second and third disciples, they were at best on par or even slightly weaker. The later disciples such as the 4th and 5th, not to mention, weren't even 7th rank. This talent. Chicken Star-Lord sighed. In Lin Yuan, Chicken Star-Lord felt as though he had grown old, unable to keep up with the times. In such a short period of time, Lin Yuan had grown from initially being the weakest among the 13 peak masters at 4th rank, to now being second only to the great peak master. Chicken Star-Lord could foresee that, given Lin Yuan's current speed of cultivation and enlightenment, Surpassing the Great Peak Master was only a matter of time. Not right. A Chicken Star-Lord suddenly tensed in his heart. Damn, he wouldn't also be surpassed by his own disciple, would he? I must be overthinking it, even if my obedient disciple has just begun to grasp space rules and stepped into the 7th rank with ease. But breaking from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, it's not so simple. The Chicken Star-Lord comforted himself. Given his countless opportunities, and even after he had seized a Starry Sky Wanderer Kun juvenile, entering the 8th layer was still extremely difficult. Even if Lin Yuan's talent exceeded his back then, facing the barrier of the 8th layer, he couldn't just step over it, right? Sometimes having a disciple that's too monstrously talented makes being a master somewhat meaningless. The Chicken Star-Lord sighed. Inside the Palace of the 13 Peaks. The red spirit fluid has arrived. Lin Yuan looked at a small kettle in front of him. The small kettle was a space storage treasure. It appeared to be the size of a palm, but in reality, it contained a small pool's worth of red spirit fluid. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pulled the stopper out of the small kettle. Though he had not yet decided on the content of the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had already finalized his plan for the 6th rank. With the red spirit fluid in the kettle, Lin Yuan would be able to reach the limit of the 6th rank in a short amount of time. I wonder what kind of physical body divine ability will be born this time. An expectant look crossed Lin Yuan's face. In the immortal Tao world, the divine abilities of the fleshly body from the body cultivation lineage depended on the peculiar powers contained deep within one's bloodline. When Lin Yuan established the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had borrowed from the body cultivation lineage, particularly in terms of digging deeper into the physical body. So theoretically, the 6th rank chapter should also be able to give birth to physical body divine abilities. As Lin Yuan retraced the steps of the 6th rank, the differences in his fleshly body would lead to the final physical body divine ability being different. Gurgle. Lin Yuan picked up the small kettle and swallowed all the red spirit fluid. As soon as the fluid slid down his throat, it turned into pure energy that nourished his limbs and extremities. Several days later, Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. I've reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan dared not break through any further. Now, if he wished, he could quickly step into the 7th rank. But he wasn't very satisfied with that kind of 7th rank. It didn't complement the first 5 stages of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path very well. The 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path should have enough comprehension of space rules, at least a beginner's grasp of them. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The deeper he contemplated space rules, the deeper his understanding became. The essence of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to use the Tao of Taiji as the core, to contain all Tao, and thereby control all Tao. Incorporating his own understanding and insights of Tao into it, would then perfect the Tao of Taiji and use it to control all Tao. Lin Yuan felt that for him, the most complete path for the 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to integrate space rules. Of course, this was only in regard to Lin Yuan himself. Other evolvers didn't need to integrate space rules specifically. Any other rules could work as well. It depends on what each individual excels at. Entering the realm of space rules is incredibly difficult, and only a 7th rank evolver would be confident in mastering it. However, the threshold for entering other rules is much lower. For example, in the 7 Stars Cave Trial world, that red pattern examiner's brute strength was a beginner's grasp of the rule of power. To grasp the rule of power at the 4th rank was indeed genius. It showed that it could be done. Other martial arts evolvers just need to grasp a certain rule that suits them at the zenith of the 6th rank in order to have a chance to step into the 7th rank. The physical body divine ability is being nurtured. Lin Yuan keenly felt the changes in his body. He noticed that, deep within his bloodline, a peculiar force was awakening and converging. This was very similar to the first time he had developed a physical body divine ability in the immortal Tao world. It should take another day or two, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The birth of a physical body divine ability doesn't happen instantly, it needs time to be nurtured. Based on the current pace of nurturing, Lin Yuan felt that in 1 or 2 days, the physical body divine ability would probably be born. Fang Qing is looking for me? Lin Yuan scanned the visitor records and discovered that Fang Qing wanted to see him. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan and Fang Qing sat facing each other. "No need to be formal, just act as before," Lin Yuan casually said, noting Fang Qing's nervousness. He had a close friendship with Fang Qing, who had helped him since the 7-star cave trials by providing information. Later, when Lin Yuan was subjected to the public scorn by the hundreds of billions of citizens on Kanglin Star because of the Heiyu family's oppression, it was Fang Qing who had stood up for him, going so far as to offer numerous favors to rebuild trade relations for Kanglin Star. Though, in truth, the Heiyu family could only do so much back then, and the external public opinion had not affected Lin Yuan at all. But Fang Qing truly wanted to help him. "Brother Lin, you say it so lightly, just as before." Fang Qing relaxed a bit and managed a smile, saying, "But your status now, you're a peak master of the Red Kun lineage." Although Fang Qing said this, his heart settled down. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had fully supported Lin Yuan through his difficulties in the past. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's current status, Fang Qing might not even be able to see him. As far as Fang Qing knew, since Lin Yuan's arrival at the Chicken Main Star, he had hardly met with any outsiders. "How have you been recently?" Lin Yuan asked casually. "Not bad," Fang Qing said softly. "Many people, aware of my relationship with Brother Lin, want to get close to me, hoping to use me to reach out to Brother Lin." When Kanglin Star faced suppression from the Heiyu family, Fang Qing had stood up for his friend. Subsequently, this friend transformed into the peak master of the Chicken Star domain. The person whose status changed the most in between, apart from Lin Yuan and his family, Wasa. It belonged to Fang Qing. After all, who didn't know that Fang Qing had stepped forward to help when Shisan, the peak master, was hiding his identity? No matter what. In the Chicken lineage, Fang Qing was already considered a person of the Shisan peak master. Even those core members of the Chicken lineage treated Fang Qing with utmost respect. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan laughed out loud. Before Lin Yuan had revealed his identity, there were people who went to great lengths to get in touch with Fang Qing through him. Now, there were also people who were scheming hard to get close to him through Fang Qing. The drastic change from then to now made Lin Yuan quite reflective. "Shisan Peak is just established, would you like to come help me?" Lin Yuan chatted with Fang Qing for a while before mentioning this casually. Everyone knew that joining Shisan Peak now was the same as being among the first to pledge allegiance to the Shisan Peak Master, and in the future, they would all be considered senior members. "Thank you, Big Brother Lin." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The weight of Lin Yuan's words was no different from giving Fang Qing an opportunity to rise to the heavens in one step within the Chicken lineage. What could be more honorable than becoming a confidant, or even a direct subordinate, under the Peak Master? After chatting with Lin Yuan, Fang Qing returned to his personal space. "Fang lad. What did I tell you before? Your big brother Lin is destined for boundless prospects." The old man with a white beard said proudly. As an intelligent life form, the old man with a white beard didn't have much strength, but his insight was extremely sharp. "From now on, just follow behind your big brother Lin and devote yourself to serving him well. Don't think about managing anything else, understand?" The white-bearded old man reminded him. He was fully aware that cultivation fanatics like Lin Yuan generally wouldn't bother with too many things. But if Fang Qing tried to take advantage of this to gain something for himself, it would be a huge mistake. "I understand." Fang Qing nodded. As one of the first members to join Shisan Peak, it was not difficult for Fang Qing to be promoted to a core member of the Chicken lineage. With such a great opportunity, if Fang Qing still thought about other benefits, he truly would be unworthy of Big Brother Lin's trust. "Cultivate well. Your current head start has already far surpassed that of the old master." The old man with a white beard's voice suddenly became somber. His old master, the 6th-rank fallen star warrior, had some renown in the Chicken Star domain and the surrounding star domains. But how could that compare to Fang Qing now? Being under a big tree provides good shade, and even more so with Shisan Peak Master, who was like a towering tree. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan opened his personal settlement panel. The profit distribution from the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path Settlement. Lin Yuan glanced at the final amount. 289,690,000,000,000 civilization coins? This much? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. The unit was in billions. 280,000 billion, nearly 300 trillion in enormous wealth. Mainly because the 6th rank chapter has made another strong push. Lin Yuan looked over the sales numbers of each rank chapter. He noticed that the 6th rank chapter had been purchased over 1,000 times. You have to know, the price Lin Yuan set for the 6th rank chapter was 50 billion. A 50 billion priced 6th rank chapter, purchased over 1,000 times, amounted to 50 trillion. After adding Lin Yuan's 30/70th split with human civilization and subtracting taxes, the final take-home was close to 200 trillion. The 6th rank chapter was bought over 1,000 times, mostly out of curiosity. As for those who are actually cultivating to the pinnacle of the 5th rank and planning to buy the 6th rank chapter, there are none. Lin Yuan was well aware of how the 1,000-plus purchases came about. The Martial Dao Cultivation Evolution Paths ranking on the Chicken Evolution Rankings had soared, thought to be the work of a certain evolutionary scholar. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of many high-rank evolvers. Therefore, every time Lin Yuan updated the latest chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, there would be a bunch of evolvers who would directly purchase it to take a look. Their reasons for purchasing were likely not for cultivation but out of pure curiosity, wanting to see why the Martial Path Evolutionary Path had such potential. It's still too early. If 100 or 200 years go by, and within the martial arts evolutionaries, 4th and 5th ranks emerge, that will be the time when the 6th rank chapter will be in its prime. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A moment of curiosity cannot generate a continuous stream of income. But the wider the spread of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the more evolving cultivators there are who practice it, the more it becomes a true mountain of gold. 30 trillion. And that's just the income from one settlement. Lin Yuan glanced at his account balance and felt pleased. Although with his strength and status, 30 trillion wasn't much for Lin Yuan, it was tantamount to a gift. I still need to push it a bit. After some thought, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The evolution of martial arts cultivators is too slow nowadays, with most lacking guidance and thus, prone to taking the wrong path. Just so happens I've got some free time, I'll make a few martial Dao analysis videos. With a thought, Lin Yuan's personal space began to change. His appearance, body shape, and demeanor also began to transform accordingly. In the end, an image of a slim man appeared. This should be good. Lin Yuan touched his chin. He began explaining from the first-tier chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The first-tier chapter is the beginning of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, divided into the Innate Realm, Grandmaster Realm, and so on. Among the current martial arts evolutionaries, most are at the first-tier chapter. As for innate, Lin Yuan used only a few thousand words to introduce the innate chapter, then took just over 10 minutes to elaborate in detail. Time went by. In just under half a day, Lin Yuan successfully recorded more than 10 videos, including parts of the first-tier chapter, second-layer chapter, and third-rank chapter. This should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Reviewing the first-tier chapter, the second-layer chapter, and the third-rank chapter was also quite helpful for Lin Yuan himself. Upload them to the virtual world. Lin Yuan entered the Martial Path founder, Yuan's account and uploaded the newly recorded set of analysis videos. So many followers already? Lin Yuan glanced at the number of followers Yuan had, which exceeded 100 billion. You should know, these 100 billion followers are not ordinary citizens. Those who can enter the virtual world and watch Yuan are either evolutionaries or high-grade citizens. 100 billion followers isn't much less than some celebrity evolutionaries in the chicken star domain. Completed. Just moments after Lin Yuan clicked upload, more than a dozen analysis videos appeared under Yuan's account. I hope you guys won't disappoint me. The more Martial Path evolutionaries there are, especially the higher-ranked ones, the deeper Lin Yuan's foundational accumulation in certain aspects becomes. In the future, ultimate leap, everything will be transformed into an overwhelming advantage. After uploading the videos, Lin Yuan didn't pay them further attention. Instead, he contemplated the remaining space models. At the entry stage of space rules, out of 965 space models, Lin Yuan had grasped 4/5 of them. The remaining dozens, demonstrated personally by the Chicken Star Lord, already somewhat understood by Lin Yuan with his Against Heaven's understanding. It's only a matter of time before he completely grasps them. Grasping all 965 kinds of space models, entry into space rules should pave the way to ideally create the 7th rank chapter. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With just an entry-level understanding of space, mixed with the Taiji Dao, to shape the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan felt that once stepping into the ideal state of the 7th rank, his strength would soar. Zanhuang evolutionary path. When Lin Yuan tired of contemplating space rules, he began to contemplate other evolutionary paths. Especially the space-related evolution paths, which are like certain imprints of the essence of space rules. Understanding space-related evolution paths sometimes is no less profound than contemplating space models directly. In addition, whenever Lin Yuan had spare time, he would contemplate the Tao of Taiyang and Taiyan, and the fire system rule crystal given to him by the Chicken Star Lord. Lin Yuan had not yet fully grasped it, each observation brought a different feeling. Time passed by. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. While Lin Yuan was still engrossed in his cultivation and Tao enlightenment. A ripple that only Lin Yuan could perceive slowly spread out from the depths of his bloodline. Is my second physical body divine ability about to take shape? Lin Yuan immediately stopped his practice and focused on the changes in his body. My second physical body divine ability. With the experience from the first time his physical body divine ability took shape, Lin Yuan was quite adept, carefully experiencing the odd power from the depths of his bloodline. Time flowed slowly. The strange power deep within Lin Yuan's bloodline became increasingly apparent. Could this awakened physical body divine ability be geared towards combat and fighting? Physical body divine abilities also come in different types. Some are adept at defense, some at preserving life, and some at attacking. It all depends on which strange power deep in the bloodline is activated. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling it attentively. A complete strange power peeled off from deep within his blood vessels. Immediately afterward, information about this strange power flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Physical body divine ability, a mountain moving. Lin Yuan naturally understood everything about this mountain moving divine ability. The divine ability, mountain moving, does not literally mean moving mountains. It's more of a symbol or description. I didn't expect the awakened physical body divine ability to be tied to the rule of power, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The mountain moving divine ability is a pure power divine skill, related to the rule of power. Compared to other cosmic rules, the rule of power is undoubtedly the most common. After all, as long as there are beings, they possess power. Therefore, it's not difficult to get started on the rule of power. In the last 7-star cave trial, there was a red pattern named Brutal Force who had entered the rule of power at 4th rank. Of course, not difficult, here is relative to those true genius evolvers. For the average evolver to perceive the rule of power to the threshold of entry, they would need at least to be at 5th rank or even 6th rank. Otherwise, Brutal Force would not have been designated by the Chicken Star Lord as a red pattern examiner. The rule of power, easy to start with a high ceiling. If one comprehends deep into the rule of power, every move can shatter everything with power, a very pure path. Lin Yuan mused. The 9 evolution towers of the cosmic alliance of human civilizations symbolize the indisputable peak of the evolution field. One of those towers is the Tower of Power, and the supreme being residing in that evolution tower follows the path of the rule of power. Lin Yuan sensed the strange power related to the mountain-moving power divine skill forming secret patterns within his flesh, resembling a magic web. These secret patterns subtly resonated with the external rule of power. Lin Yuan felt that with any casual strike, he could carry a trace of the rule of power, and his attacks would become several to 10 times more powerful in terms of force. Lin Yuan carefully observed the secret patterns within his flesh. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power, deepening your understanding of the rule of power. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power, deepening your understanding of the rule of power. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power, deepening your understanding of the rule of power. Only a short while had passed. Lin Yuan came to his senses. Have I actually made an entry into the rule of power? Lin Yuan was startled. Previously, he had not delved into the rule of power. Even with his against heaven's understanding, how vast are the great ways of the world? One would certainly focus most of their energy on the laws and great ways they wish to comprehend, such as Taiyin Taiyang Taiji or space, etc. The Tao of Taiji governs thousands of other Taos with one, but here, it does not mean fully comprehending them all. Rather, it uses the Tao of Taiji to command the other thousands of Taos. It is like using a knife. You can wield it, but you have no understanding of the knife's construction and essence. As for the rule of power, even though entering it is not difficult, according to Lin Yuan's estimates, if he were to fully focus on this path, it would still take him more than 10 days. Now it took just a short while? Is it because of these secret patterns? These secret patterns are the essence of the power divine skill, mountain moving. By comprehending these secret patterns, am I comprehending a deeper layer of the rule of power? Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. I didn't expect this physical body divine ability to have such a use, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. The divine skill, mountain moving, could already enhance Lin Yuan's frontal combat ability, and now it could also make understanding the rule of power easier for him. It's just the blood rebirth. Lin Yuan carefully felt the blood rebirth technique imprint. In the immortal Tao world, Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, fully comprehended the blood rebirth, without feeling that this divine skill resonated with any particular rule. Perhaps divine skills vary from one another. Lin Yuan did not linger on this. Blood rebirth or mountain moving, they were all freely given methods. In the Chicken Star Realm virtual world, in the Central Plaza area, the martial path evolutionary path does not require pre-existing conditions, like an innately powerful physique, innately robust spirit, or a special constitution, etc. Anyone can practice it, but whether one can enter or step into the innate realm depends on the individual. A burly man looked towards the towering evolution leaderboard in the distance and said in a low voice to several young evolvers beside him, "Martial arts evolutionaries at least offer a chance for people to try, while other evolution paths might outright dismiss you if you don't meet certain conditions. If you don't have the prerequisite, you won't even be able to step through the door. Mr. Chen, I'm trying to break through to the innate chapter, but what exactly is innate qi mentioned in there?" a young man couldn't help but ask. The first tier chapter of the martial path evolutionary path begins with the innate realm. As for the acquired realm, it is a pre-entry level state. Martial arts evolutionaries who enter this realm are equivalent to other pre-entry evolvers. Innate qi. The burly man fell silent for a moment. He wasn't an evolver on the martial path evolutionary path. How would he know what innate qi was? In this aspect, it mainly depends on one's own enlightenment. The robust man thought for a moment, just about to speak. Just then, other evolvers in the Central Plaza area started to boil with excitement and noise. What's going on? The robust man quickly learned from the evolvers nearby that the mysterious founder of the martial path evolutionary path had actually uploaded a training lecture video on the martial path evolutionary path. A lecture video? The robust man's spirit was lifted? Given the popularity of the martial path evolutionary path, naturally, there were many videos related to this evolutionary path. This included personal experience videos from many evolvers who had cultivated to the second rank and third rank of martial Tao. However, many of these second rank and third rank martial Tao evolvers' training experience videos were inaccurate or even wrong. Quick, get into the account of the founder of martial path evolutionary path. The robust man immediately ordered several youths beside him. They were all evolvers practicing the martial path evolutionary path, just one step away from advancing. Okay. The youths were also full of excitement, as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path was universally recognized as a great evolutionary scholar. Watching a training analysis video uploaded by such a person would be beneficial even for those not practicing martial path evolutionary path. What about them? I'll take a look too. The robust man also opened the video and watched attentively. A moment later, the virtual world boiled again. So that's how it is. To step into the second rank of martial Tao, one needs not only to master a certain power, but also to achieve perfect control over oneself. As expected of a great evolutionary scholar, each video is only 20 to 30 minutes long, but every sentence goes straight to the point, which is much better than those streamers talking about their understanding of martial Tao. How could those streamers compare with Yuan, the great scholar? Countless evolvers and high-ranked citizens kept exchanging insights, and the news about the lecture videos spread rapidly. This caused more and more evolvers to join in and watch. I understand now. No, why is there only half of the third rank chapter? Where's the rest? So this is the essence of Marshall Path evolutionary path. I've decided. I'll let my son take the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The more one is an evolver of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, the more they realize how incredible the training analysis video uploaded by Lin Yuan is. Questions and confusions that they could not comprehend no matter how hard they thought. After watching the video, suddenly everything became clear as day. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, leading countless evolvers toward the most correct direction. Some evolvers who had been on the wrong path immediately adjusted their training methods according to the training analysis video and eventually corrected their course. Many people were excited, and even evolvers of other evolutionary paths gained a lot of insights. Although the directions represented by different evolutionary paths are fundamentally different, there are still some similarities in the core of cultivation, for those who have cultivated to the 4th rank and 5th rank in other evolutionary paths. If they switch to cultivating another evolutionary path, their speed of cultivation will definitely be much faster. Donate. Although Scholar Yuan doesn't care about the money, I still want to donate. Right, these videos have been of great help to me, I must donate. Individual accounts in the virtual world are allowed to receive donations, and top star evolvers receive donations that amount to billions every year. Chicken Main Star. Palace of the 13 Peaks. The 877th space model. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, occasionally raising his right hand, as strands of spatial power rippled like water in front of him. Finally completed. After a moment, a complete space model appeared in front of Lin Yuan. With the demonstration of the Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan's speed in comprehending subsequent space models had increased significantly. In just a day or two, he had comprehended another space model. It's still too slow. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. At this pace, it would take me more than half a year to fully comprehend the remaining 100 or so space models? For any evolver, the mere thought of comprehending more than 100 space models in 1 to 2 years, especially the last 100 or so, was an unimaginable speed of enlightenment. Even for the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, with her extremely high spatial talent, it would probably take thousands of years to comprehend more than 100 space models. But Lin Yuan had high demands for himself. He wanted to open up the 7th ranked chapter of the martial arts evolution system as soon as possible. I can try the method my teacher mentioned, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The space in battlefields of different races was frequently fluctuating, and with an eternal spatial rift present, comprehending space rules there was akin to taking a shortcut. I can dispatch my yang spirit to the alien battlefield. Lin Yuan thought in his heart. The battlefields of different races were filled with many opportunities, but understanding the space rules was only one aspect. There were also tremendous dangers. However, the yang spirit, being Lin Yuan's primordial spirit, wouldn't undergo any loss if it were to perish outside. It could quickly be recondensed. And the combat power of the yang spirit was just slightly weaker than Lin Yuan's own, and if the yang spirit were to merge with the yin god and become the taiji primordial spirit, it would have a killing power not inferior to his own. In the world of immortal Tao, Lin Yuan's own practice in the cloud mist blessed land was externalized through the yin spirit and yang spirit. First, let's determine which alien battlefield to go to. A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan with lines of text flashing across it. The Human Civilization Alliance waged wars in all directions, battling with numerous different species, and the total number of alien battlefields opened was 2,630,462. There were 135 large alien battlefields, 865,111 medium-sized otherworldly battlefields. The rest were small-sized otherworldly battlefields. The scale of the large, medium, and small alien battlefields correlated with the top combat power on the battlefield, the number of strong beings, and the type of clans. In small battlefields, the top combat power was generally at the 7th rank, with a few reaching the 8th layer. In medium-sized battlefields, the top combat power was at the 8th layer, 9th rank, or even higher. As for large battlefields, the 135 large alien battlefields currently opened by human civilization were all under the watchful eyes of supreme beings. That is to say, in large battlefields, supreme beings could strike at any moment. Species capable of contending with the Human Civilization Alliance on large battlefields were without exception peak clans like the insect race. There lay the true meat grinder, where a war could lead to the fall of even 8th layer evolvers. For my first visit to an alien battlefield, it's best to be cautious and choose a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. Lin Yuan didn't set his sights on medium or large battlefields. Although the death of the Yang spirit wouldn't incur any loss to Lin Yuan, merely requiring some time to reconvene, it was still better not to die if possible. Lin Yuan had a clear objective for heading to the alien battlefield. He wasn't like other evolvers who went to alien battlefields to kill different species, earn merit points, and so forth. His sole purpose in going to the alien wars was for a better comprehension of the space rules. With such a goal, a small-sized otherworldly battlefield was enough. Nearly 2 million small-sized otherworldly battlefields. Lin Yuan began to make his selection. Even small-sized alien battlefields came in different types, and some had spatial fluctuations not much different from those in the human civilization territory. The small-sized otherworldly battlefield that Lin Yuan would choose certainly had to be one with noticeable spatial fluctuations. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan had roughly completed his review. He finally settled on the small battlefield option. Battlefield C24763. Lin Yuan looked at the information displayed about this alien battlefield. Battlefield C24763 was one opened by human civilization against the Haiyuan clan. The Haiyuan clan hailed from the cosmic secret realm called the Black Abyss, the native species of the secret realm. Ever since the discovery of the cosmic secret realm, Black Abyss, the Haiyuan clan quickly integrated into the universe, joined the Insect Race Alliance, and collectively confronted the Human Civilization Alliance. The Haiyuan clan, with their diverse forms, cultivate by swallowing the Haiyuan force within the cosmic secret realm Black Abyss, and they're a powerful clan within the Insect Race Alliance. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The strength of the clans in the main world is divided into peak clans, powerful clans, ordinary clans, and weak clans. At the head of the Insect Race Alliance, a peak clan, are hundreds of powerful clans, as well as tens of thousands of ordinary clans, united to counter the expansion of human civilization and to compete for their interests. Apart from the Insect Race Alliance, there are 6 or 7 similar clan alliances, all centered around a particular peak clan. Of course, since human civilization has also absorbed many different species, it is also known as the Human Civilization Alliance. Battlefield C24763, significant spatial fluctuations detected, and a permanent spatial rift from 1 million years ago, created by a high-rank evolver with a supreme weapon. All the various information about this alien battlefield was clearly understood by Lin Yuan. In the immortal Dao world, the reason Lin Yuan dared not send his Yang god and Yin god to the spirit realm was his unfamiliarity with it. This meant overwhelming risk, and with the coordinates of the spirit realm in hand, Lin Yuan did not need to take this kind of risk. Other cultivators, demon practitioners, were desperate to ascend to the spirit realm, no matter the cost. That's because they had no other choice, but Lin Yuan was different. He had many options. Even without the coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had almost infinite choices. This battlefield will do. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Even with wormhole travel, it would take half a month to get from Chicken Star to Battlefield C24763. So, Lin Yuan needed to hurry. Goddess of Wisdom, I want to apply to go to Battlefield C24763. Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and voiced his request. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, with your status, there is no need for you to fight on the alien battlefields. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through, surprisingly beginning to dissuade Lin Yuan. This was much like the Chicken Star Lord, also not recommending Lin Yuan go to the alien battlefields or, if he must, to send an avatar rather than go in person. Don't worry, I won't be going in person, Lin Yuan explained. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, you may now state your demands. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice, laced with a hint of killing intent, rang out. It was entirely different from the solemnity and coldness of the Goddess of Wisdom. It's the Goddess of Freedom. A notion flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The Cosmic Alliance of Human Civilizations is governed by 3 ultimate AI goddesses. They are the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of freedom, and the goddess of justice. The domains overseen by the three goddesses vary. The goddess of wisdom is in charge of civil affairs and is the one Lin Yuan interacts with the most. Whereas the goddess of freedom is responsible for war and conquest. Simply put, the more than 2 million alien battlefields that the Human Civilization Alliance has established are all managed and dispatched by the goddess of freedom. As Lin Yuan wanted to go to an alien battlefield, any subsequent matters naturally required connecting with the goddess of freedom. Hide my identity, don't follow a team, act alone. With Lin Yuan's status as Peak Master 13 of the Red Kun lineage, if he were to go to an alien battlefield with this identity, it is likely that what was originally a minor alien battlefield would attract a large number of 7th rank and 8th rank alien strong ones. As for following the team, the power of an individual evolver is very insignificant on an alien battlefield, and they would need the combined efforts of several evolvers of the same rank to hope to kill alien strong ones and earn merit points. This is why most evolvers on the battlefield choose to form groups into teams. But Lin Yuan did not need to. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the alien strong ones. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, your application has been approved, and the battlefield pass has been updated. The cold and murderous voice of the goddess of freedom came through. The battlefield pass is an important document that signifies Lin Yuan's identity within the Human Alliance ranks, allowing him entry and exit from the human-controlled territories on the battlefield. Without the battlefield pass, on an alien battlefield, you are akin to a person without any status, fair game for both the human race and different species to attack. Everything's almost ready. With a thought from Lin Yuan, a hundreds of meters large spaceship appeared before him. The warship, jet black and streamlined, was imbued with a certain high-tech aura. The expanse of the cosmic frontiers was vast, like traveling from Chicken Main Star to battlefield C-24763 at the speed of light, which would take a very long time. So normal human evolvers travel on warships for long-distance wormhole shuttle. But wormhole shuttle needs a cooling-off period. Without paying a price, consecutive shuttling is not possible. Whirling. A phantom figure walked out from Lin Yuan's body. When it appeared in the outside world, it quickly condensed into substance. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit. Go. Lin Yuan looked at the Taiyang Divine Spirit. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, the Taiyang Divine Spirit entered the spaceship. Suddenly, the spaceship began to activate, heading out beyond Chicken Main Star. As the most prosperous planet within a star domain, there are countless spaceships and warships coming and going from Chicken Main Star every day. The spaceship that Lin Yuanyang was on did not attract much attention. Whoosh! The pitch-black spaceship swiftly entered the star platform of Chicken Main Star, preparing to leave. I hope the experience on the alien battlefield will help me grasp the space rules. Lin Yuan secretly thought. By sending the Yang spirit to the alien battlefield, Lin Yuan was not only eager to thoroughly understand the 965 kinds of space models, but he also intended to expedite understanding the subsequent 7,782 kinds of space models. Why is there extra money in my account? Lin Yuan returned to the Grand Hall, glanced casually at his account balance, and discovered an additional several billion civilization coins. Billions of civilization currency wasn't a small amount, even for 5th rank or 6th rank evolvers. Was it a reward? Lin Yuan checked the source of the civilization currency and found it originated from rewards. The dozen or so videos I uploaded. It was then that Lin Yuan remembered that a few days ago, to make training easier for martial arts evolutionaries and to spread the martial path evolutionary path more quickly and widely, he had specifically recorded some training guidance videos. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately opened the Yuan account and checked the comments under the videos. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. There were over 10 billion comments under each video, the majority of which were not from martial path evolutionaries. They're all urging me to update the videos with guidance on the second half of the 3rd rank chapter, the 4th rank chapter, and the 5th rank chapter? Lin Yuan glanced at them and slightly shook his head. Such training guidance videos couldn't be produced whenever one wished. This had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial path evolutionary path. Even if Lin Yuan understood it deeply, what use would it be if others couldn't understand what he explained? Therefore, the recording and production of such videos must use simple language that ordinary evolutionaries could understand. Has the number of first-rank martial arts evolutionaries increased substantially? Lin Yuan glanced at the real-time curve of the number of evolutionaries at each stage of the martial path evolutionary path. He found that since the day he posted the videos, the number of first-rank martial arts evolutionaries had skyrocketed. Moreover, the numbers of second-rank and third-rank martial arts evolutionaries had also experienced a significant increase. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The surge in the number of martial arts evolutionaries not only meant that Lin Yuan's income would skyrocket. It also increased a certain foundation of Lin Yuan. The latter was even more crucial. At the border of the human civilization territory in the cosmos, the void slightly distorted. A black spaceship appeared. The 860-second wormhole shuttle is complete, soon arriving at C-24763 alien battlefield. The voice of the spaceship's AI assistant resounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Are we at the battlefield? Lin Yuanyang opened his eyes and looked ahead. It had taken 18 days to reach the C-24763 alien battlefield since departing from Chicken Main Star. Is that the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan looked somewhat shocked. He saw a continent floating in the cosmic starry sky in the extreme distance. C-24763 alien battlefield, primarily a continent in shape, diameter of 0.2 light-years, that is, 2 trillion kilometers. Lin Yuan's mind flashed with specific information about C-24763 alien battlefield. The cosmos is vast, planets are just the most common celestial bodies, but beyond planets, the depths of the universe contain many incredible celestial bodies. A continent-shaped celestial body is not uncommon. Many battlefields of different races are located on such massive objects measured in light-years. Where do we enter from? Lin Yuan began to determine the direction. C-24763 alien battlefield was immensely vast, and its surface was engulfed in a kind of cosmic energy forming a mist. Usually, evolutionaries entering such a battlefield would randomly pick a direction to go in, and only once inside could they roughly determine their bearings. Let's go. Lin Yuan controlled the spaceship, flying in one direction. On the outskirts of C-24763 alien battlefield, several figures stood in a mountain valley. These figures exuded a strange and dark aura, belonging to the Haiyuan clan from the cosmos. The Haiyuan clan, born from the Haiyuan secret realm, cultivated by absorbing the power of the Black Abyss. Compared to regular cosmic energy, the power of the Black Abyss was sinister and peculiar, so when the Haiyuan clan encountered the outside universe, they quickly secured their status. They weren't like other cosmic secret realms discovered, where the clans inside would be captured and relegated to being guardians for the peak clans, a much more miserable fate. Of course, the Haiyuan clan's ability to do so, and their timely affiliation with the insect race, offering the clan's most precious treasure, the heart of the Black Abyss, also played a part. With the protection of the insect race, most clans wouldn't dare think about touching the Haiyuan secret realm. This spatial entrance likely comes from the efforts of an 8th-layer strong being, or at least a 7th-rank monarch proficient in the Tao of space. Several figures from the Haiyuan clan, with the foremost figure staring at the slightly distorted spatial barrier in the corner of the valley. The other Haiyuan clan members were also excited. On the alien battlefield, countless strong beings clashed, and occasionally, two strong beings would injure each other so badly neither could retreat to their own camps in time, forcing them to hurriedly hide in some secretive spot to recuperate. But often, they wouldn't recover from their injuries and would instead die from backlash. Of course, before their deaths, these strong beings would have prepared themselves. It wouldn't be easy for outsiders to acquire the treasures they left behind. Just like the current spatial entrance, being able to create a stable space definitely indicated a deep understanding of space rules, and given its longevity without collapsing, at least 965 basic spatial models had been thoroughly understood. This meant the strong being was at least a 7th-ranked monarch proficient in the Tao of space, and more likely an 8th-layer strong being. The legacy possibly left by an 8th-layer strong being. Thinking about this, the Haiyuan clan members immediately became excited. They were all 6th-ranked strong beings, facing what could be the legacy of an 8th-layer strong being. Maintaining their sanity was already quite restrained. It must have been left by some human race evolver. The leading figure of the Haiyuan clan carefully observed for a while, furrowing his brows slightly. If this spatial entrance had been left by an 8th layer strong being from the Haiyuan clan, they would dare to enter right away. Because they all belonged to the Black Abyss clan, even if they set up fail-safes, these were intended for combating other different species. The inheritance they left behind was naturally meant to fall into the hands of their own kind. Therefore, the few members of the Black Abyss clan only needed to reveal their own Black Abyss aura to smoothly acquire everything. But the human race. The human race was in an adversarial relationship with the Black Abyss clan. If they were to enter, they would certainly trigger the various contingencies left behind by the space's opener. A space carved out by a suspected 8th layer powerhouse with contingencies left behind could retain a certain level of potency even after hundreds of thousands of years. You go in first. The leading member of the Black Abyss clan glanced at the one beside him and spoke indifferently. Captain Wei Cheng, I am not the strongest. Entering a space gateway left by such a level might not be a good idea. This member of the Black Abyss clan, named Ran Fen, looked cautiously at Captain Wei Cheng and tentatively spoke. Although the inheritance left by a suspected 8th layer powerhouse greatly tempted him, the prerequisite was to be alive to claim it. The first one to enter would certainly face the greatest risk. Ran Fen, although your strength isn't great, your life-saving techniques are strong. If you go in, according to the rules we agreed upon beforehand, you'll get 30% of all the loots. Another member of the Black Abyss clan spoke up, all right. Captain Wei Cheng, you heard that. Ran Fen clenched his teeth. It was mainly that he didn't have much of a choice. If he didn't enter, Captain Wei Cheng would still invite him in. A moment later, Captain Wei Cheng's brow furrowed, dead. Captain Wei Cheng declared. Not long after Ran Fen entered, the communication with him was completely severed, which meant death. With Ran Fen's survival ability, even 7th-ranked powerhouses shouldn't be able to kill him in a short time, right? The rest of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses suddenly felt troubled. This also shows that the space gateway here has even greater value. Captain Wei Cheng spoke. They had come across this place by chance. They only discovered the space gateway while planning to rest in this valley. The gateway's aura was concealed. It simply couldn't be detected by perceptual methods. You could only find something amiss by approaching within a certain distance. So for many years, this space gateway remained undiscovered. Battlefield C24763 was too vast. With a diameter of 0.2 light-years, an unknown multiple of a normal planet's size. You guys, Captain Wei Cheng swept a glance at the remaining members of the Black Abyss clan. Captain Wei Cheng, even Ran Fen died. Entering would mean certain death for us too. It's not necessary. The several Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately grew nervous. That is true. Captain Wei Cheng thought for a while. He did not really mind the life or death of the other Black Abyss members. But the prerequisite was obtaining the inheritance from inside the space gateway. Would it require reporting back to the clan? Captain Wei Cheng felt somewhat unwilling in his heart. With the strength of the Haiyuan clan, if they dispatched a powerhouse, they would definitely be able to extract all the treasures and inheritance from inside the space gateway. But by doing that, Captain Wei Cheng could only receive a small share. The lion's share would certainly fall to the clan. Just at that moment, Captain Wei Cheng seemed to sense something and looked up in a certain direction. A pitch-black spaceship was flying towards them at this moment. Is it a human race evolver? Captain Wei Cheng immediately made a judgment. It couldn't be helped, the Haiyuan clan's technology was lacking, incapable of building ships that could perform wormhole shuttles. Therefore, the Haiyuan clan did not rely on spaceships for travel. The human race? Captain Wei Cheng, we can capture this human race and then force him into the space gateway. He is from the human race, and the one who left behind this space gateway is also from the human race. If a human enters, he probably won't encounter the kill switches. When he gets all the inheritance and treasures, we just take them from him. One of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately spoke. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately agreed. That way, they didn't need to venture inside themselves, nor was there any need to report back to the tribe and give away a large share. Captain Wei Cheng's eyes lit up, he nodded and said, good idea. Then he looked up at the position of the pitch-black spaceship, a smile appearing on his face. Lucky. The strong members of the Haiyuan clan within the valley were in high spirits. They had originally planned to report this spatial entrance to their clan, since even a small share was much better than nothing. But now, they had unexpectedly discovered a member of the human race actively approaching them. If they could control this human, force him into the spatial entrance. With his identity as part of the same race as the owner of the spatial entrance, they should easily be able to bring out all the treasures. At that time, they could solely enjoy the treasures stored inside this spatial entrance. Don't get too excited too soon. First, determine the strength and number of humans in this spaceship. Captain Wei Cheng had not relaxed his vigilance. On the battlefields of different races, any slight oversight could cost them their lives. Compared to the human race and the insect race and other peak clans who could be resurrected, the life of their mighty clans was truly over. Upon death, the clans would not pay a heavy price to ask the peak clans to resurrect them. Okay. A member of the Haiyuan clan, with skin of a bluish hue, took out a sky-blue gemstone. Immediately, he aimed one side of the gemstone at the swiftly approaching dark, streamlined spaceship. Hum. A slight vibration spread outwards. This sky-blue gemstone, bestowed by the insect race, was used to detect the surrounding environment and gauge the levels and numbers of enemy combatants. On the battlefields of different races, it's difficult to kill alien strong ones of the same level, and similarly hard to overpower and kill those weaker than oneself. One reason is the presence of this type of detection gemstone. A 7th rank evolver trying to disguise oneself as 6th rank and then slaughter within the ranks of the weaker different species was practically impossible. Because the vast majority of 7th rank evolvers could not escape the detection of this gemstone. Captain, there's only one person in the spaceship, and he has not reached the 7th rank. The blue-skinned member of the Haiyuan clan opened his eyes and spoke. Not having reached the 7th rank is fine. Captain Wei Cheng nodded slightly. All of them were at the peak of the 6th rank, with him, Wei Cheng, being at the pinnacle of that peak. Together, capturing a human race 6th rank evolver would not be difficult. Lin Yuan piloted the spaceship into the battlefields of different races, being extremely cautious, to the extent that he didn't even use wormhole shuttle. On the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant, making precise travel through wormhole shuttle impossible. Moreover, using wormhole shuttle stirred up minor spatial fluctuations, easily drawing the attention of alien strong ones. In the battlefields of different races, if I'm lucky, I might not even encounter any different species. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The battlefields of different races were vast, spanning 0.2 light-years in diameter, a range so immense that even placing hundreds of billions of evolvers inside would be like a drop in the ocean. It's best I don't encounter any different species. I have no interest in them. Lin Yuan thought, battling with the different species, even against the weakest among them, still carried the risk of failure. Lin Yuan's primary aim in entering the battlefields of different races was to head toward that eternal spatial rift to comprehend the space rules emanating from it, allowing him to thoroughly understand the remaining fundamental spatial models and step into the 7th stage martial Dao realm. Huh? Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, he sensed a faint fluctuation sweep across the spaceship. Are there different species? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. He was just about to slow down the spaceship, but suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy descended. The spaceship Lin Yuan was in exploded instantly. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away, at the same time. Several members of the Haiyuan clan immediately surrounded him. Not bad, in terms of strength. Haiyuan clan captain Wei Cheng eyed Lin Yuan. The strike just now had pierced through the spaceship, and he had thought that Lin Yuan would at least be injured. But it seemed now that his strength was even beyond their estimates. However, Captain Wei Cheng was unfazed. With that probing attack, he had already confirmed that Lin Yuan was not a 7th rank evolver. Since that was the case, then it was simple: different species? Lin Yuan looked around at the Haiyuan clan's strong ones gathering. They don't want to kill me? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully, sensing the strength of these Haiyuan clan members, knowing that if they had been serious, it definitely wouldn't have been as simple as before. Human race, if you want to live, listen to us. A member of the Haiyuan clan spoke up, thinking they had the upper hand at this moment. What must I do to live? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, following the other's words. Normally, on the battlefields of different races, when the human race encountered the Haiyuan clan, there would be no talking, only immediate battle. Human race, killing members of the Haiyuan clan, would earn treasure and merit points rewards. The Haiyuan clan killing members of the human race would likewise earn rewards from their own clan, and possibly even gifts from the insect race. So, unless there were other motives, the two great clans would definitely start fighting upon meeting. It's simple. First, stop resisting. Another member of the Haiyuan clan started to approach. "You have to promise you'll let me go." Lin Yuan spoke softly. Of course. A smile surfaced on the face of the approaching Haiyuan clan member. The other Haiyuan clan members' expressions, however, bore a hint of scorn. In this inter-clan war, to actually believe the promise of a different species was naive. This human race evolver was most likely a novice in war. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, for miles around, everything was engulfed by Taiyang true fire, the terrifying heat beginning to burn the air, burning everything. Not good. The expressions of the several Haiyuan clan members turned to alarm. The Taiyang true fire that permeated every inch of air was terrifyingly powerful. The Haiyuan clan powerhouse who had just tried to approach Lin Yuan felt as though his flesh and blood were starting to burn. Boom! Just as this Haiyuan clan powerhouse thought about retreating explosively, a right hand, formed of Taiyang true fire, pierced through him. The terrifying power of the true fire exploded, burning the Haiyuan clan powerhouse to nothingness. The Taiyang true fire converged. It reformed into the figure of Lin Yuan. Quick, leave. This human race evolver must be a top genius of the Human Civilization Alliance, not someone that ordinary 6th rank extremes can compare with. Damn it, with his strength, if he had just revealed a little earlier, we wouldn't have dared to take the initiative. He did it on purpose, deliberately attracting us to surround him. The remaining members of the Haiyuan clan had ugly expressions on their faces, as soon as Lin Yuan unleashed the Taiyang true fire domain and covered tens of thousands of miles. They realized something was wrong. It wasn't something unusual for a 6th rank evolver to master domain power, but a domain completely filled with Taiyang true fire exerted an inconceivable suppressive force on them. Rumble. Several Haiyuan clan powerhouses tried to move backward, to break free from the suppression of the Taiyang domain, but it was evidently too late. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared again. He became the omnipresent power of Taiyang. In an instant, he condensed in front of a Haiyuan clan powerhouse. "Captain, save me." This Haiyuan clan powerhouse only lasted a moment. Then, he too was burned to nothingness by the Taiyang true fire. Subsequently, the last Haiyuan clan powerhouse showed an unwilling expression, and immediately his physical soul began to burn. As a being from the cosmic secret realm Black Abyss, he had to endure countless competitions since childhood. Barely making it out of the Black Abyss, he thought he would shine on the battlefields of different races, break through to the 7th rank, and then return to rule a part of the Black Abyss. But now, all was impossible. After effortlessly killing this Haiyuan clan powerhouse, Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the last Haiyuan clan powerhouse. Judging from the expressions of those Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now, this one must be some sort of captain or leader. When Lin Yuan was slaughtering the previous Haiyuan clan powerhouses, this Haiyuan clan powerhouse didn't show any intention of coming to their aid. Instead, he watched coldly as his own clansmen died. Impressive. Captain Wei Qing looked at Lin Yuan. Even though he was in the Taiyang true fire domain, he showed no fear. The Taiyang true fire, capable of burning a 6th rank peak powerhouse to nothing, rapidly dissipated when it approached within a few feet of him. He didn't save the other Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now because he wanted his clansmen to test Lin Yuan's strength. Competition within the Haiyuan clan was brutal, especially after they encountered the vast cosmic environment. Every member of the Haiyuan clan had fought their way out from among countless others of their kind. But now, it's time for you to die. The expression on Captain Wei Qing's face revealed his cruelty. The Haiyuan clan had joined the Insect Race Alliance, so as long as one met the conditions, they could directly receive a gift from the insect race. Among these was the killing of top genius evolvers of the Human Civilization Alliance. A top 6th rank evolver from the human civilization is even more valuable than an ordinary 7th rank evolver. Condense. Captain Wei Qing believed that he had figured out Lin Yuan. The other party's reliance was on nothing more than the Taiyang true fire domain and the ability to turn his physical body into Taiyang true fire. A wave of fluctuations began to spread out from Captain Wei Qing as the center, diffusing in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, the Taiyang True Fire domain began to collapse, and a more potent domain power started to forcefully drive out and suppress the Taiyang True Fire domain. Interesting. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. Useless. My clan's Black Abyss domain can isolate everything, you can't get in. Captain Wei Qing was about to speak, the next moment. Traces of spatial fluctuations emerged. Lin Yuan, as if teleporting, appeared directly in front of Captain Wei Qing. What? Captain Wei Qing's eyes widened as the space rules controlled by Lin Yuan, and his manipulation of power, had completely surpassed the limits of a 6th rank evolver and reached the 7th rank realm. In simple terms, although Lin Yuan was still exercising the power of a 6th rank evolver, his understanding of the essence of power was no different from that of a 7th rank, and a casual strike could crush any 6th rank. Kai. Captain Wei Qing's consciousness began to blur, and at this moment, a sense of frustration suddenly surged in his heart. As a mighty 7th rank powerhouse, disguising yourself as a 6th rank, isn't that bullying? Worrying. Captain Wei Qing's physical soul was burned to nothingness, transforming into strands of the purest essential power, which then flowed into Lin Yuan's body. Storage ring. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and Captain Wei Qing's storage ring fell into his palm. When he had killed the other Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now, Lin Yuan had also conveniently collected their storage rings. As for the physical soul, it was all incinerated by the Taiyang True Fire into the purest power and then became nourishment for the Taiyang Divine Spirit. No other members of the Haiyuan clan? Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, his perception began to spread and permeate, and only after confirming that there were no other life forms within hundreds of thousands of miles, did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything was recorded just now, right? Lin Yuan communicated with his intelligent assistant in his mind. Human race evolvers in the battlefields of different races would receive corresponding rewards for killing members of different species. But how to prove that it was you who killed the different species? That would be through the recording software installed by the 3 goddesses. Just record the battle and killing process, and later, when reaching the gathering place for the human race on the battlefield, upload the video to the 3 goddesses. After their review, the number of merit points will be finalized. That's right. Many factors, such as spatial fluctuations, affect the battlefields of different races. There are many places where one cannot connect to the 3 goddesses. Only after leaving the battlefield or being in a gathering place of the human race on the battlefield, can one reconnect with the goddesses. It's just that, for what reason did these members of the Haiyuan clan not make a move against me? Lin Yuan landed on the ground, frowning in thought. The Haiyuan clan members hadn't immediately gone for the kill because they wanted Lin Yuan to do something for them. And that something was something the Haiyuan clan could not do, only Lin Yuan could. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. He began to search carefully in all directions. Half a day later, Lin Yuan arrived in a valley. Just an entrance to a certain space? Lin Yuan observed carefully, considering the use of space rules, it should come from an evolver of the human race. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became clear. Before heading to the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't go unprepared, with an understanding of the many opportunities on the battlefield. One type of opportunity included treasures left behind by previous experts. In the battlefields of different races, it's impossible to stay connected with the 3 goddesses in real time. Thus, some powerful evolvers, too severely injured to heal, would often leave their treasures somewhere before their death. To ensure that their inheritances would not fall into the hands of different species, they usually left tricks that would only be accessible to the human race, preventing targeting by others. Judging by the spatial fluctuations, this space entrance has existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. The fact that it has not collapsed over such a long period and the internal space still exists suggests that its owner's realm was probably 8th layer. Lin Yuan speculated, an inheritance left by an 8th rank evolver? Lin Yuan immediately felt anticipation, observing the space entrance. It seemed that the treasures inside were still intact. Otherwise, if the treasures had been taken away, the many arrangements would likely have been cleaned up, and this space entrance probably would have collapsed long ago. Space entrance. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. The space entrance led to a small space, which was carved out by a certain evolver. Once reaching the 7th rank evolver level, one begins to comprehend the space rules and utilize the power of space, capable of creating a small space. In the immortal Tao world, the Tao de Immortal sect's heavenly ranked technique, Chankin in the sleeve, is a similar application, but the space created within the sleeve can only be maintained for a short period. For 7th and 8th rank evolvers, the small spaces they create last much longer, and even if the owner dies, they won't collapse immediately. Let's go in and have a look. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, and since this was just one of his young spirits, even if something went wrong, his true self could quickly reform it. It wasn't a risk at all. Besides, since this space entrance was left by a member of the human race, Lin Yuan just needed to reveal his human race identity to face even fewer problems. What is this? Lin Yuan stepped forward, entering the space entrance. Looking ahead, his expression changed slightly.